you sure?
Well, are we sure? I don't know. No one asked.
I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It says we're streaming 11.3 CPU, 30 frames per second.
What's your upload? Did you crank the upload to max? There's some max that Twitch can take for the upstream, but anyway, it's good quality.
That's right, and I think it's been adjusted to like 6K. It used to be 3K. 3200 used to be their old cap. I don't know if there's been a new one or not. Peanut Dog, what's up, man? Hexploitation, Mystic Man, Tony.
Wow, 3 dozer build.
NES nerd, Peanut Dog. Peanut, I gotta ask you, man, right away before everybody gets here and has no idea what I'm talking about. I'm a little quiet, they say. If I talk more, maybe I'll talk like this. Peanut, we need you in the clan, man. I'm sorry about your buddies, but you gotta come over to the main clan, dude. It's gotta happen, okay? I'm gonna have to just kick you and make you do it. Okay, thanks, buddy. I don't care about your friends, they suck, but you are good, and we need you, buddy. We're gonna send a whole bunch of noobs your way, and we're bringing the pros over. Clash Royale, sorry, Peanuts in the clan.
Your Clash clan?
Dude, Clash is so good right now. Holy Jesus, man. It's like a different game from when you played. There's like clan wars now, so your clan has a ranking, and it's like, so you're going on these clan wars. It matters, man. Tons of Pwnage fans in the clan. Like it's so active. People are so friendly, talking, and now since Clan Wars, people are like sharing strategies, sharing discussions. Here, what do you think about? It's a 2-day thing. It's super brief. First day is collection day. Everybody has 3 matches, and you collect. You win cards for the clan. You don't get them. Your clan has a card pool that's a subset of the total card pool, and that changes every clan war. So like, okay, these are our 40 cards that everyone. So everyone has to build a deck. And then everyone plays their collection, and you level some cards up more than others. And then the clan comes together, talks and chat, shares decks, and go, okay, what's our deck going to be? And then everybody gets 1 game on War Day, 1 game, and everybody watches. They change the spectator feature so that everybody can emote on the sides. Confetti like flying off, like 10 people watching. It's so stressful, and it matters, man. Right? Winning or losing matters. Like I've been mad at my clanmates because they blew sack, and like my rewards are dependent now on their not sucking balls, right? So that's what I'm trying to get, because there's 2 clans, and Peanut's in the feeder clan, but he should totally be in the main clan. And hey,
I'm just gonna do a little.
There's the Clash talk, man.
Audio adjustment.
If you know a better game to play while you're taking a shit, let me know right away. I'd love to play it. Thanks, Udayan. Don't have my glasses. That the stream chat's pretty far away. I'm gonna bring this down a bit. The idea it's actually very sunny today. Super sunny. Is my voice better, by the way? Just when I'm talking into it, or?
I'm gonna swap mics with you here.
Oh, okay. Doing a mic swap? Checkity check. Yeah. Need to take more vocal lessons. Projection. When I talk like Jeremy, my voice projects, but Jared's natural talking voice. Bit whispery. Hope that's better. This big ass microphone. Look at this fucking microphone. I need this microphone. Man. All right, you want to take a peek to see how you look? Good. Oh yeah, this mic's the shit.
Oh yeah. How's this sound, everybody?
Whew, getting sweats.
For the GLA.
Oh, I got an alert.
Isaac does not use a 3-dozer build. Just subscribe with Twitch Prime.
Thank you, sir. Isaac
Thank
Wilson.
you, man. Got the sound effects back. It's pretty good. A10 V10, great, man. It's great.
Love it.
Yeah, what mic is this on the left?
I am the Pwnage,
It's pretty
bitches.
sweet.
Exploitation.
Exploitation.
25 months. Thank you.
Bitches.
Less than greater than Garrett.
You know Sully? You know
Yes,
Sully.
I
right?
do, yeah,
Had a
yeah.
beer with Sully.
Yep.
And from the Clash Clan, still in the Clash Clan, obviously loving it.
Yeah.
He just started his new job in Germany.
Really? Oh, he was like in between sort of
Yeah,
life
yeah.
milestones.
Yeah, he
when
finished biking around. He went to Victoria, then went up to the Yukon, then biked down to San Diego,
Yeah.
and then flew home. And started looking for jobs internationally. Went to an interview in Berlin.
Did they fly him out for that? He's like,
Yes, they did.
wow.
First question was, why do you want to work in Germany? But yeah, they loved him. I mean, he's a smart guy, mathematician, and he got the job. So he just started on Wednesday. Was his first day.
Oh, this week.
Yeah, first day is Wednesday, and I was talking to him yesterday, and he's like, yeah, they haven't, I keep asking for work, but they won't give me any yet. They're just telling me to please settle in and relax and get comfortable with the environment.
Because it's Germany.
It's Germany, yeah. He's like, my boss is in jail right now. My direct boss is on paternity leave. He came in with his babies, blah, blah, blah. Because, see, when you hear paternity and maternity, oh, it's like the mom. No, it's obviously Germany. It's like, yeah, dad's on his paternity leave. And yeah, very different culture, but he's loving it so far. I mean, he's only been there a week, but he said it's just amazing. I'm jealous, man. Berlin, Germany is an amazing city. I visited this summer, where I bumped into Danneli 3, right? Because the world is just that small that we ran into each other at the zoo. I told you that, right?
Yeah.
Craziness.
Notifications are a bit too loud.
Notifications are too loud. Well, what I can do, I think this will help when the next notification goes off. Let me know if that affects it. Okay. I've turned the desktop audio down. That shouldn't affect our volume. Let me know right away if that actually just made me quieter. If it didn't, that should affect the sounds.
Sweet.
The sounds are so low. They're like on 8% on Streamlabs.
Wow.
We've always had that problem on the stream with the subs, man.
Then only 3's coming to the Bay next month. Nice.
He's always traveling, man. He was just somewhere else, too.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
traveling around, man. Young man, good income. Good for him.
That's what you do. Yeah, he just released a game recently, right? He sent me a code. It's a game where you're a vacuum cleaner and you go around a room and then it turns into an adventure. You're like a little robot vacuum. And I was like, Denoli, are you just like getting people to control vacuums and thinking it's a game and you're actually cleaning up someone's house? Like, is that what really is the business model here?
Hey, man, Euro Truck Sim.
Yeah, seriously, it's going to be like a real truck you're driving.
Played by truck drivers. Get home off a long drive and you're like, yeah, let's boot up the... Love your content, but can't hear shit. What is
No,
that?
our voices are fine still. I don't know what Demanta for. Demantan 4.
It's good to see
the
one.
slime.
Do you think you would be as successful with Pwnage in today's viewer base as compared to the day and age you originally released something series? That's like impossible to say. I mean, if the series was released as it was originally made right now, it wouldn't be relevant because everyone would be like, what are these guys talking about? There is pro gaming and there is this and that. So it's so maybe when I turn, so hold on. So just for a second here, I'm just gonna make sure. As I'm talking, does this make my voice louder? Did that make my voice louder? Is my voice getting progressively louder as I do that, or is it not getting louder? I'll let you know.
Audio's fine.
Great. Oh, it's like impossible to say. It's a completely different world. Someone scared me yesterday by saying it's the 15th anniversary of Pwnage next month, and it is. 15 years.
What? I thought we just did the 10-year video.
Yeah, we did just do the 10-year video. It's been 15 years, man. But what I do know is that if we had made content that was as unique and relevant as Pwnage circa 2004 was then, now with all of the infrastructure that exists, the audience and everything else, I think we'd be very rich. Yep.
Yeah, if Patreon existed for
Oh my
episodes back
fucking
then.
god, man! Even if everything in the world was the same, there was still no YouTube, there was still no streaming. There was just a site called Patreon. We'd be rich, and it would be a good feeling. But yeah,
Yeah,
it
man.
was what it was, right? I think we did pretty well given the year.
Well, even like the modern YouTubers I think of are all passe now. Like even that style of content from like 2015 is like out of style.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, there's so many burnt out YouTubers that are like, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Like, I
Yeah.
don't want to do another top 10 video.
Hey, welcome back to my channel. I'm talking about Clash Royale. So today, what decks are we gonna play? Like,
Yeah.
it's great at the start. You see viewers coming in, your viewers are going up, your subs are going up, your money's coming in. But 5 fucking years later, when you wake up in the morning and go to your studio and look at your screen and go, hey, welcome to another video of Clash Royale. Like, it's eventually gonna end with a fucking gun in the mouth, I think, because I think that's just such an uninspiring job.
Yeah.
You know, the inspiration comes from the growth and the money, sure, but no matter what, at the end of the day, if the job itself, it isn't enjoyable or challenging, or I don't see it as something sustainable in the long term. But then again, I'm just jealous.
Yeah, you know, I worked on a show that had all these YouTube influencers recently, and I met some of them. I was talking to some of them, and they were all like, you know, yeah, I'm a pioneer. I'm going solo, like, you know, big YouTube star. Yeah, you know, new, like inventing new entertainment, new medium, new blah blah. It's like, meanwhile, like some of the people knew there that I was like, I'm Kyle from Pwnage, and like it's like, oh yeah, you like invented internet television in like 2013, did you?
Yeah, 2013.
Like,
You're such a fucking pioneer.
But it was hilarious. You know, it was interesting to see the mentality. But you know, like 3-4 years later, he was completely burnt out. He was like, yeah, I have a writer, I have an editor, I'm the talent. I get a script, I read it in front of the camera, and I do 3 videos a week, and I just hand it off to my staff, and then, you know, but I want to do something different. I want to act. I want to like get into LA entertainment business. Like, you know, I want to be an actor. I want to be in movies. It's like, well, you know, get in line behind everyone else, because the traditional business still, and didn't in 2004, doesn't recognize any success online as being transferable, which I don't think it is, right? It's like,
No.
you know, there hasn't been like this influx of, you know, hit blockbuster movies starring and written by YouTube influencers, right? It's a different art form, a different thing, and it doesn't transfer, and it's...
No, 6-year-olds don't go to the movie theaters.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
You know, a lot of YouTubers dramatically overestimate the age of their audience. Yeah, it is a very different world. I think Pwnage worked well because we were making this, because there was no web series, that we didn't make short form stuff. We made 20-minute long TV style content, maybe not with the act breaks and whatever, but it closely resembled television. It was probably one of the ones that would more easily translate across mediums. But most of that stuff, man, like the idea, the Let's Play phenomenon still blows my mind, man. Shit, I stream. I play game stream, and half the time I'm sitting there going, how's anyone not bored to death? I'm such a boring guy. My gameplay sucks.
For the GOA.
But they're hanging out watching this boring old man
Rec 916,
suck ass
thank
at
you.
games. Saw my son, Bippy!
Yeah, Blippy.
Bippy!
Blippy is so huge.
Bippy was my son's 6th word.
Really?
Bippy!
Yeah.
He got introduced by the neighbor's kid who's 3. And he went over there, and they're playing. He's got a playmate moved in across the street, which is cool.
Nice.
Bippy! I think I'm gonna fucking ban Bippy from the fucking house, because now Keen's like walks like him. He's like walking silly around, like it's giving him a false idea of how you should behave, I think.
Monster trucks are big.
Oh no.
Monster trucks are loud. Monster trucks jump high in the sky. Wonder if they can jump over.
Kyle's a noob.
Hey, what was that?
Woot, finally another stream. Love you guys.
Wow, the slime.
The
$22
slime, thanks,
coming
man.
in. Thanks, man. Doesn't come up there. Got his.
I love hearing those notification sounds. I forgot about those
Yeah,
sounds.
yeah. We got a whole host of sounds, and I think the last time we streamed, they weren't working. Right,
Yeah.
because Streamlabs went down that day, which happens occasionally. Streamlabs doing well. You know, they have their own OBS now. They actually, because OBS is open source.
Yeah.
So they took OBS and then like
Made their own.
and made their own with it, but it's actually has less features than OBS. I tried to move to it and it's still balls. But
Huh. So yeah, I was a
look like a
hardcore
hardcore
golfer.
golfer.
I was like, we are just talking about how like trucker hats or ironic trucker hats are so 2005. I'm bringing it back again.
Yeah, Farmers Feed Cities, man.
I won this
For
at
the
like.
GLA.
Hey, thanks, master of a plan.
Cheers, man. I won this hat, or my wife won this hat in like a farmers market raffle. So I got a hat that says Farmers Feed Cities to always remind me. Fluky, cheers, man.
For the GLA.
Nice, somebody else. Wow, Fluky coming in, man.
So yeah, talking to a different YouTube influencer I had a chance to talk to who was big into cryptocurrencies. You know, Bitcoin, obviously, like it's mainstream now. And like,
I heard about this Bitcoin
you heard about this
thing.
Bitcoin and Ethereum and like, you know,
Yeah.
and Unicoin, Rahul's started
That's
his own
fucking
cryptocurrency.
embarrassing, man.
And so, like, I first heard of Bitcoin way back in the day, like 3 years ago, and I every time I hear about Bitcoin, it's painful to me because I would be a multi-millionaire if I had bought just $100 worth.
And we know a couple of guys.
Yeah, we know a couple of guys that were into it, that farmed it, and you know.
And that's it. They're just done.
And like, you know, but of course, like, would I have known to sell at the right time? Like, it's a dumb thing. It's loss aversion, right? It's one of those motivational things that are often a fallacy, right? So I'm trying to not, every time I hear about Bitcoin being $20,000, whatever, it's like, I could have bought it like in 2015. But it's funny when it becomes mainstream and the whole get rich quick drive that people have, and that, you know, and there's a whole communities dedicated discussing different cryptocurrencies, but it's all just speculation. It's all just like, the only reason why it would go up in value is because people buy it, right? It's because there's a speculation of future higher value, right? So anyway, I don't own any cryptocurrencies. I'm not going to get into that, you know, especially this late in the game when it's mainstream, but it's really remarkable how you get a few stories of people who got really rich in crypto, and people are super into it. They're still speculating, buying. People who have made hundreds of millions of dollars are still like in the game, like buying and selling on a daily basis. It's like fun. It's like gambling, basically. And this one YouTuber is a big YouTuber, had a bunch of YouTube money, and was like getting sick of YouTube. So he invested in cryptocurrencies, and he made a lot of money on Bitcoin, and then he invested it into Ethereum right before the Ethereum boom. And I asked him, I was like, man, how much money did you make on the Ethereum boom? And he looked at me, he goes, you don't want to know. Like, you don't want to know.
Yeah, you don't want to know because you'll just
this
not
guy's
sleep at
like
night.
this
Yeah.
guy's like in his mid-20s.
Yeah.
He's a single man, and he has you don't want to know money.
Yeah.
And
For what? For gambling.
for gambling.
For gambling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like our society.
And so and I was thinking about it, and he was speaking very openly about it, and I was thinking like cryptocurrencies are the best things to steal, because once they're stolen, they're untraceable, right?
Yeah.
Right. If I have your number, if I have a number,
Yeah.
then I can take all your money, and you can't tell, based on mathematical reality. No one in the universe can tell, with the current computational power that we have, where the money went. So I think, here's my prediction with cryptocurrencies. I think there's going to be a string of thefts, of honeypot, you know, oh, you're a 25-year-old man who's single and rich in cryptocurrencies. I think there's going to be stories of women who seduce these men and end up gaining their trust and end up hacking their digital wallet and stealing their cryptocurrencies. And I think we're going to see that a lot, and then just disappearing. And then even if you catch them, it's like, well, what's you can't connect me to the stealing of your cryptocurrency, you know? Or maybe I stay with you for another month after you lost all your Bitcoins, you know, and then I disappear, and then, you know, for other reasons.
I wonder if I would be a good-looking girl.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could give it a go.
Yeah, seriously, like it's, and yeah, even that's one method of stealing it, right? There's so many other methods of stealing just getting that number. And who do you trust? Someone knows that you have $100 million. What are you willing to invest? I'm surprised that.
See, Sly Guy Badass says here too. Quantum computers are just around the corner. They will break all sorts of security. And it's funny because I just had dinner with Kevin Paz. You remember Kevin Paz?
Yes.
And he's been one of the most techie, nerdy guys forever, right? He was a sysadmin when he was like 18, and he's still doing it. He's always been on the top of every technology. He was at the forefront of the mining and all that stuff. So over dinner, he mentioned that he thinks the collapse of cryptocurrencies are imminent with quantum computing, because all of that stuff it'll be impossible to keep it encrypted. It'll be impossible to keep this closed system because of. I didn't really understand what he was talking about, but he thinks that quantum computing is going to be so disruptive that there's bigger problems than the cryptocurrency theft and et cetera, when all encryption becomes moot overnight at one point, right?
And it just takes one person to tank the whole currency.
It
right?
does, yeah.
If there's one hacker, it's like, okay.
Anyways, it is gambling. I mean, there's like, I could have bought a lottery ticket and put the right 6 numbers on it, and I'd be rich. I've done pretty well. Like I did okay with stocks. Got a bit lucky, but I went in with the gambling, and I don't feel particularly proud of the money I made either. It's not an accomplished feeling. I do think when it comes to like lifestyle and work, you need to be actively doing something that inspires you. Or maybe this is just my personality type. There's a bit of artist in me, but like I don't think, even if I suddenly had a bunch of cryptocurrency cash dumped on me and I could retire, I don't think I would live a fulfilling life. I don't think I would be a happy person without working on the things that I'm compelled to work on and the things that I want to do. So I'm not missing too much. I'm not too sad about missing out on the whole
it's true.
cryptocurrency thing.
It's not like all your problems are going to be solved with a big chunk of money, right? It's like you gotta figure out a flow, moderation in all things, and
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, it's still it's fascinating, these stories of I don't think that a young multi-millionaire was a thing before technology, right? Like
No, because you actually had to build something, and it took a long time, took a lifetime.
Like a coal mining company would take to become a multi-millionaire.
Usually take a couple generations.
Yeah.
Like it's grandfather to grandson before you see that kind of money, and I dig that. I just like that kind of effort. But the overnight, I took this gamble, it paid off. Now I've got all this money and influence, because money is influence, money is freedom. So now people that might not be worthy of having that kind of money and influence now have it.
So I got a story.
Is this about a shipping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I find systemic dysfunction interesting. Right? You build a system for a collection of humans to get something done, and does it get done or does it not? And if it fails, why does it fail? I find these kind of things interesting. So it all started when I ordered a television from Best Buy on April 24th. And
a television?
Yes. I got a new TV.
On April 24th?
April 24th.
It's not in your living room. I didn't see any TV.
I know. So
what day is it today?
It's May 5th.
May 5th.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Cinco de Mayo.
So
that's right. Oh, I didn't appropriate enough culture today. I'm gonna go home, don a sombrero, eat some fucking tacos.
Change your profile photo.
Yeah, put on the Macarena.
Yeah. So I ordered this TV on April 24th, and Best Buy says, okay, we're going to deliver it to you May 1st. And I was like, that's a long time in like 2018 days of delivery. But whatever, okay. May 1st. And we're going to call you the night before and tell you a 3-hour window during that day, because it would be ridiculous to wait all day, right? So we're going to tell you a 3-hour window the night before. So I say, okay. And I wait. The night before, I get a call. It says it's coming in the morning, May 1st. And I say, okay. So I arrange my schedule so that I'm there in the morning, May 1st. And then, of course, it doesn't come in the morning. So I call and I say, hey, when is it coming? And they say, oh, it's coming in the afternoon. It got pushed back. The carrier pushed it back. I was like, okay, it's coming in the afternoon. Okay, well, is it really coming? And they're like, yes, it is. And then it didn't come in the afternoon. So then they say, okay, I call them in the evening. I'm like, guys, it hasn't arrived yet. It got pushed back till May 2nd in the morning. And I was like, really, May 2nd? Like, is this real? Like, is it really going to come, the third window that you've told me? And they're like, sir, yes, it's definitely coming. I'm like, can you call the carrier? Can you call the person that has the thing that they're delivering to me? And they're like, we're trying to call them. We're getting in touch with them. And it's like, well, can you tell me where the thing is? Where the TV is? They're like, no, we can't tell you. Can you tell me why the delay is? No, we can't tell you anything. Can you tell me the name of the carrier? No, we can't tell you anything. So I'm like, they're like, sir, is your concern that it's not going to come tomorrow morning, the third window? And I was like, my concern is that it's going to be delayed constantly. And like, my concern is that there's no human making decisions here, and that there's a computer automatically pushing it back. And the windows that you're telling me to be home, because I've been home for the times that you're telling me that you're going to deliver my TV. I'm worried this is going to go on forever. Like, I don't know. Has AI taken over, and I am patient zero of this program fucking with humans, right? So I'm like, is this real? The third window that I've been waiting and arranged my schedule, and I've not done things. I've been home. Is the third time for real? They're like, sir, the information I have is that it will come tomorrow. I'm like, well, the information you have, what does that mean, right? What is it at this point? What does it mean? So, sure enough, it doesn't come in the third window. So then I'm calling, and I'm like, can I talk to a supervisor? Can I talk to anybody? Can anybody tell me? And they're like, sir, we don't have any information. We don't know what's going on. You will get a call from head office. I've escalated this. I put in an escalation. I'm like, okay, so it's an escalation now, right? You're calling this automated system. You're calling these people that it's a hive mind, right? Like, no one knows what's really going on, right? Like, where is this thing? So they're like, someone will call you within 24 to 48 hours. I'm like, really? It was supposed to be delivered yesterday. Someone's going to call me within 24 to 48 hours. Can I just talk to somebody at head office or some human being that cares? Can I talk to someone with power? They're like, no, sir, we can't. Can you tell me the name of the carrier? Can you find out who the person is that has the TV? They're like, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir. So then 2 more days go by, and every day I call and ask the same questions. And they're like, they stonewall me. They're like, sir, we can't tell you any information. You will get a call. And I'm like, it's been 48 hours. You said I get a call from head office. I haven't gotten a call. So then finally, on Friday, yesterday, I call again, and I'm like, where the fuck is my TV? Does it even exist? What is happening? How? And they're like, sir, I got in touch with someone who's actually trying to help me, who's like sympathetic, who's like, I've been at home for 9 hours at 3 different 3-hour periods, waiting for this TV. Those times were dictated by Best Buy. Best Buy told me to be there. It's going to be there. Best Buy is like controlling me at this point, like telling me when to be home. And so I asked her, like, what is going on? So she's like, I'll put you on hold. I'll try to call the carrier. So I was on hold for 20 minutes, and every 5 minutes she breaks back in and is like, they're not picking up their phone, the carrier, blah, blah, blah. And so at the end, she's like, I've put in an emergency escalation. Whatever that means. Wow. It means emergency escalation.
Yep.
And I'm like, they can't tell me anything else. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to sit here and wait for my TV. There is no delivery window. So I hang up the phone Friday afternoon. And then I'm like, you know what? This is so fascinating. Like, fuck it. I start calling moving companies. I'm cold calling them. I'm like, hi, my name's Jeff, calling about the Best Buy delivery. What are you talking about? Okay, thank you. Finally, I find Mackie Movers. Hi, this is Jeff calling about Best Buy delivery. Oh, you called the wrong department. Let me forward you. Oh, interesting. So, and then it's like, oh, I'm in the furniture moving department. Like, hi, what is your name and your extension number? I need a direct line in case we get disconnected. Okay. All right. So I have this TV delivery from Best Buy. Oh, you're in the wrong. Let me connect you to the warehouse. Hi, warehouse. Oh, hi. What's your name? What's your extension? Okay, Allie, extension 6528. Okay. All right, Allie. Best Buy TV for Jeff LaPere. Oh yeah, I've got your TV here. I've had it since Tuesday. I've been waiting for instructions on what to do with it. So my random calls of movers in the area has located my TV, a task that Best Buy couldn't do for 4 days. I'm just a customer. I found my TV. So I'm like, Allie, Allie at the warehouse, I love you. Okay, you got my TV. So, what's going on with it? Well, you know, I was supposed to deliver it Tuesday, but I never got instructions from Ecom Delivery. Ecom Delivery. Oh, Google search. Oh, it's a delivery company that contracts with Best Buy and is subcontracting with Mackie. So, I'm like, all right. So where is the TV? Oh, it's in a warehouse in Oshawa. Can I come pick it up? Oh, I don't know if they do that. It's like, okay, right. You don't know who I am, right? Like what's going on? Can you put it on a truck and send it out to me today? It's like, oh, I have no drivers. I have no trucks here. I'm like, great. A physical impossibility. I love this. I love hearing it's physically impossible, not systemically impossible to get me my TV. It's such a refreshing thing, Allie, in the warehouse. I love it. So then, so then I'm like, okay. Well, she's like, well, how about tomorrow morning? I'm like, great. Tomorrow morning's awesome. Okay, it'll be there between 9 and 11. I'm like, great. Thank you, Allie. Thank you. I'll put it on a truck, deliver it. Great. So, now my task is to call Best Buy and inform them that there's a woman in a warehouse. Oh, and by the way, Allie's telling me all these interesting things. Like, they've only had the account for a week and a half. They're still figuring out the quirks. They don't know what they're doing. It's a week and a half that Best Buy has changed shipping companies to this new company that is now. So Best Buy was trying to call Ecom Delivery, this middleman that is subcontracting to Mackie. Ecom Delivery is not picking up the phone. So I had to go through the warehouse person at Mackie, who actually has my TV, to arrange delivery. So now I'm like, I should tell Best Buy what's going on, because Allie has a bunch of other things that haven't gone out that's sitting in the warehouse. So I call Best Buy. I'm like, hi, I need to talk to the person who was really trying to help me a moment ago. They can't do it. They can't get me in touch. It is impossible for them to put me in touch with the person I was just talking to half an hour earlier. We tried for 20 minutes. So I'm like, give me a supervisor. I need a supervisor. So the supervisor looks at my file, sees all the stuff. Oh, and every time they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no one should have to wait at home for 3 different 3-hour periods. So then I'm like, here's the deal. Mackie has my TV. Allie at the warehouse at this extension, you should talk to her. I've arranged delivery directly with Allie. Now here is what I want from you, Best Buy. Don't fuck with my Allie delivery time. I have made arrangements. I don't want you to send a mixed signal. I don't want you to talk to Allie. I don't want you to mess shit up, because I know people are working on it at your end, and I don't want you to fuck up my delivery with your garbage system. Can you put that the customer located his TV? Don't fuck up with my Saturday morning delivery. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I'll call back on Tuesday as my next shift. I'll make sure I'm a supervisor. We will compensate you. We'll give you gift cards. We'll take off the $50 delivery charge. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. So.
It's Saturday afternoon.
Well, Friday night, I get a call at 8. Hi, this is like new person from Best Buy. Just want to confirm your delivery for tomorrow morning. And I'm like, okay, good. Yeah, I arranged that delivery myself with Allie at the fucking warehouse at Mackie. I'm glad you guys are finally talking to your carrier. And she's like, well, sir, of course we're talking to our carrier. I've just told you that we've arranged delivery with our carrier for tomorrow morning. I'm like, okay, piece of Best Buy hive mind. Whatever, cheers. Like, you don't know what the fuck's going on. And you know a piece of anyway, it's just so remarkable, the system. So, it didn't fucking come this morning. The 4th 3-hour window I waited for Best Buy to deliver my TV. It did not arrive. This is present. This is
made the stream late because you didn't want to shower inside that window.
I didn't want to shower.
I came here. I'm like, oh, where's Jeff? Allison's like, oh, he's still in the shower. He was waiting for this delivery.
Yeah.
He didn't want. He needed to wait to the end of the window before he wanted. Yeah.
Allison didn't go on a walk with our son this morning with the neighbors' kids because we were
So
waiting for the fucking TV.
It's fucking you guys now, right? It fucked you guys. So
here's what I was thinking. I haven't called them yet. I was gonna call them on stream. and find out what the fuck is going on. Why the fourth 3-hour window they've made me wait? I'm gonna call them right now. What do you think? That's a good plan?
I think that's a good plan.
Man,
Are you gonna put
honestly,
it on speakerphone?
Well, there might be personal information, so I want to get that out of the way.
yeah,
Right?
that's right. Yeah,
But
yeah.
you'll know from half of the conversation. I will repeat, and like honestly, God, like it is absolutely and fucking incredible that the TV didn't arrive in the fourth 3-hour window. Like,
Wow.
so we're gonna call someone in the hive mind, and they're gonna look at my notes, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. I have Allie's number. I can call her extension if she's working today. I can call the warehouse at Mackey and say, did it get on the fucking truck that it was supposed to be on? So here we go. We'll start with Best Buy delivery customer service, which
Man, I had a shipping story, but I don't even want to tell it now because I mean, what a weak story compared to yours, man. Wow. Should have told mine first.
all right. Calling Best Buy.
Thank you for calling Best Buy's home delivery helpline. Merci d'avoir appelé le support d'après-vente. For service in English, please press 1. If your appliance has not been delivered,
My
press
appliance
1.
has not been
To
delivered.
obtain your delivery date and time window, press 1. To reschedule, cancel your delivery, press 2. For all other pre-delivery questions, including please wait while we connect you with someone who can assist you. To
Ringing.
It's ringing.
Hi, Rachel. My name is Jeff Lepere. Can you look up my file from my phone number? Let me just say it to you very quietly here.
I love these Roo sweatpants, man. I live in these things now. Well, not in the house. I have some bum around the house pants that you would never leave the house in. I've streamed in them occasionally, but these things I just go everywhere in these now. I feel like I'm back in grade 5. It's just nothing but sweatpants. Feels good. Zipper pockets, man. Deep zipper pockets. Super comfy. Pretty thick, actually, though. They're pretty hot. I think they're going to be a little too hot for the summer.
Me?
We're going to have to move to some type of athletic sweat or something that breathes a bit more. You know? I'm at that goober moment in my life, you know, where I just don't fucking care anymore. Comfort is king. Don't care what I look like. It's comfort. It's all about comfort, man. Can I have a job? I'm underqualified. Can I have a fucking job? Do you guys have any jobs? Do you guys, any of you guys like own companies and need a competent employee who's thinks outside of the box and wears 50 hats? Do you guys have any of those jobs laying around? America got jobs. No, I don't want to mine coal, buddy. I was thinking more, something brain related. Problem solving, creative work, management. I'm a decent people person. I'm inspiring, I'm told. Voted most likely to be a cult leader. But it works well in a sort of a management setting. The number one line on my resume is cult leader.
Okay, so originally my delivery was scheduled for May 1st in a 3-hour window in the evening. It was then pushed an hour before that 3-hour window to May 2nd in the morning.
Fluky,
It
are
was
you
then
calling
pushed after
me a
it wasn't delivered
sociopath?
in the morning to the afternoon of May 2nd.
What
It
are you
was
saying? I'm
then
going to end up working
not
with a lot of
scheduled for 4
sociopaths? What are you
days,
saying?
While the delivery department tried to figure out what was going on and couldn't get in touch with the carrier. I managed to track down by calling Mackey Movers.
This is Jarrett.
that it was in a warehouse in Oshawa, and I had scheduled with a person at the warehouse to deliver this morning between 9 and 11. It didn't arrive. So this is now the 4th 3-hour window that I've been waiting at the behest of Best Buy. Best Buy has been dictating 4 3-hour windows that I have been available and home during those windows. And the television still has not arrived. We're gonna open. It's already an urgent escalation. Please re-urgent it. Please do it. Make it a mega urgent escalation if that helps. You know. Yeah.
Happy birthday, man.
Somebody should get back to me shortly. Are you a supervisor? Can you put me in touch with a supervisor, please? Thank you. Thank you for calling Best Buy. Your time is very valuable to us.
That's ironic.
Best Buy. What you want, how you want it.
Just not when you want it.
Just what's this woman's like, well, I'm going to make it an urgent escalation. Someone will get in touch with you shortly. That's where it ends. Right? It ends with that.
Yeah. They get you off the phone and then nobody calls you back, and then
Yeah.
remarkable.
It's amazing. It's like they can't call like it's 2018. Everyone's got cell phones in their pocket. They can't call the person that has the thing. They don't know the driver. How the fuck is there not a system where there's the cell phone of the driver attached to my file right now? Like, it's... Anyway.
Liver Twitch TV? Is that what it is? Your Liver Twitch TV? What's up, man? You asked for a shout out. Oh, do we have some kind of thing going on? Do we have any, we don't have a bot going or any sort of points anymore, right? We used to use Revlo.
Is Revlo still a thing now?
No, Revlo shut down. But there's a lot of bots, Nightbot and whatever else that can do that sort of thing. But it's actually built into Twitch now. Streamlabs has overlays that go right on top of the actual video. So if you hover your mouse over the video, you'll see a small icon pop up that you can click and see how many points you have. Spend the points right from there.
Oh, nice. Well, it's funny that, like, of course, Twitch would do it in-house and take a cut instead of, like, have a third party do it. And, like...
Yeah, Streamlabs extensions are awesome. Streamlabs is, it's a wicked service, man. It's pretty cool. I don't know how they make their money anymore. Do they have a subscription service? They used to take 1% of all donations, but they don't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you know, I've been talking to them about what, you know, it's like what are you gonna give me to compensate me for all of my time and all of this, like, time on the phone and, like, you know, maybe I'm nuts. Maybe I should have canceled at the first sign of trouble and just ordered from Amazon, got it in 4 days, right? Like, at this point, like,
yeah.
I could have ordered it from the same price from Amazon.
Bitches.
But every time I'm like, it's coming tomorrow, so why would I cancel the order?
Bitches.
It's
Less
coming
than
tomorrow
greater
for
than
sure,
Garrett.
right?
Thanks,
can't-
Pyrohead, man.
Can't
That's
be
awesome.
another
Thank
day.
you, dude. I did try Streamlabs OBS right away as soon as I saw that it existed, and I will try it again in the future, but it's actually less feature rich than OBS. It's not just OBS and then some, it's actually less feature rich. And so when I imported my scenes some of the features that were missing then messed up my scenes, like no way to bound to inside boxes and things like that. So a lot of my centering and a lot of the way that I was making scrolling text just all got completely fucked, and then I couldn't fix it. It was also, even though they advertised 25% less CPU because it's all in one window, you have to change tabs within that window, and there's like a delay in doing so. It's actually easier, practically speaking, to have multiple windows open. I've got 2 monitors, each split into 2, so I can have 4 things up and look at them all at the same time instead of having to like click tabs and have like this. It was like a 2-second delay to really load the next tab, and it wasn't all that it was promised me. I watched that video. The guy said, "You'll never go back." Dude, I went back in like 15 minutes. As soon as it fucked all my scenes, I was out, man. I was out. I tried and looked. Yeah, I think in the future, I imagine it, once the features are as robust as OBS, it'll be, I'll give it another go. But yeah, there was just some fundamental things with the way, like in terms of the number of transforms you can do, the things you can do with text. Like I couldn't twist text. Maybe you can now. This was like a month ago. So it's a simple function in XSplit and OBS where you might want to twist text, right? Or twist an image. Their twisting options were just like 90 degrees. So I had all these, a lot of stuff is very subtly twisted on my stream. And yeah, it just fucked everything up, man. And so I went in to try to rebuild it. I was committed. I'm like, let's use the newest and best. But it literally, like, at least after about an hour of exploration, like there was things that I'm currently doing with my OBS that were just not there. Like the options weren't there. Open side by side, the pull down had like less things there. You know what I mean? Well, thanks, Jared Kill, for the auto host. That took a while. 6 more viewers. Did they hang up on you or something?
Nope. Just put them on speakerphone. We'll listen to the Best Buy loop.
No, this is, we're in Jeff's backyard. We are in Jeff's backyard. All these mics are Jeff's. I just brought my laptop over.
It's nice streaming outside, huh?
How is this microphone? It is nice. Actually, it's so nice that sun went behind some clouds and suddenly. I've never had any problems with Best Buy though.
Well, they've apparently changed their carriers. So.
Well, yeah, a lot of people subcontract. Yeah, my crappy shipping story was that I bought a ball machine, a tennis machine that shoots tennis balls.
Yeah, yeah.
A smartphone controlled, totally customizable.
I love it.
Came from, I didn't know, it came from Beijing. And DHL was the carrier, which is very common with international Chinese orders, even like UK orders and stuff. DHL's not so big here, but so DHL ships it. It's Beijing, and it's like you'll have it. This was I ordered it on like a Thursday, and they're like, "Oh, you'll have it on Monday." I'm like, "Holy shit, that's pretty impressive." I ordered this thing, and I'm not kidding. Within an hour, fucking Chinese, I had a tracking number in an hour.
Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Thank you for choosing Best Buy. Hello, yes.
I'll put mine on pause. It's not a good story anyway. I want this microphone. I need this microphone.
No, I was told that there would be a delivery May 1st in the evening. Then I was told there would be a delivery May 2nd in the morning. Then I was told there would be a delivery May 2nd in the evening. Then I was told for 4 days that someone would call me about my delivery. Then I was told last night, after speaking to the warehouse person, that it was coming this morning. And it didn't come this morning. Again, for the 4th 3-hour period that I've been waiting at the behest of Best Buy. So, where is my fucking TV?
It's getting real. A Canadian just swore. He is mad, man. Better be a good fucking TV too.
My phone number doesn't seem to be. Yes, that's it. Yeah.
For the GLA.
Thanks, Tequila.
That's correct.
Tequila. He did just cross the line. He did. As soon as he swears, they don't have
Great.
to. They just hang up
Okay,
on
thank
him.
you. Ooh, classical old music. It's not the best by the way.
There we go. See, I was going to say, so DHL, within an hour of ordering a ball machine, it's an expensive item, a big item, tracking number, boom, put it in. It's like expected delivery Monday, just like they said. It was crazy. So I'm tracking it. The next day, it's in Ontario. The next day it was in Ontario. Friday. Ordered it Thursday from Beijing. Friday, Ontario processing facility. I'm like,
Is that real?
that's real. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's delivery Monday. I understand there's no deliveries on the weekend. Monday morning, I wake up, boom, like 8:30 a.m. I get an email from DHL. Your order is out for delivery. I get a text from DHL. I guess in case I don't check my email. Your order is out for delivery. Will be delivered by 5 p.m. It's like coming down. I'm like, oh, this is amazing, from Beijing, China. But the day goes by and there's no ball machine. But I'm not really tripping because I didn't need it yet because there was still snow on the ground, right? I was just planning ahead. So whatever, don't think much of it. I wake up the next morning at the exact minute, email from DHL. Your item's out for delivery. I get a text message from DSL. Your item is out for delivery, will be delivered by end of today. I mean, it's verbatim the exact same email I got the day before, but it literally, I think it says guaranteed, might have been, I think the word guarantee was used there. And no TV shows up on Tuesday. So Wednesday, I wake up. There it is, 8:10 a.m. There's the email. Your TV's out for delivery. It's like when you go to the website, it says on the truck, like on the website.
You weren't able to get in touch with them. Okay. Do you want the extension of the warehouse at Mackey? I can give it to you.
So day 3, ball machine, text, email, assuring me, guaranteeing me it's going to come. Still no mention of like, sorry that we lied to you the previous 2 days. Day 3 comes and day 3 goes and it's not there. After the first day, Stacy was like, why don't you call them? I'm like, I don't like calling people. I get really anxious on the phone. I just like to trust in people. I'm like, okay, they keep telling me it's going to come. I'm sure it's going to come. But on day 4, at this point, it's like I hit my Canadian breaking point. And so I gave DHL a call and said, hey, here's my number, here's the thing. And nice lady, nice Indian lady's on the other end of the line. She's like, okay, so it says here it was delivered on Monday. I'm like, no, it wasn't delivered on Monday. And then I got the same email on Tuesday, and then I got the same email on Wednesday, and it's just not coming. That's why I'm calling you. And to their credit, that her response was, I'm sorry, what? I'm like, yeah, it's just not coming every day. She's like, would you mind if I just hold on for a second? So she puts me on hold for a couple of minutes and comes back and is like, okay, we subcontract our deliveries to that area through Company X. I'm going to call Company X and I'll call you right back. And I'm like, oh, okay. Not even really expecting a call back a la Best Buy. No, man, 5 minutes later, this lady calls me back on my line and says, all right, I've contacted the company. That ball machine will be delivered to your house tomorrow in this window. Okay. I've also opened an investigation on our end. This is a new relationship we have with this subcontractor. So just so that you know, DHL is very unhappy, and so now we are internally investigating this company to see what happened and how this could happen. We are so sorry that it will be there tomorrow. Next morning, 9 a.m. There's a guy at my door, this truck driver from Company X, and he's kind of like in a huff and angry, and even though I haven't said a word to him, excuses start pouring out his mouth. Well, I mean, like on Tuesday a truck broke down, and like on Wednesday like a guy was sick, and like some fucking fat guy in a hat's giving me these fucking excuses. I didn't ask for excuses. I just wanted the ball machine. I was like, cool, thanks, man. And I just took my ball machine. Then I got a call from DHL like an hour later saying, hi, we just want to confirm that ball machine arrived to you safely. Yeah. How was the packaging? Was it in good order? I'm like, yeah, packaging's great. I've opened it. Everything's great. They're like, thank you very much. Thank you for choosing DHL, blah, blah. And went about our way. And man, so I know DHL, a lot of people shit on them, but DHL fucking bossed that situation. This Indian lady, she bossed that situation, and that company's in serious shit, and they might have seriously jeopardized their contract with a company like DHL. And I could tell by the way the driver was kind of tripping out, even though I was not angry at all at the door. But you know, shit was going down at their company, man. DHL came down on them hard. So yeah, I was happy. It was good. It was a really good resolution. I mean, yeah. I hope nobody lost their job or anything. But DHL subcontracts their delivery too.
Mm-hmm.
Mine missed 3 days in a row. I called DHL. This lady was like furious. She's like, I'll call you right back. She called the company. Well, she did call me right back. She's like, we started an internal investigation into the blah, blah, blah. Basically, like, this company potentially lost their contract with DHL. She's like, your ball machine will be there tomorrow morning, and I'm going to call you tomorrow morning to make sure that's the case. 9 a.m., ball machine's there with a truck driver with excuses pouring out of his mouth about a guy called in sick, the truck broke down on Monday, excuse, whatever.
Yeah.
I never said a word to him, though. So clearly, like, his dispatcher, whoever else, he had been reamed out, right? And how come you haven't given this guy his ball machine? It's an expensive item traveling around the world, right? Now I was kind of mad. I'm like, I didn't want the driver to be mad and like throw my ball machine, right? It's still like fragile all over it. You know, you gotta.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, so it's not nearly as engaging a story as yours. And mine had, you know, all things considered, considering the day it delivered, there was still snow on the ground, and I was in no rush. You know, TV, you could have been using it, right?
Well, yeah, you know, it's.
But props to DHL for, they did not fuck around, man. She was furious.
Well, I hope some shit goes down from my story, because I'm also not the only customer. Like, it's a huge systemic dysfunction. They're gonna call me back in half an hour, and the guy gave me his direct line, and you know they're gonna figure it out. And I gave him Ali's extension at the warehouse that apparently he doesn't have. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Like, if I get, you know, on Thursday I was like, presumably there's a TV somewhere. Presumably there's a truck somewhere. Presumably there's an employee somewhere. Can the employee put the TV in the truck and deliver it? It's like, that's not how it works, sir.
How it works is if there's not enough in the truck to make this length of a trip, they're going to cancel the trip and wait for more people from this area to buy something.
I don't even know.
It's a
but
big
it's like
truck, it's a lot of gas.
It's like 3 missed broken promises. Like, you think you just go around the system, you know? It's like, but they stuck within the system, and it's like it's a funny piece of English language there. That's not how it works. Well, it's not working. The system is not working, right? It's like, can we go up? Like, if it was like Jim Bob's TV and VCR, it'd be like, yeah, I'll get Cletus, put it in the truck.
Cletus.
You know, it's like, oh, sorry, we had our wires got crossed. We'll bring you the TV, right? Like, but Best Buy has to work within the system that isn't functioning. So I'm trying to convince them to work outside of their own system. Just get somebody, no paper trail. Just get them to put a TV in a truck and drive it to my house. Like, you know, is that possible? It's like, no, that's impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It is impossible. Right?
Can I go pick it up? Oh, yeah.
Here it is. Hello, this is Jeff. Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Wow, it's gotten chilly. Sun went down. It's getting cold. Gotta cook up this barbecue, man. I need some fucking sausages, Jeff. To people that watch my stream, how much better is this microphone? How much more Barry White if I was talking like this, raging on people in Clash? Does the word mong, does that come out better on this microphone? Because I might have to borrow this from Jeff. If you think it's substantially improved, then
Thank you. I really appreciate you getting on this and taking care of it. And, you know, I really hope it actually comes today, but of course, if it doesn't, like you say, there's some compensation calculation going on, so I'm glad to hear that from you. And let's see, when it arrives, we'll talk. I'll give you a call, and yeah, I really appreciate your efforts. Great, thanks again.
It's a gigantic mic.
Now, are they going to call me when they're here, or just?
That's the width. It's like 1.5 dicks.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. You
It's
too. Bye-bye.
Rafa Mail follows it if you look at the top of the channel.
So, it's still on its way today.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, according to the carrier, someone's going to reach out to me. And
Are they going to call you? Because you're in the
they're gonna
backyard,
call
I
me?
hope.
Well, see, that's the thing. I got the screen door open. Like, I worry that. And again, it's like I can't get in touch with them directly. Like, maybe I should call the warehouse and say, tell them to come to the backyard.
You might want to put a note on the door saying in the backyard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, because that would be a shame, man.
It's funny, all this. Maybe I'll give them my number. They can call. It's like a note.
A note.
The
Just
note.
write a
It's
note,
like
man.
the-
Yeah.
The simplest.
Yeah, we're doing okay on the global scale. We're doing okay. I think we're ahead of Korea by 2 times, something like that. I do like the mic though. I like that it's in my face too. My mic hangs right in front of me and it's a bit distracting. I like that I can just fucking yell into this mic. I could let go. I could let go of this. Oh man. Dude, I hope that we get to, wow, it got chilly without the sun. Holy shit. I hope we get to bring that TV onto the stream, man, because I want to see what the TV looks like. Jeff's got a pretty nice TV. Curious. I'm curious to see how nice the new TV is. I'm curious. Nice to see you too, non-existent man. No, come to the backyard with my fucking TV. That would be a good note, man. I don't set up the bar. It's just, you don't mess with another man's barbecue. I'm not fucking around with this barbecue. It's a nice barbecue. Weber, looking at it. I did notice all the sausages on Jeff's kitchen counter that I'm assuming he's gonna barbecue. I think I'm gonna ask that he cooks those up. I haven't eaten those. I thought when Jeff said come over for a barbecue stream, there'd be like barbecue, Let me get on this, man. Hey PP fans, Joel aka FPS Doug is going to answer your questions via email. Yeah, by the way guys, if you didn't see it, Miranda also answered a bunch of questions on the subreddit recently, thanks to Tony. So it's a good read, man. I read it. Recommend checking that out too. I guess Joel's going to answer some questions. Someone asked earlier why Joel isn't here. Joel lives 4,000 kilometers away from us. That's pretty far. In miles, I don't know what that is, 1 billion miles. And he works full time and has almost no free time at all. So it's not like he can hop in the car, make the 40-hour drive, and then another 40 back for the stream, which kind of sucks. In fact, he's so busy that, we have a stream calendar, but he's not even really usually available when we're streaming to even sort of do a Skype in or anything. But I try to bust his balls more, but he's a busy guy. Don't want to push him. But I haven't talked to him in a little while. Actually, it's a good reminder. I should reach out, see what he's playing. I know that he was getting into Fortnite. I saw him online a bit. Fortnite. I think he played Fortnite, uninstalled Fortnite, reinstalled Fortnite. My son Taryn is huge into Fortnite. Really, really fucking good too. I kind of want him to stream. I mean, he's only 8, so I can't really just let him stream. Unless I hide the chat or something like that. Maybe if he streamed with me, but I'm actually shocked at how good he is. He plays with a lot of older kids from his school now. He mostly plays with all these like 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds from his school. He's like the young guy. when I was that age, I would never play with an 8-year-old. But the fact is, he's better than they are, and he's a fucking monster. So they play with him, because even though he's a little squeaker, he fucking wrecks. And at the end of the day, they want to win, so they play with him. It's pretty funny, man. You watch. I was just watching him this morning, like, because he's just getting better and better and better and better, and his building, it's just insane, right? Like, he's just like, when you watch those pro streams, it's just walls ramp, like he just constructs like a whole tower instantly and then snipes some guy, and it's just crazy, man. It's as fun for me to watch his hands as it is to watch the screen, but he is at the point absolutely in FPS. On console, he's never really got into FPS on PC. He doesn't have his own PC yet. Although we were thinking this summer, before he starts grade 2, it's probably time to get him a cheap PC, maybe a hand-me-down. Daddy needs a new computer. My computer's 6 years old now. That's pretty fucking long. Dara was gonna mail me her old graphics card as a gift because it's so much better than my graphics card. Her old unused one sitting there collecting dust, to give you a sense of where mine. So maybe he'll inherit my awesome computer, and maybe Daddy will get a new awesome computer. But anyways, yeah, on console anyway, yeah, he's a monster. He's definitely better than me. I wouldn't even consider playing him in anything that's Twitch based these days. But I still have him on the strategy front, man. I'll kill him in anything strategy based. I've got several years left of that.
Talking about Terran and gaming?
Oh, yeah, like when it comes to Fortnite and stuff, like he's phenomenal.
Oh.
You should see him play. It's crazy. He's way better than me now. Like it's
Man, like Fortnite, I tried playing it, and
I fucking hate it.
I fucking suck. I
do suck
love it,
too.
But the thing with Fortnite is that, you know, with League of Legends, you're matched with people, and you're gonna win half the time. Right, you look at your win-loss. You have a large number of games. It's literally 50%. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know, with Fortnite, there's none of that. And if you survive long, you have a good game. You're against people who are incredible and who are amazingly geared and who are like, you know.
Oh yeah.
And
well, watch Terran play. You'll never want to play again.
You have to be 1 in 100. On average skill to begin with, right? So I'm going to win 1 out of every million games.
Yeah.
If any, like, you know, at my skill level, right? Because you got to be the winner or whatever. If you have teams, whatever teams of 4 or whatever. But
yeah.
But like,
Terran is consistently last 5 in solo, like consistently. It's you should see him build. He's one of those annoying guys that just like throws up a building. Dude. Ramps, and as he's running, he's slapping stuff down mid-air and like running through the air, just building as he's running. It's fucking stupid, man.
Yeah, well, you know, like I remember playing Quake using the railgun in the 90s when I was young, and like it's like FPS Doug, like my cursor would just go to the guy's head and just boom. Yeah. And I could just do that. I could just pick off I was playing against my boss at the time who was 40, my age now, and I would just crazy. I was so good. I was just like with the railgun, just like, and it just seemed like an obvious thing to do. Like it was so simple, right? So now that you're old and you realize that like someone comes up to you and is shooting you in the head, and you're like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm dead, right? And it's like, okay, I'm on the other end of this equation now because I'm old, and it's just your reflexes aren't there, and you don't know why. It's just that's what your brain is like because you got old. Right, and it's really remarkable how much of an advantage a young player has with FPS over an older player, and so there's that.
But also, you know, what's surprising is the average age of Counter-Strike pros is by far the oldest of all the games. In League of Legends, by the time you're like 22, your career's over.
Yep.
The number of 30-plussers in CS is phenomenal, and that's like the twitchiest of all the games.
Really?
So a bit of a counterexample there, but like, you know, there's no one approaching 40, I don't think there, and that might be where we're experiencing the drop off as we're really climbing up there.
Yeah, my FPS has really dropped.
Oh, mine's terrible.
Past 3 years.
Yeah, mine's garbage. Although I did get really good at Destiny, but it's on a console. But it took a long time. But
maybe training helps when you're old. I don't know.
Yeah, just watching T now it's just discouraging. Like I don't have the time.
Well, the other thing about Fortnite is, why do I hate building so much? Right? I know the argument of like, oh, it's so unrealistic to like put a building up, and but whatever. It's part of the game. That's the game design. Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm not attacking it at like an unrealistic building. It's not possible to build that fast in real life. Therefore, it shouldn't happen in the game. Right? It's a game. It's its own rules. So, but why is it that I don't enjoy it and I don't want to be good at that aspect of an FPS game, building barriers and structures and ramps and things like that? Like, do you like building in Fortnite?
No, I think it's what ruins the game for me.
Yeah.
I actually think that if there was no building in Fortnite, I'd be really into that game. I actually really like every other element of it, and it's the speed of building that gets me. And the complaint isn't the reality of it; it's the gameplay function of it. It's the fact that you catch a guy out,
Yep.
and you see him, and you take a shot, and you hurt him, and you take a shot, and then there is a house around him
Yep.
instantly.
Yep.
The fact that you can build a house faster than you can reload a weapon. It's just the times are all off. And I know it's still early access, but like, I would think building would be very cool if it took a long time to do. It made you vulnerable while you were doing it. It made you vulnerable.
Yeah, you had to cover a guy who's
Yes.
building.
So
yeah.
you're with the team. You're like, hey guys, this would be a great place to build a wall because we're expecting an attack, and we're
Yeah.
preemptively building and designing a barricade to keep us
Yep.
protected. No, but it's a reactionary thing in Fortnite. Building is not proactive. It's reactive.
It's-
a guy shooting your house. It's
it's-
fucking stupid, man. I can't even believe it. I
You
can't
can
even
build
believe it. man.
faster than you can reload a sniper rifle.
Yes.
Right?
You can build a house faster than you can do anything.
Well,
It's
there's
just
that new
unbelievable.
item that's like a house bomb, right? You seen that?
No.
There's a new item. Can someone tell us about this? Because I do know that there's like an item that you like activate and it goes it makes a house around you. And that's like, oh, we got a new item in the game.
Oh my god.
Because you love
that's-
building so much.
that's so stupid.
And it's like, well, maybe we're just.
Yeah.
It's like, are we out of touch? No, it is the children who are wrong, right? It's like no,
Port
no,
Port-a-Fort.
Port-a-Fort. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's and Darren's like so into like the microtransactions and whatever else. All he wanted for his birthday, you know what his birthday list was?
It was all
V-Bucks.
virtual.
Do you know what a V-Buck is?
Is it Fortnite bucks?
Yeah, I didn't even know what it was. I'm
Yeah,
like, I
'cause you
googled
didn't even-
V-Bucks. I'm like, oh, it's Fortnite's currency, and
He wants a new dance or something in Fortnite.
he blew through all his V-Bucks. He saved up his last bit for the new season just started. He got his battle pass. He's down to 0 V-Bucks, and that's it. Birthday money gone now. He's got a bunch of skins and dances. He does the dances too, like all the time in the house. Him and his friends at school. Oh,
Whatever that one. I know some of the dances. Yeah,
that's
they're great dances.
yeah, that's threading. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's like as far as
Threading,
dances go, like it's like you think of like old school World of Warcraft dances. Nah, man, this is like they got dances. Going
All
on.
kids thread.
It's all
dude.
mocap.
Threading is the new water bottle flipping, and so much better because it's silent. But dude, even at the tennis tournaments we go to,
Everyone's threading.
all the players are threading. Like in between their matches, you see them, and they're showing off their threading skills. Like Taryn can thread like light speed. He's really proud of it.
man.
So it's like all the time he's just busting out threading. But now there's all these other like Fortnite dances they're doing, and it's like,
Isn't that funny that like it's like it comes from video games, dancing.
yeah,
Now, kids dance because there's a dance in a video
yeah,
game.
dancing again, yeah. Oh
I know. I'm like, oh. Is there
no,
something?
Mackie truck. I'm not kidding.
No. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Dude,
It's here.
dude, Mackie. I see it through the window. Flossing, yeah, not threading. Flossing, that's it, flossing. Taryn's like pro flosser. All his friends floss. The kids in the baseball games floss. The tennis turns floss, man. It's pretty funny. They compete with how fast they can floss. Taryn's pretty proud of his flossing. But man, I'll take anything over water bottle flipping. If I ever hear that sound again, it's too soon. The bugs, man. It's amazing how quickly too, and I remember this because it seemed like a lifetime when you were there in middle school. But fidget spinners, anyone remember those things that took over schools for like 2 months? It was like water bottle flipping, then fidget spinners. Teachers had to put like signs on the walls, no fidget spinners in class, no water bottle flipping in the school, no dabbing. Dabbing's done already. There's no more dabbing. Taryn was dabbing all over the place. Now it's flossing. Every kid's flossing all over the place. And now there's some kind of new dance. You don't know, Tony, you're old, man. You don't know what flossing is? Come on, man. I'll give you a demonstration, but I got so many detentions last year for bottle flipping. How old are you, man? Yeah, I'm glad dabbing's gone too. I think I'm going to bring dabbing back to embarrass Taryn to make him realize how silly it all looks. So me and Stace have a plan that next time he's with his friends, we're gonna like dab, because now dabbing's like so like passe, but we're gonna keep it alive just for him. Just for him, we're gonna dab to his friends, so just so he'd be like fucking cringe, be like, oh, my fucking parents, they're so embarrassing. And then as soon as flossing's done, we're just gonna floss for his friends all the time. Just gonna wait like 6 months after it's just totally done. It's probably time for me to start busting out fidget spinners while I watch him play baseball. You know what I mean? You have a duty as a dad to embarrass your kids. I think it's a part of it, man. Pretty stoked. Taryn made the rep baseball team this year. Pretty exciting. It's gonna be a big time commitment, cutting into tennis, but it's pretty stoked, man. It's a pretty big area. Only 12 kids, and he made it. So it's a couple games a week, at least a couple practices a week. Lots of traveling to local areas, because there's like normal leagues and there's rep leagues. I don't know if they use the same terminology in the States, but he represents an area, and it's a pretty big area, so it's pretty cool. It's neat. Bunch of flossies flossing around. Can't believe the flossing. So Nico's not flossing yet?
No, he's got a basic dance going on, but that's about it. Oh man, those guys just delivered my TV.
That's amazing,
GLA.
I was gonna
Wow.
invite them back to the stream to introduce themselves, but they're behind. They were like,
Oh, did you seriously?
just be like, here's the actual people. And he's like, so what happened? Was it like they were gonna deliver it earlier, but then they didn't? I was like, it's worse than that. He's like, okay, sign here. I'm like, yeah, man. So I'll update all of you with my compensation package, which they're talking about. You know, I'm gonna get at least free delivery, $50 off what I paid, and at least $200 in gift certificates to Best Buy.
Far out. That's like a PS4, dude.
Yeah. So.
PS4. Jeff's getting a PS4.
So we'll see, but given this extra delay, like extra actual inconvenience today, and all of the, like, honestly, all the time I spent on the phone, like at some point it became not about, you know, the point of the journey wasn't to arrive. Like at some point I was like, I just want to know how long this takes.
Yeah.
Like I want to know what happens. Like, you know, how does this end? Like, and this is the end. Wow, I feel like it's just incredible. It's like there's a weight off my shoulders, and like it's like I have the TV. And
So what kind of TV is it?
it's a 55-inch Sony 4K TV.
Nice.
For my exercise room.
No way.
I'm going to use my old-ass TV from 2007
For
the
the
main
exercise.
room.
Oh, for the main
For the
room.
main room. Because I watch most of my media on the elliptical machine. So I'm like, I watch movies doing elliptical workout. It's the best. It's amazing. It's like being on a couch is like, okay, that's a special occasion. That's like popcorn, you know, with
Yeah.
with the wife. But if I'm by myself watching something, I'm exercising, and it's really like such. It's was such a great life improvement for me to be like just even if you're just moving slow, like you're not doing a big cardio thing. You're not sedentary. You're not sitting down. You're just moving, and it's a great way to like watch media and be fit.
I'm just gonna check the weather here quick, because are those clouds a bit ominous? Just to be sure here. I didn't see any rain in the forecast.
I checked. It's not going to rain.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks scary by the clouds.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, because we got to pack this equipment up pretty quick by order of monetary value. What does it say?
Rain. Less than 1 million. Rain. Starting at 5
What?
5 p.m.
30%?
Yeah. 30% chance of rain within an hour.
Uh-oh.
That would be a fast pack-up job. Are we gonna barbecue? Are you?
Yeah.
Well,
No,
more specifically, are you?
Yeah.
gonna barbecue?
I've got sausages from the tomato bacon sausages. So anytime you want me to fire it up?
Sure. I got to take a pee, so maybe don't leave at the exact same time.
Sure.
I got to get another water.
All right, man. My TV's here. You guys witnessed the end of the story. And with the exception of the compensation package. Jay Humbo, you had another child, just over a month old. Congrats, man. Yeah, we're cooking some sausages. Yeah, Allie's awesome. Allie at the warehouse. Shotgun Paladin, you can come over, have a sausage. If you only knew where we were. We're in Canada. Yeah. Oh man, what a nice day, you know, when you're in this climate and winter ends. It's just like you want to be outside all the time. So I'm really happy that we're streaming outside. And you know, you can see the leaves are starting to come in. They're little buds right now in the tree, maple tree behind us. It's going to be great. My wife was on the Pwnage web series. You'll have to guess who it is. OLED TV. The perfect blacks are incredible. Yeah, I've heard. Mine is not an OLED. I didn't spend that much money. So but yeah, I hear the OLEDs are crazy. I just love it's such a great thing to like live among modern technology. How you like TVs in 5 years are going to just be crazier and bigger and cheaper, and 10 years from now there's going to be like the craziest VR, like whatever. I like how quickly things progress, and how when I started doing TV research I was like, oh my god, TVs are cheap and amazing. I haven't done TV research on what to buy in 10 years, so I was blown away, and I'm sure I'm going to be totally impressed with this TV. And yeah, modern technology that screws up deliveries. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the good thing is I can open this up maybe, unless that. It's not too. There we go. Not too tall. All right.
When will you get into VR? Honestly, this is. Do you think about should I buy an HTC Vive or whatever the hell it is? Do you ever consider buying? Fallout 4 is on VR right now, right? It's
yeah.
So Fallout 4 VR is like a big sort of launch title for whatever the latest VR is. And I like the Fallout series. I like playing it. I think it would be awesome in good VR if it's good. But I haven't bothered to try it, or you. The Ultraviolence says he's literally coding a VR game right now. That's cool. But it's I'm excited for when it's done well and really immersive and
I'm really into the technology. I think honestly, pragmatically speaking, the only reason I don't have a Vive or something is income related. If I had a great job, right, I had good money coming in, and I had disposable income to the point where I could drop $1,000 on a toy like that, I might have bought one. But one thing concerns me is it makes me sick.
oh, really?
I get motion sickness easily from cars, from planes. I always have to gravel on planes.
Yeah.
Roller coaster rides, I'm a bummer to bring to an amusement park, right? And so I had an experience at the Toronto Fan Expo, where there was the PS4 VR was set up. They had a huge booth, and you, or maybe this was Calgary. I can't remember. It was either Calgary or Toronto, and you had to get in line and get a ticket to come back later or whatever. So some PP fans came by the booth and said, "Hey, have you tried it? Here, have a ticket. I have an extra ticket." So I didn't have to wait in line or anything. I literally just got to walk to the front. So I walked to the front, and then the guy at the front, the Sony guy, or whatever, was like, "Holy fucking shit, you're Jeremy from Pwnage." And he's like, "Dude, take all the turns you want." And I was like, "Fuck, sweet, okay." So I only got through 2 turns, which was a total of 10 minutes of play, and I was sick the rest of the day.
Really?
It fucking ruined my day. But that was 10 minutes of fucking bliss.
Yeah.
It actually, Jeff, it exceeded expectations.
So what can you tell me about what the game was, or what you were doing?
Well, the first game I played, I was in a tank. Mm-hmm. And you're holding the controller and you have your goggles on, and you put the shit on, and then you know, as soon as you look around, it's that first realization the screen is not fixed. So that, or rather, that sort of the imagery is fixed. So you look around, and I'm looking around the tank, and I look down, and then I see my controller that I'm holding, and off the controller is like deep. What that button does, what that button does. You want to know what the controls are? You can just hold your controller for any moment and look at it, and it's like, what's doing? So you look around, and it's telling you stuff. But of course, you can look outside. So then you start driving. You start driving the tank around. Oh. You start driving the tank around, and you know, you're looking for enemies, but you're not just looking for enemies by the controller. You're actually looking for enemies with your eyes, like up there and up and around the controller. So this becomes really just moving the tank, and it's separated.
That must feel amazing.
And it's so immersive that it was mind-blowing. Even though the graphics kind of sucked, right? It was not photo reality. It did something like to my brain. Like the dopamine hit was insane. Like I like there was a 5-minute game, and when I was done, I had like sweat pits, and my body was like kind of shaken up by how intense the experience was. And I realized in those 5 minutes that VR is insane, and then its future. So then I was like, and he's like, "Do you want to do another?" I'm like, "Yeah, man." So I went into this shooting game, which I didn't like, because your aiming was based on where you were looking, which was fucking stupid. I thought the controller should be. It's like, so you had to look at people to shoot them, and that was your aim or your reticle. Well, dude, 2 minutes of this. What do you think you've done to your brain? You're just like shaking your head up. Dude, I had to pull the goggles off, and then I was fucked. Like the whole day I was nauseous. And I blame the shooting game. But even after the tank game, I was feeling uneasy. I felt like I just went on a roller coaster.
Well, you know, everything's in its infancy. Like the
Hey, Ant Venom, what's up, man?
Oh, nice, man. Ant Venom. I hear Elon Musk sent you some tequila.
Dude, I'm so jealous of that. That's insane. How
So
jealous
crazy.
I am of that. Oh my God. Did that go off, by the way?
Yeah, man.
Oh, it's GCR.
Yeah, I think everything is in its infancy right now when it comes to VR. Like it's been around since Lawnmower Man in the '90s, but
Yes.
like come on, like
Yeah.
there hasn't been a real market force to push for mega profitable VR gaming yet.
Yeah.
And hardware, software, it's gonna take off and be crazy.
And it's going to change gaming forever. It's going to change so many lives forever. We used to talk about this a long, long time ago, but you know, World of Warcraft VR, but not World of Warcraft. I mean, an actual Ultima Online VR, right? When you have a persistent state world that you live in and have a house in, and you live on the beach, and everybody gets to live on the beach. I mean, it's completely game changing, and I think that. I mean, the implications. It's so beyond gaming. Anyways, it blew me away. I couldn't stop thinking about it for days because it was like a profound experience. Actually, it sounds. I expected to have fun playing a game, but afterwards I was shaken up physically, a bit sick. But then after that, just it made me realize how powerful of an experience it can be to be inside something, to be actually inside something, and not just looking at it through a two-dimensional screen. It really changed it. So on that note, I would consider, if I had a lot of money, I'd get a Vive, even though I know I'd probably only be able to play it for like 5 minutes at a time, and then I might get sick. I might have to use Gravol to play it. So there's like a risk involved in the purchase. I need to borrow a friend, but I don't have one that has one, and give it a try. I don't think kids are allowed to use it until they're like 10 or 12 or something, because their eye development or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So like T wouldn't even be able to play it. It was also, it made my ears and face sweaty, because it's like a big thing.
And, you're going to want to spend 3 hours in that playing World of Warcraft 7, right?
Yeah.
So
I'd want to spend 18 hours. Like I find my eyeglasses annoying. Like if you wore those glasses for 8 hours, it would be hurting behind your ears there, right?
Yeah.
And so like it needs to get to a point where if you're going to be immersed in an MMO style game for 8+ hours a day, where it's like an alternate life, that shit has to be so comfortable. Comfort is so key, man. So right now they're getting the technology down, and then I guess, once it gets really comfortable, I'll jump in hardcore, man. But
Ant Venom says apparently the tequila wasn't real.
Oh,
you broke our hearts, man.
Did you make that yourself, or did he send you fake tequila? I made that bottle to live the meme.
Yeah, it's good though. It was,
that's good.
Tequila.
I'm so much less jealous.
That's funny. Oh man, but yeah, once VR hits,
That's gonna be pretty cool.
for Gen 2.
Yeah, Kevin Paz obviously has it. He's got the whole big setup. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
was he
like,
was he in around here, or was he in
He
Calgary?
came to
or-
Toronto for work.
Oh, okay.
Stacy talks to him still all the time.
Nice.
She's my social communicator.
Mm-hmm.
So we met him downtown Toronto for dinner at the coolest sushi place. He's a big fan of trains. I don't know if you know this, but when he was a kid, he was like Taryn,
Yeah.
obsessed with trains, and he still likes trains. He's just naturally fascinated by trains. So we went to a sushi restaurant downtown Toronto, near where your condo is.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I think I've seen videos of it. They send your order and then it arrives at your table and stops.
on a bullet train.
Yeah.
On a fucking bullet
On
train.
a monorail.
On a monorail.
A mini monorail. Yeah.
And you have a tablet in front
I've
of you.
seen that.
And the prices are reasonable. And at first I was like kind of pissed. I'm like, why are we going all this way? There's so many great sushi restaurants we could walk to right here. No, we Ubered all the way fucking to this place. But man, what a great decision. Because Taryn was on cloud 9. Taryn was loving it,
Yeah.
and Kevin was loving it. They both sat next to the train. They're taking videos of the train. But yeah, and the table has a tablet. And you scroll, you're like, oh nice, spicy tuna, click, order. It's like on its way. And I'm talking like a minute later, whoosh, the train stops right there, and you take off your spicy tuna and you press a button and the train just flies back.
Love it.
And it's just on the plate color is the amount. So you just keep ordering things. The train must have come 30 times. We just kept buying, okay, well, let's get some edamame. Let's get whatever. Train's coming. And at the end, the guy comes, counts your plates, and you go home. And
Yeah. Why should you have to wait for like the server to bring it all at once, right? It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
especially
why
with
even
sushi,
talk to a
right?
server? There was
Yeah.
no server.
Yeah.
They sat down and you
Amazing.
used the tablet. Like, I think one time a guy came by, just say like, is there anything you want me to take away? Is there, you guys okay? Any instruction? No. It's like,
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I want to go to that place. Someone linked it to me on Facebook or whatever. But yeah, that's I love it. Have you seen the movie Ready Player One?
yes, I have. I went to see it in the theater.
Now,
With Stacy, it was a date night. I don't often go to see movies.
oh nice.
But we both read the book, so we thought,
yeah.
yeah.
So, do you want to go first, or should I go first about my reaction to it? Or
I'll go first. It's probably more
Go.
positive.
go, yeah, go.
I didn't mind it. It's way off the books. Only the very, very core stuff is the same. So it's very different from the books, excluding the core stuff. But I went into it knowing it's a Spielberg movie for kids. So my expectations were like, like zero. I was expecting like a giant piece of shit. And it was mostly kind of that. Like, it was so predictable. It was like all the classic behavior, right? That, I mean, I didn't take notes. I'd have to watch again if you really wanted like a specific breakdown. I didn't read a review on it or remember much about it. Other than it wasn't as disappointing as I expected. Had a couple laughs. We watched it, went out to dinner, and I was like, better than the last movie I went to the theater and to see.
You know,
It's Spielberg. If you're expecting Spielberg at the age of fucking 80 to put out something that's gonna move you and push boundaries, I didn't see it in 3D. But maybe that would have been different. But to me, it was just heavy special effects too, like so much CGI, right? It's difficult to connect any of the characters. I didn't think the acting was particularly great. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to critique, but like I said, I went in going, this is gonna be literally as lowbrow mainstream as movies get in the year 2018, right? And it was a Marvel movie, but it's not a Marvel movie, but it's that same kind of thing, right? It's like, oh yeah,
well, you know, like Spielberg, I think, still has like Schindler's List in him, right? It's like he can make a masterpiece if he wants to. And in fact, when Spielberg introduced this movie at the premiere, he said, keep in mind this is a movie or something. He said, I don't know his exact words, but he basically said, like, don't expect Schindler's List. Like, come on, like it's Ready Player One. It's a family, kid friendly, like, you know. So I think he endeavored to make exactly that movie, and I think exactly that movie was well done for what it is. And in fact, my assessment of it, I didn't see it in 3D. I saw it in 5D. I went for the biggest, craziest AMC theater in Toronto experience with moving seats, fucking water shooting at you and shit.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Water shot at you?
And
That exists?
oh, dude, I want to see it again. It was such a great ride because it's not a movie; it's a ride, and it was designed to be a ride. It's designed. in this 5D bullshit whatever cinema.
Wow.
It's basically like a theme park ride.
Yeah.
That big tracking shot where you see the layers and the big stacks of trailers where they live in Ready Player One, and the tracking shot of the main character coming down. Your chair's going all over the place. You're like, whoa! It's like I'm flying. And when you go past the water and you mist, and there's a little mist that spurts in your face, and when it rains, there's a little rain going on. So you can turn the water on and off on your chair, right? Because there's like all this stuff, but there's things that like flick your legs, and like things that jab you in the back. It's crazy. It was like, it's like what the fuck? Like
I didn't know this existed.
Yeah, it's called like 5D cinema, whatever, and you can go.
How much is a ticket for that?
Young Dundas Square. Well, I went on a Tuesday. It was like $20, and you're like, and
how much would it be on a Wednesday? Like 40?
Maybe 30. Like I don't know. Anyway,
Wow.
but I like, or it was $18.50 or something. Like it's like the price is like, it's not like it's like a $60 experience, right? It's like there's no way.
Schindler's List 5D. I'm so hungry. Oh, how did they do that?
Did somebody write that? That's hilarious. How did they do that?
I just saw Schindler's List in 5D.
Oh. I just think the funniest thing is that the seat makes you hungry.
It's terrible. It's wow, I didn't know that existed. Yeah, no, it's very much a ride, right? But because it's inside a video game. So I guess when they were doing like the bike race and King Kong's chasing them, you're probably having the time of your life. And I'm like, okay.
Well, of course, the first challenge in the book is completely different from the first challenge in the movie.
Oh, yeah,
and you know why? Because it's a movie, right? And then it's like, find this and
all
play.
the challenges were almost completely different.
Yeah.
Right? I mean.
Yeah. But honestly, like I'm actually kicking myself for not buying tickets. I got a seat way in the back, and I couldn't really appreciate the surround sound design because the rear surround sound speakers were right in front of me, right? So it's like, okay, I'm not getting the real mix, but like I would see it again, buy tickets in advance, get a better seat in the middle, and I'd experience that whole thing again, even though I've read the book and I've seen it in theaters.
Wow.
It was a great ride, and it's like, it's almost like he designed the movie half with the ride in mind, right? Which is,
oh, I'm sure. I would assume then, right? Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'd have had more fun. Yeah, no, we didn't have a bad time. Even watching it in 2D at the Rainbow Cinema on the little screen, I was like, it was what I expected.
yeah.
And so that was like cool. So it was the best thing there to watch before dinner. Okay.
Nice.
Better than when we went to see. What did we see before dinner? I think I talked about it in the last stream, and we couldn't even enjoy our dinner because we were shell shocked. I had fucking PTSD. Dunkirk. It was the worst dinner movie ever, man. Because and that I couldn't even imagine a 5D experience of that. But that movie, from beginning to end, there's very little dialogue. It's just a visceral experience. It's just, you're almost gonna die. You're almost gonna die. You should die. Everyone's dying. You should die. An hour and a half. And then we got out of theater. We're like, holy fuck! Like we had no appetite. We were shaken up by the whole experience. Not a good dinner date movie, Dunkirk.
No.
At all. But couldn't imagine that one in 5D. Oh my god. There wouldn't have been a dinner. Yeah, see, getting dark. Huh?
30%. 30%'s, it's Trump's chance of winning, though, right? So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think we're gonna get rained on here.
I think we might. It's just getting dark, right?
Yeah. Well.
He doesn't get shit the whole film. Yeah, film's only an hour and a half, though, man. I hold mine for an hour and a half all the time. Lost Invention subscribed with Prime 23 minutes ago. I don't know if I said that. I forgot to have this up on the screen here. And then, we did get the tequila subscription. Pyrohead. Did we get Pyrohead subscription? I don't even remember if we got Pyrohead subscription.
I don't know.
And Master of Appliance. Yeah, we definitely got Master of Appliance. And then, Slime's donations. Rec916 subscribed way back when. Mr. Main Vent subscribed, Tier 1. Hex's Islands. Okay, just in case we missed some, because now we can't miss any.
Nice.
You guys got to do these streams more often. I just love it. As soon as I got to call a junk company for my garage. My garage is wow, it's actually like stat. Like to navigate through is like reminds me
Yeah.
of your old apartment back in the day. We're doing some spring cleaning now. It was too cold to do it, but now the weather's getting good. Stacey and I were going to clean out the garage. We can pimp that set back up, and we can easily make this more regular.
Yeah.
I like the outdoor ones the best, man. To be honest.
I do honestly in the summertime, but
Yeah.
Yeah, cannot complain
Dark.
about this experience.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna fire up the barbecue because
Do
I
it.
know we're getting
Nice.
hungry
You can
here.
see my face now a little bit. You can see the RF hat. Does anybody not know what that RF hat stands for? You can leave the chat right now. You can feel free to leave. This watch is a Citizen Eco Drive, courtesy of my mom, Christmas 2015. Nice, Mom. It winds itself by like walking. I think that's what the Eco Drive means. I like it. My mom likes to see me wearing it, right? It's nice when you buy your children something and you see them use it. And now I'm just used to it. I feel naked without it. Wow, you don't recognize that logo. You fucking scrubs. Go watch more hockey or football. Fucking barbarians. I should talk into the mic, barbarians. It's Roger Federer. Roger Federer's hat. And again, it's a terrible story and it's short, but I ordered a bunch of tennis gear from a local tennis store in Toronto, including a cheap hat, just like a sweat wicking hat for the courts, sunny days. And these hats are like ridiculously expensive because it has an RF logo on it, and Roger's stuff is like ridiculously expensive. And a couple days later, they hadn't mailed me my stuff yet, and I guess they wrote me an email and said, "Oh shit, sorry for the delay. We're out of that cheap hat. Are there any other hats you would like? Pick any hat." So I picked the most expensive one, this one. I said, "Yeah, I'll take that one." And they said, "Sure." So here I got this hat for super cheap. There's my coupon story. Great story. Maybe one day I can get him to sign it. Rogers Cup is back in Toronto this year. I will be going. There's hints I might have an inside into the box, into Tennis Canada's box. That would be amazing. If I can get in the box for the finals or something, that would be disgusting. Never seen Roger play in real life. Got to do it. Never met the man. Never seen him play. I've seen a lot of pro tennis now, but I've never seen Roger play. He doesn't have too long left, so. Been on loop since the film. What's new these days? Any new exciting plans, development shows? There's nothing new in development for Pwnage right now. It's just kind of on hiatus. For me, I was recently doing some writing. I put together a couple of series, Bibles, pilot scripts, things like that. That's very recently, and I've spent a lot of time over the last, like 6 months or so on a game design. It's changed a lot since its inception, but I think it's in a really neat spot, and I think it's very different. Probably not what you would expect from me, because I used to wear a bandana and be the owner, so I think there's always an expectation that if I were to make a game, that it would be like the hardest game ever, super hardcore multiplayer micromanagement. But the reality is similar to the way, when Pwnage started, I was a hardcore multiplayer RTS player, right? I was a competitive RTS player. Lo and behold, show about competitive playing. But right now, I'm a late 30s dad of 2 with almost no time, but still a love of gaming and craving the types of emotional experiences I used to have playing certain types of games. And so the time has been spent figuring out how do I create those types of powerful emotional and social experiences without all the time, right? Is that possible, right? Is that the challenge? I think it is possible. I think I figured out a good solution too. So I'm still working on that in the background. It's pretty solid now. Like I'd say it's like, it's changed a lot I mean, it started out as an RTS game, and when you see where it's at now, but that's the nature of iterative design, right? Like, I mean, and it's also about staying true to what you really want now. What's missing in my life? What would I really want right now? What do I think there's a hell of a lot of other people my age now that were gamers, that used to have a ton of time, that used to have these magical experiences? What are they missing? And what can they do with very limited time? Does, you know, it can still be very deep. You know, there's I could talk about it for a long time, but I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to make a video. Actually, I'm tempted to make a video. It would probably be like an hour long. There's just so much to talk about it, about the game, because I just think it's I think it's interesting. If it were to work out, maybe it would totally fizzle. Maybe, you know, yeah. I don't want to give it, but it's, yeah, sounds gay. Exactly. There's Nova sucking, and there's no Twitch hardcore micromanagement stuff. So I respect, but I feel like to sell it, because it's so different. It requires a compelling video pitch, right? It's like, just hear me out. Don't say anything until I'm done talking. You know what I mean?
Smells like campfire.
I got a price alert for a 1080 Ti for $1.72. Can you pull the trigger on that? You know, video cards, like, the price just completely skyrocketed, and gamers like hate miners now
Because of Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, Bitcoin miners took over, and I think they're so late to the party at that point. I think a lot of people that have just like, if you're buying Bitcoin machines this month, it's probably late to the party. Like, I don't know if you're going to see a return on that, right? There's been people doing it for a long time. Remember, K-Pass was mining Bitcoin like a decade ago. Like, how long ago was that when he was mining? Like, holy crap, man. Yeah, it would be that kind of video probably, Tony. You know, it's got a sales, man.
Did you hear Kickstarter now launched like equity?
Equity.
Yeah, which I thought was like illegal because of like,
Indiegogo did as well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Unless you're referring to Indiegogo.
Yeah, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, because we got an email from Indiegogo.
Yeah. Saying we do equity now, which I think was like, you know, to be a public company, that's a lot of laws. You have to a lot of paperwork. You know.
Yeah.
You need a full-time CFO, right? But
yeah. It's curious to me legally how that's going to work, and the responsibilities. What happens when you don't follow through, right? It's
you know, it might be similar. Like, yeah, like what's the reporting system, and like how do you know like you're getting the revenue you signed up for, your investment, you know?
Yeah. Dara Def hosting us, 4 viewers. Thank you, Dara. I saw you up there, by the way. Hi, Dara.
Yeah, but it's interesting, you know. Theoretically, it should result in more great products and more great things when you have investment happening, and hopefully it works.
Josh, the NES nerd, I still have yet to see the Pwnage movie. I wish I could, but the time is not there. You're watching the stream right now, man.
You should be watching the movie.
Watch the fucking movie. I think I've asked you before, Dara, but what does that 17 symbol mean next to your name? It's like a Twitch thing, right? Is that a... Oops. Is that a 17?
Yeah, 17.
Oh, I just bumped the mic. Hope that
It's something.
I think that... No, definitely... Yeah, this thing is so heavy duty, man. My voice still good? Good. Time is the most valuable...
it means Dara went to TwitchCon 2017. Nice.
Okay. Yeah, I like this mic. It's a good mic. It's good stands. Good mics, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a Sennheiser MKH816. I think it won an Oscar in like the early 80s for like being remarkably high technology. It was like the first microphone that would like pick up sound from a distance. It's vintage, you know that? It's a vintage microphone.
Nice.
Sounds good.
I remember how excited you were when we got it.
Yeah.
That's Prode cooking, right?
Yeah.
That's when we got it. We first used this for Prode cooking. Yeah,
It's a
pretty
great
good.
microphone.
Is this? Do we use this on the film too?
We did.
Is this the one that got rammed in my door?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the one that caused damage to your
Yeah,
sliding
that
door.
I still look at all the time.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad it didn't wreck the mic. At some point, I need to replace that door, right?
Mhm.
Lucky mayflies, man. So what's up with the chat?
I don't record guitars through their amplifiers. I record guitars straight in and use all effects on it. Virtual amplifiers. I'm gonna throw on some sausages on the barbecue.
Josh, the NES, I also can't buy the movie right now. No ability to buy stuff online. No PayPal. No credit card. That's sad, man. That's very sad. I think we can work. I think we can work something out. I keep looking at the screen as though that's you. It's not, though. You're there. We'll work something out. Write the noob star, man. We'll figure it out. Got to see the movie, man. Now I don't think we take Bitcoin yet. We might soon. I think we're going to move our store over and streamline it. We've been talking about working on doing that for a while. Wow, can you guys hear that loud motorcycle asshole? Wow, it's getting chills. Uh-oh. I got to think, it starts raining. What's priority here? Close laptop. Camera. Trying to think of an emergency rain plan here. Just like slam, unplug, 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 camera up. You know, got nothing to drape on anything.
Yeah, if it rains, it'll really come out of nowhere. Like in terms of this morning, it was like 0% chance of rain. Yeah.
And the temperature has dropped like at least 5 degrees, maybe more,
Yeah, it's
right?
a lot cooler.
Yeah. It's good for my computer though, man. It's burning up.
Mhm.
I don't know what happened to movies. IMDb rating, it's been going down lately. Well, that's shite.
They got weird algorithms on IMDb.
Yeah.
It's not the
We'll blame the
arithmetic
algorithms.
average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the Roger Federer ad. Thank you, man. See, someone appreciates it. That's good.
Federer, eh?
So what else, man? There's like so much that's happened between.
I know, I got a massive list.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin. When's the last time we streamed? January.
Oh, ages. The fact that we're not left anymore.
I'm not. Yes.
No.
Isn't that
Like-
amazing?
Like, we're not left.
I'm not left anymore.
Left got so crazy. Left got so like. Yeah. So
Well, I'm actually left. It's just that left, as portrayed in the media, are now radical extremists only.
Yeah.
Now it's default when you say I'm left to be like, oh, like you're a radical extremist, third wave feminist, and you think that all, all hierarchy is tyranny, and I mean, it's just,
yeah,
it's absolutely mental, man.
like
No, but I'm not right either, Tony. I'm not even close to right. So I guess we're centrist now. Like, how do we refer to ourselves?
yeah.
Out of the game. It's
What's going on? Okay, great. Yeah, like I see these crazy posts on Facebook that are like that blame everything on a patriarchy, right?
yes.
Like literally this post was like woman assaulted at like Yonge and Dundas, in Toronto. And a friend of mine shared this on Facebook, this news story about an assault on a woman, perpetrator, I don't know what, and it was like, smash the patriarchy was the comment she put on it, exclamation mark. So this assault on a woman was like her, this was because of this sort of patriarchal structure that is imagined or real or whatever. I'm not going to comment on that, but it's just like it's when I say the left went too far, I don't mean that they're too far in the like in they're going to get what they want, but just too much of it. I mean, they're too far in that they're not going to get what they want. Like you're not addressing the problem correctly when you have an imagined cause that then you can't have a real solution to it. You're not going to solve the problem when the cause is imagined. So,
well, the infraction's imagined. I mean, yeah, man. It's
it's going to be it's going to be people not getting what they want or not addressing the problems correctly, which is to get to a practical solution. Like it's really remarkable what's going on in culture.
It is. And it's scary. I've been away from university for a while, but to hear Jordan Peterson talk about how universities have moved so far in that direction, that the professors of social sciences have moved so far in that direction, that are now educating future generations, it's kind of frightening, man. Man, Jordan Peterson's a fucking boss, by the way.
So I sent you the link to his famous interview now with on Channel 4, right?
Oh yeah, where he just absolutely. I mean, I've watched so much of his stuff now.
Yeah.
He was on Russell Brand's podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, he does it. Well, I mean, now he's out there. That's what he does for a living. Well, what's his Patreon is up to what? Like.
Well, he was at like $50,000 a month.
I think it's $80K a month now or something.
Yeah, he doesn't publish it anymore, but.
Yeah, all the people up there. I mean, DeFranco has over 16K patrons, and at a minimum of 5. He doesn't publish that shit either. I imagine it's pretty big. It's pretty scary. No, Fox News, nothing makes Fox News look in the middle. What's right of Fox News? Oh, I guess there is right of Fox News. There's Breitbart and all the super ultra nutters, right? The flat earthers, are they right of Fox News? I don't know. But now you were supporting Trump and stuff, dude. That's a far cry from where, I mean, Trump is still obviously a moron, and in fact, he's obviously an authoritarian, and the government of the United States of America is obviously moving in an authoritarian direction, and that's not even a matter of opinion. That's observable fact to everyone that has an education that's looking from the outside in. That, you know, it may be more difficult if you live there because you are bombarded with so much propaganda on a daily basis, which you are. So that's why I also don't blame American people themselves. It's tough. You're just animals being bombarded, being used, right? They've studied how to work your mind, and they've been working it. But it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. The attacks on free media, right? When you just look at, well, we called this 2 years ago, and it's done nothing but go more and more in the direction. Like, I think everything we've said on stream has pretty much turned out to be the truth so far. But just the worst part is that the left is now, it feels like they're going to balance it by being equally as ridiculously stupid as the right. It's now there's like just they're teeter-tottering, like just complete fucking morons on both sides, teeter-tottering.
Yeah. And it's the fascinating thing with the shift in the left is like why Jordan Peterson says it started in academia, right? But like it seemed to me the left used to make a lot of sense in terms of, you know, if you were to put people's opinions on a spectrum not of left and right but on logical consistency, right? It seemed like the left would be more towards the more logically consistent, but now it's like both sides are equally logically inconsistent. And
well, is it logic
just
part
in
of
terms
the patriarchy?
of just in terms of rhetoric, right? Like just in terms of like how self-consistent are your statements, right? Or how sound or how valid are your arguments, right? Yeah, it's what the left is doing now is idea shaming. It's shameful to state certain ideas, and yeah,
attacks the free press.
Yeah, it's it's interesting to see it happen. You know, it's interesting to live through it and be like, you know, I was on campuses in the 90s and 2000s, and it wasn't like it is now. And but Jordan Peterson is interesting because I don't agree with everything he says. Someone said that Jordan Peterson has some garbage opinions too. I think he's a fucking boss in certain ways, but I disagree with him in a lot of ways too, especially with his sort of his Darwinian truth concept, right? So he thinks the fundamental elements of reality are things like mother, child, father, and when he thinks about solving a problem, he's like, well, let's go pre-science, let's go 1500s, right? And let's talk about what's really real, because all we know is that we think in these concepts. So he's not a realist philosophically, right? He doesn't think of atoms and quarks as being the fundamental elements of reality. And I think it's just a bunch of mental gymnastics to get him to do what everyone else does, which is cherry pick the Bible, who's religious. And when you ask him if he believes in God, he says, well, it depends on your definition of belief. And he has a weird definition of belief. He says, I live my life as though there is a God. And I think the Bible has a lot of great ideas in it.
Mosquito on your arm now. That's not a mayfly.
So,
I thought I took a bite.
And anyway, I think Jordan Peterson has the most logical way of getting to being religious that I've ever seen, which is to use this concept of Darwinian truth and to look at the sort of distilled historic ancient wisdom that is in the stories that we write down, namely the Bible is a big important one. So but yeah, here he is just doing what every other religious person does, which is cherry pick the Bible and interpret it in the way he wants, which is, you can do that and you can come up with a way to live your life and some guidelines or instructions, but at the end of the day, it's interesting how it never goes to the future. It's interesting that, Jared, let me ask you this: what is any biblical scholar, what does the Bible say about living on Mars? Is it moral to live on Mars? Is it immoral? Let's because I guarantee you, in the future, people are going to be 100 years from now. There will be people interpreting the Bible passages and saying this means we shouldn't live on Mars, or this means we shouldn't put our brains in the computer, which we can do with technology now 100 years later. I'm speaking from that point of view. And there will be people saying, oh, the Bible clearly says this about living on Mars. Right? But it's funny, it's not until we get there that we start, cherry picking the Bible about it, right? It's not like, we shouldn't put our brains in computers. There'll be a massive anti-brain and computer movement from the religious right because it's wrong. It clearly states in the Bible when Jesus said this, right? It's because it's this issue of new technology and new things we can do that require moral guidance, and then you go back to the Bible for that moral guidance, this 200-year-old document, when they didn't know that Mars was a planet, right? So anyway, I'm just gonna flip the sausages.
Yes, flip them sausages. So any of you guys, hey, Snap, subscribed. Thanks, man. You do not use the 3 doors build. Any of you guys incels? Any chance? Do we got any incels in the chat? Just wondering. It's been in the news a lot lately here in Toronto. I'm an incel, technically. Lord Atlee's an incel, gentlemen, all right?
Pwnage, bitches.
Hey, it's David Bacon, 28 months in a row, man. Nice to see you too, man.
Bitches.
Less than greater than Garrett.
I haven't gone late for 3 years. You haven't had any thoughts of, renting a van and running people down there or anything like that? If you, right? Or gunning people down. If you find, you get to that point, talk to somebody, particularly like a hooker, maybe right away. Maybe go one of those sketchy Asian massage parlors, right? I think there's alternatives.
What do you want on your sausage?
Do you have just regular mustard? If you have mustard. Yep. What do you have, a shit ton of options or something? Just mustard. Yeah, it's mustard, yeah. The radical. This whole incel thing. I mean, yeah, I never thought much about it. I first heard about it when that Elliot Rogers guy shot a bunch of people. I don't know when that was, a couple years ago, and then now obviously everyone's talking about it since the incident in Toronto. It's such a funny term to me, and I actually don't really know how much of it is serious. Like, is it a big is it a big troll? Like, is the whole concept, is it like is it like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, where like a lot of people think they take it seriously, but I mean, obviously everybody knows it's a joke. That's how I kind of thought it was with the 4chan. Like, I assumed it was just people that were making a joke. I mean, even the name, involuntary celibate, right? And I guess there must be specific definitions to it, because anybody can go buy sex right away. We live in the age of Tinder, man. I don't know how ugly you have to be to not be able to get laid with Tinder, but it's got to be pretty ugly. Uh-oh. Dude, I just felt the drop. Uh-oh. Computer's pretty dusty. Could use a... Uh-oh. Oh, dude, another drop. Dude, it's...
First time too, 'cause I just brought up food.
Oh my God. Well, we'll oh my
It's
God.
really hot.
Spicy hot or
Temperature hot.
temperature hot? Yeah. Wow. Look at that. Can you show that off without dropping it? Oh man. Oh, thank you, Jeff. Oh.
Man, I have a lot to say about the incels and the violence happened in Toronto, which is terror. Yeah, it's So the guy the gunman who has become sort of like, yeah, it's really hot there.
I'm so hungry.
What's his name? The original gunman. I can't
Elliot
remember.
Rogers.
Elliot Rogers. Yeah. So
Supreme gentleman.
So he, and yeah, I think it is very ironic. I think it is very like, we kind of worship him, but not, and it's like it's this weird sort of modern irony that a lot of things are.
Especially
These
the fact
days
like that he refers to him
where
as Supreme Gentleman Elliot Rogers. Like,
where
they know it's a joke.
It's
right?
it's half troll, half
Yeah.
So I
What's a Happa? Sorry.
Mm.
He was a Happa too. This might be relevant. That's all.
So I when Elliot Rogers shot up, killed all those people, it was big in the media. It was like the War on Women manifesto, which the media talked about a lot. And so I read the manifesto in its entirety. I actually read the whole thing, and it is fascinating. It is an incredible document that is the diary of his whole life and how he got to the point where he had to kill people, in his opinion. It is an amazing read. It's an amazing view into the mind of a narcissistic psychopath, someone who doesn't care about hurting others and doesn't feel. There's no empathy, and someone who is also completely and total awkward. Like, Elliot Rogers' parents paid people to be his friend, literally paid people to hang out with him. The War on Women, that phrase only appears once on the first page in his manifesto, never again, and it's because the media only read the first page. It wasn't about women, it was always about him. He's an incredible narcissist, and he couldn't get a girlfriend. He never kissed a girl, never had sex, but he obsessed about it. There are points in his story where he sees the world as such an incredible injustice that, he doesn't hate women. He just hates the fact that every woman he's ever met is totally too stupid to see that he's obviously the best man for them out of every man on the planet. That's what he hates. He hates that every woman can't see how amazing he is. And he can't understand why they can't see it. he tells a story about how he approached a woman on campus at his school and went and finally worked up the courage. He has a lot of like the things that every young man has of like, okay, I'm going to talk to this girl. I'm nervous, you know. So he went and talked to this girl. He walks up and he goes, "Hi," and he starts talking to her. But of course, he doesn't realize he does it in the creepiest fucking way. He's the creepiest. "Hi, I'm weird." He's saying all this other stuff with his body, but he doesn't know it. And so she looked at him weird and walked away and ran away. And he didn't understand why. And he went and he ran to the nearest bathroom and cried for an hour. After he said hi to this woman, he finally worked up the courage to say hi to a woman. And then he had to cry for an hour in a bathroom. Like, you know, that's the kind of torment he was experiencing. He was really tormented, but he also was a psycho. He didn't care about killing people, right? And it's this combination of like, you know, he talks about how his younger brother started having some success with, he was going to get a girl, I can't remember the specifics, but his younger brother, he realized, was going to have sex before he did. And he says, "It was then I realized I had to kill my brother." Right? And it's like, what? Like me and you sitting here talking about it, it's like, yeah, you know, like that's crazy, right? And it's crazy, but he does the best job of justifying it that he can, but it's still nuts, obviously. But it's not misogyny, I don't think, depending on your definition of it, because he killed men and women. He killed his roommates first, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And he talks about how he moved into a room and how he went to university. And his parents bought him a new friend to socialize with, and how he like cried in his room so much, and he hid it from his roommates. Then one time he had some incident, I can't remember the specifics, he might have approached a girl and been rebuffed. He ran home and he was screaming and trashing things in his room, and he's like, "This time I didn't care that my roommates were hearing it." And you think about the story from his roommate's perspective, and it's like, fuck, this guy's a psycho. He's trashing his room, he's screaming, and it was because the woman was like, "No thanks," or something, just a slight rebuff of like, "No, I don't want your attention," you know, or just, you know. But this guy he tried everything to have a social life, to be social, to have friends. He had no friends. His parents had to pay for him to have friends. And he just wanted to get laid. And it turned into like, at the end of the manifesto, it's fucking crazy. It goes next level. It's the structure of it is amazing, because he talks about how women shouldn't choose who they have sex with. He talks about his ideal society, his utopia of where women are then matched with the fittest males and blah blah. And it's like, of course, well, in your utopia you're getting laid a bunch because you're such an awesome fit male, you know. But like, it's crazy. And he's like, and this is why I'm gonna go kill people. I'm gonna, like, you know. But anyway, it's a fascinating
And
read.
I still don't know where it gets to. I'm killing random people.
Yeah,
As though that furthers a cause.
yeah. As though like,
Right.
what do you expect? It's like
Right.
this is the breaking point. This is the same thing with the van guy and with Elliot Rogers. Is like at some point you're going, "Can't you see I'm the best date you could possibly have? Like, I'm such a great man." It's like, at some point it's like, how does that compute, right? It's like, no, you're not such a great catch, right? Because you're the guy shooting everybody. Like, you know, it's like, do you not understand that when you're driving the van and you're driving over people, you're not marriage material, right? Like, you know, but it's they didn't start there. They started trying to get laid. They started trying to have, you know, he has the desires we all have, but he's a psycho. He's incredibly narcissistic, like crazy narcissistic, and totally awkward. Like, cannot make a friend.
See, I don't know if he's psychopathic,
bitches.
though, because
Psychopaths have social skills.
they do.
Right? Yeah.
That's how they get away with
Bitches.
it.
Less than
They're in
greater
fact
than
usually
Garrett.
described as charming, just detached emotionally. And I think someone mentioned Ted Bundy. Like, that guy was the most laid motherfucker ever. Man, he still had women having sex with him when he was in prison after murdering all those women. He was like, via email correspondence, he had seduced women. In fact, there was I think that There was a woman in his last trial who came to trial. They like got married somehow through like whatever, and she's like defending him to his dying breath that he's a great man. He would never hurt anyone. It's all a lie. It's all a big conspiracy theory. I mean, it's totally insane. Yeah, like I don't think Elliot Rodgers was torturing animals as a kid. Like there's a lot of like really telltale signs for psychopaths.
You know what?
You're
Maybe it's the wrong word.
Yeah,
No.
you're peeing the bed. You're torturing animals, and then later in life, you're charming, not creepy. I think that this guy was ultra beta and ultra creepy, and creepy is just a weird word. It's not a scientific word. I don't know what it means to be creepy, but I've known creepy people, and it has something to do with the appearance and it's a social awkwardness, which could have come from social anxiety or something, but it's more than that. Like no doubt he was super narcissistic, which didn't allow him to see the faults and to correct his behavior in order to get laid. He didn't come back and be like, why did she run away from me? Well, if you start that thought process with, couldn't be anything I did, well, you're never going to make any progress in your getting laidness. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So narcissism really hooped him there. But I don't know the details. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure like didn't his parents had him in therapy for a long time since he was like a kid. He had multiple psychiatrists. There was like, there was a lot of warning signs. But I don't think he was violent, right? Weird.
Well, you know what? Maybe he was just so driven by anger to kill people, and maybe he did have empathy. Like maybe like I'm no psychiatrist, but like basically, I was thinking about this a lot because I don't think the solution is more misogyny awareness.
Yeah, no.
Right?
At all.
And this is again like with the problem of the left is when you imagine a cause, right? That is not the actual cause, you're not going to solve the problem, right? So it's like, oh wow, well let's have more awareness about violence against women and hatred against women. It's like, and I was talking with someone who was like, 8 out of 10 of the people that the guy hit with the van were women. How come no one's talking about that? It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just because 8 out of the people in the path were women. Like, was he specifically targeting? He was indiscriminate. He was targeting people of every age, of every at least that's my.
You can
assumption.
see the video.
Yeah.
Of him driving down the street. Maybe men, because they're more physical, were jumped out of the way more quickly. Maybe I don't know. Well,
Or maybe it's
the
just
old
8
lady
out of
hit
10,
was
like-
had no chance to get out of the way. She was like 80, right? She's on a walker. Who knows, man? I'm often walking down the street in Toronto, and I might pass 20 women straight. Women didn't take over the universe, then no men exist suddenly. No, it's 6.5 million people. I'm sure if Sully was here, he could quickly work out what the probability of 8 of the next 10 people you pass being women. But it's not very improbable at all. Like
Exactly.
it's really not improbable.
But this idea that like Alex Jones, when it first happened and no one knew what was going on, was appropriating it to be anti-Muslim. Talking about how when he was in Toronto there were so many Muslims and like in Canada, blah blah blah.
Yeah, immediately the Rad Fam's appropriated this to be. It's misogynistic. It's a hatred of women. Look at this.
Misogyny. It's like okay, let's call it that, sure, but you might not be solving the problem, right? Like education is often the solution to a lot of problems. Like if these people knew, if there was a course for incels that was like, no, do you realize you're being super fucking creepy all the fucking time, right? If there was a way to educate people, that's a great solution, because I don't think
a way that wasn't pickup artist conference. Hey, come to my conference, I'll tell you the secret words to tell women so you can have one-time sex with them. Like maybe if there was a conference of like decreepify, right? Here's the things that you're doing that you don't realize make females uncomfortable. Simple behavioral tics, things that you can actively work on and change and
because
practice.
they just don't know, like I could have fucking used a course in how to like date and courtship. I could have used in high school. Like I was fucking awkward a lot of the time. Like
Yeah, man, I should have got way more laid. You know what I mean?
Well,
Come on.
like
Obviously.
I didn't know how. Like it's one of the things that you figure out from social cues. You figure it out, right? You learn on your own. A lot of people can't learn that on their own. They don't pick up the social cues, right? So maybe if it was part of some elective education that you could take in your youth, that would solve that problem. You know, I don't think it's rooted fundamentally in hatred of women that is part of our culture that needs, you know, let alone a patriarchy. Like, you know. Anyway, I'm saying that in the interests of solving the problem. Like,
yeah, I think if he hated them, he wouldn't be so desperate to have sex with them. Right? He wouldn't have, you know. But
like I said, he just hates the fact that all these women he's met are too stupid to see how amazing he is. So he needs to be educated out of that.
like some of the creepy people probably feel that their creepy traits are actually just who they are, so they don't want to change them. That's fine. That's up to them, right? I mean, they just need to understand that the consequence of not changing those behavioral traits is going to result in them not having sex. But I mean, like the who they are thing. I mean, what does that even mean, right? We're very dynamic biological entities. We're changing constantly. Not just your likes and dislikes, your personality, right? Your interests. Like day by day, we're changing. I think all of that, find who you are. You got to find yourself. Remember coming out of into university, you got to try. I'm going backpacking the world to find myself. I think that's all a huge ton of bullshit. There is no yourself. Like, you're not a static thing, right? Now, if you're so attached to one of your behaviors, because all of your behavior can be changed, if you're that attached to your behavior and you're aware of the fact that the consequence is no sex, then you're making that choice, and that's fine. If I don't know why you'd want to hang on to a creepy behavior. Maybe you think your male friends, maybe you think it makes you really funny or something. I don't really know, but yeah, man.
And incels going into like discussion groups on 4chan and whatever, and like there was a subreddit. It's like R fat logic, but for incels. It's like incel tears. /r/incel tears.
Nice. I'll have to sub to that one.
And there's all these, like, I saw a post from it that was like, what is it? Chads and Stacy's. Yeah.
Which is so funny, man. That I'm.
You're not Chad.
Well, I'm with a Stacy, but does that default make me a Chad?
So,
at baseball practice, there's 2 Chad dads and there's 2 Stacys. My Stacy and another Stacy. There's like Chads and Stacys everywhere, and it's I'm always.
So
it's kind of funny, but.
So yeah, and incel tears. There was a post that was like, you know, this guy writing, like, just, you know, and the point of me telling, I'll preemptively make the point, is like, the solution isn't to talk to other incels on how to figure this out, right? Because you're just going to go down an incel rabbit hole of stupidity, right? Of like non-reality. And there's this one guy who was like writing a post during a school shooting. Do you think, like, you know, because women are attracted to power, and you know, the man with the gun in a school shooting is very powerful in that instance. So do you think the women get wet, and would they be attracted? Because wouldn't the man with the gun be the ultra Chad? Wouldn't that be like, I'm just putting it out there, you know, just for discussion. We're gonna see, like, wouldn't the ultra Chad be the guy during a school shooting with a gun, and then all the women are like super wet for him? Like, it's like discuss, you know, it's like that idea of like. You're going to arouse women by being the guy, the school shooter, is like, you know, it's not like a coin-operated machine, right? A woman, you put in a certain input, get an output. It's like, you know, it's women are human beings. It's like there's fear. Like, where do you start to rebut this idea and be like, you know, when you're not sexually aroused when you're worried for your life and you think you're gonna die and your friends are gonna die, and if it was so easy, like it's like you got to understand when there's this, just speaking generally, like do you have to make this point to incels or to people that are going down this rabbit hole, that like when there's a scarce resource, you need to differentiate yourself in some way that is difficult, or that is difficult to obtain, or takes work, or takes skill, or takes knowledge, or whatever, right? If you want to make money, there's no like step 1, step 2, step 3. You have to differentiate. Everyone's trying to make money, so you need to differentiate yourself. You want to be a millionaire, you got to do something that no one's ever done, and you can't be just a simple like get a gun. It's like it's so remarkable. It's like anybody can buy a gun, right? And it's not like that's the anyway. It's again, it has to do with power. It's like, does a gun make you powerful? Well, any Joe can buy a gun. So like, it's like, it's not real power, right? It's like, but yeah, I just that subreddit is fascinating, and an internal discussion there I don't think is.
Do you subscribe to Tumblr in Action?
No.
Oh, that's a great.
No. What tell me about Tumblr in Action?
It's probably similar to that. It's just people finding hilarious posts on Tumblr, and sharing it with the Reddit community, and just the sort of logic, right? It's obviously full of a lot of radical feminists and a lot of fat activists, and it's shocking. It's shocking. I mean, of course, some of them would be troll posts, but I would just take a peek at the nature of the content. It cracks me up. I find it entertaining, but also it's disheartening, because I have to assume that a significant percentage of them are real people out there that believe that their weight has no consequence on their health whatsoever. The fat people are, they are just as oppressed as anybody ever, that they experience racism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's but the feminist thing, particularly, like the patriarchy, everything's the patriarchy, man. It's without citing specific examples, it'll blow your mind to how the mental gymnastics to turn any topic into the narcissism, right?
Well, Jordan Peterson used to use a phrase that I didn't get, which was the radical Marxist left, right? And I didn't really understand the cultural Marxists.
Yeah, he uses that a lot.
Cultural Marxists. I didn't understand. I was like, you lost me, buddy. Like I don't understand what you're talking about, until he explained it on the clip that Lindsay Shepherd got in trouble for showing, where he explains what the cultural Marxists do, and he says, identify a human endeavor, identify a group that is doing better and a group that is doing worse at that human endeavor, label the better group the perpetrator and the lesser group the victim, rinse and repeat.
Yes.
Right? So, and yeah, it's remarkable how, like, I'm like, oh, I get it now. Like, it's like, of course, it's like there's a victim and a perpetrator for every inequity. Now, there are a lot of inequities where there is a victim and a perpetrator, but it's not all of them. Some groups are just going to do not as well at a human endeavor than others. And he talks a lot about equality of outcome and equality versus equality of opportunity, and this is what is like, it's kind of right-wing talk, right? But it's like, it's like, am I right because of Jordan Peterson? It's like, but he's the most right-wing guy that I can say is logically consistent to a certain degree.
Yeah, except that he's not right. They've sort of adopted him.
Because
he's the only one on the right that speaks well, as though he learned his own native language.
Well,
and then uses logic when he speaks.
Exactly. He's invited to speak. He's not invited to speak. He's invited to speak on Fox News, and they ask him about things that aren't healthcare, right? Because he believes that, like, the Canadian system for 99% of the population is far better than the American system, and it's demonstrative and it's a fact. And of course, when he's on Fox News, they don't talk about healthcare; they talk about other things. But he goes on Fox News because they invite him, and some news organizations don't. But it's really interesting to see this sort of him being villainized. I think his ideas are too complex to be summarized in a bulletproof way to people who just jump on him and label him right, and label him anti-gay, and label him this, right? It's like, no, I'm not anti-gay, but let me explain. It'll take 6 minutes, but I'll explain. But 6 minutes is too long.
It's too long.
It's too long. He has to explain his position in 20 seconds. Otherwise, he's labeled as being anti-gay.
Yes.
And that's why, like, I find the media reaction to him so fascinating, because it's like, how do you not get what he's saying? Well, you didn't listen for more than 30 seconds, right? And you wrote a massive article about him without listening for more than 30 seconds. In fact, he talks about Tabitha Southey, or however you pronounce her name, wrote an article about how he didn't like how you couldn't beat women into submission, right? She says this thing. I'm paraphrasing, but it's a line about how he does talk about how there's a physical difference between a relationship between a man and a man and a man and a woman, and Tabitha says it's like, oh, he doesn't like that you can't beat women into submission when they have an opinion, right? It's like, obviously that's a mischaracterization of his position and his life and his opinion and all the words he's ever said in public for his entire life. What he is talking about is humongous. Have you seen the humongous video?
No.
Oh, you got to. Well, maybe you don't got to see this video, but he's
I have to
saying.
pee.
Okay, all right.
Is it
It's-
soloable?
It's short, but it's something I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
So it's about if someone is screaming in your face, you're wrong, you assaulted me, with your words, you blah blah, and screaming in your face, and getting in your physical space and screaming in your face and screaming. There's a difference if that person is a man or if that person is a woman in how you react.
Yes.
Right? Like if there's a man who's the same height as you, same build as you.
Oh, there's a threat of physical violence impending.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a threat on potentially on both sides, whatever. And if it's a man, you can say, get out of my face, stop talking to me. You can deal with it differently. You can say, like, get out of my fucking face. Right?
Yeah.
If it's a woman and you say, get out of my fucking face.
Oh, I've done that. Remember?
Yeah.
I do that. I have no barriers. I'm a true like.
Now, yeah, exactly. So, but Jordan Peterson is saying he's
I treat both sexes equally.
He's a psychologist, and he acknowledges differences between genders in behavior and whatever, and he knows that if a woman, and this happened, women have been setting off air horns in his ear, like at his like protesting him, and he's saying, I can't do the same thing to them that I would a man. Right, because of the rules in our society and the physical differences between us, and he says the women are far worse because they get way up in your face. In his experience, the women get way up in his face with air horns, and he says, I wish they were all men so I could treat them differently, right? And that's the only thing he's saying, right? But it turns into he doesn't like that you can beat women into submission. Right? But it's like he's just saying there's a huge difference, right? It's like if a woman has an air horn in your ear, well, maybe not Jarrett Kale, but when you're a public figure, when you're a professor in a university, and when you're on camera, 3 different cell phone cameras, you're it's like. But if a man comes up who's your same build and air horns you in the face, you can maybe give him a shove, right? Yeah. But if as soon as you shove a woman, it's like, Jordan Peterson assaults a woman, like Yeah. And all he's saying is that I can't do that, right? But I find it fascinating. I find it fascinating that, like,
as soon as I get back,
journalists. Yeah, I'm gonna check on. Do you want another sausage?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll have one more.
Yep. We're taking a stream break to get some food ready. Be right back.
can't see myself here. Run around trip. Oh, I hate saying your name, man. Run around Trip Isis. Resubscribed 33 months, man. Thank you so much. That was 23 minutes ago, but I'm pretty sure we missed it. I'm pretty sure we caught It's David's Bacon, but I think we missed Test Plays Games subscribed with the Prime 34 minutes ago. Thank you so much. Bunch of follows in there too, which is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Has it been 3 hours already? It looks like the rain isn't going to come down. It drizzled a bit, and we didn't trip out.
Hillary president?
Is Hillary president? No.
Like 70% happened with the rain.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got you. I got you. Thank you, man. Whoa.
Rocking the cam.
Maramaro, Jarrett. Hey, man. Hey, Maramaro. There was someone else earlier I want to say hey to, but I think it's been pushed off too.
How many people are watching? Can you?
Last I looked, it was 180 something.
Oh, nice.
Good
numbers?
173
Sweet.
for our little talk show
Hey.
here.
Yeah, man. We're having a good talk show.
We got the followers, man. Where? No, I've lost my window. Oh, there we go.
Flies are coming up.
Yeah, as you know, as the sun sets, the mosquitoes will start. That's the first mosquito I've seen all year, actually.
Yeah.
Right there. Have you seen them previously?
No.
Yep. Oh, these are probably super hot right now, right?
They're probably not bad. But just on low, keeping them warm.
So, so what else is there? I was going to talk about how I beat women. No, I don't beat women. Never beat a woman. Threatened to hit a couple women before.
There was that one. Were you referring to that one woman that was like interrupting our
Yes.
filming?
Yeah. That's specifically who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've ever been a performer. It's very stressful, especially when you're not delivering the way that you know that you can. You're not giving the gold. You want the gold. It's late at night. It's dark. It's cold. You want to have a jacket on, but you got to wear an Iron Noob shirt. You want a fucking toque on, but you have a bandana on, and you just have to get it done at like midnight. And a drunk bitch just thinks it's funny to keep interrupting the scene over and over and over.
But she was also like, she was having a fight with her boyfriend. It was out in front of the hotel, right? And she was like on the. Remember, she was on the sidewalk sitting down, and she was like, very like, you guys are filming me. Like her complaint was that we were filming her without her permission, and that we should leave the vicinity.
Yes, she
Right.
asked us to leave because she thought we were trying to film her.
Yeah.
Even though she wasn't in a single shot. And I think even to appease her, you said if you would like to look over our footage,
Yeah.
you can quickly take a peek here and see that
We're not
the
filming
camera
you
hasn't
at
come anywhere
all.
near you.
Yeah,
You're
we don't-
literally not even like a bit of your hair is in
We
a
don't
single
give
shot.
a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Just be quiet,
Yeah.
right?
You're trying to be political, but she's drunk.
And then her boyfriend came down and was like trying to alpha you. He was like,
Well, he was like, what's going on here? And then, what happened, what set me off is that she was telling us to go. And then the boyfriend's come down, and he's trying to be all tough, and he's drunk too. And they're staying at the hotel right there. And then she grabbed the camera, remember? And that's when my brain just snapped. And you kind of pulled the camera back, and she was kind of stepping in. And I told her that if she touches the camera again, I'm going to knock her the fuck out. Just a polite threat, but I was actually really, really angry because I get so angry. I get so stressed out performing. I was already so mad at myself for not giving the performance I wanted, and then to have this fucking drunk bitch keep interrupting it, then to grab our livelihood, our multi-$1,000 camera, and potentially have grabbed it from Jeff and thrown it, because I'm pretty sure her idea was to throw the camera, to break it. So I told her I was going to knock her the fuck out, at which point her boyfriend got very upset and stepped up to me and said, "What the fuck did you just say?" And so I told him slightly louder, to him this time, that I'm going to knock your girlfriend the fuck out, and then I'm going to knock you the fuck out. At which point, he just baited the fuck right out, got his girlfriend by the shoulder, and they left. And then we filmed the fucking scene, and we got a gold fucking take. And then we went home, and I had so much adrenaline, I almost couldn't sleep that night because I thought I was gonna have to knock two fucking people out.
for the first, which you've never
I
done.
was I've never knocked anyone out in my
I've
life.
never done.
But I can't remember being that angry. That's probably like one of the top 3 most angry moments in my life. And I absolutely expected when I said the words to him when he said, "What?" You know when people say, "What did you say?" It's a dare, but you have to follow through on it. I can't say, "Oh, sorry." No. You can't bait out at that moment, right? You have to follow through. You have to repeat yourself. You say it. What I said was, in a louder and more clear voice, in case he's dumb or deaf, "I'm going to knock your girlfriend out." And then I added to him that he would be next. And yeah, that was enough. That's all it took. Because it's all chest beating, man. Nobody actually ever wants to fight, right? It's like just stupid chest beating.
Well, in nature, there's a lot of dancing before
Anyone
risks not being able to hunt because of an injury.
Oh man, I'm so mad. I'm mad thinking about it. It was the moment you grabbed the camera that I was. And by the way, I do believe it's very possible that if she was a man, when she grabbed the camera, I might have struck first before talking.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like it was the fact that she had a vagina that saved her face from getting punched.
Well, and it's good because, you think back on all these sort of, like, really dumb reasons to fight. Like, they're all dumb. Like, there are other solutions, right? And you think back of like, well, if things had been a little bit more intense or something would have been different, I would have knocked them the fuck out. I would have punched someone out. But you don't think of like the fact that like, well, you might have got some punches too. You might have lost some teeth. And you'd be here with a fake fucking tooth in your face, regretting it. Because the only thing you can remember is the tooth that you're missing, right? It's like there's a mutual friend of ours from back in the day who had to have major dental surgery because he got a bat to the face because he
I was just thinking about
into a
that.
fight.
I figured that's who you're referring to.
Yeah, and it's like,
wasn't even a fight.
Do you remember what that was about? Like, what was it?
The car in front of them cut them off,
Mm-hmm.
and so they honked at them, and then they were racing and cutting each other off and getting mad. That car was full of 4 Asian gangsters. They had 4 guys in their car. They thought they were good. That car pulled over. They pulled over to get some kind of fight, and they just stepped out of their car to walk, and some Asian guy popped the trunk, and they didn't really see, but he took a bat out of the trunk, and then as the groups came together to talk, he baseball batted him in the face out of nowhere.
That was the opening
That was
remark in the debate?
The opening remark was a baseball bat to the face that knocked all of his teeth out. All of his front teeth, and put him in the hospital. At which point they just dragged him back in the car and drove away.
Yeah.
And I imagine he still thinks about that all the time. Why did I get out of the car? What did it matter that they cut us off? Why do you start some big alpha thing where like, oh yeah, you're gonna cut me off, I'll cut you off, and like the road rage thing? You could have just let it go, man. Let it go, you'd have your teeth, right?
Yeah.
But
I like my teeth. They're doing great right now. Chewing this sausage.
Anyway, they did end up getting the guys, though, man. I think.
Oh, they have pressed charges? And
Yeah, I think so. Well, they were like already very well known to the police. Then it wasn't hard to find them.
yeah, in the end of the day, it's always dumb.
How do
to
you
fight.
baseball bat someone in the face? How is someone capable of doing that? Oh my god, man.
Well,
Well,
yeah, it's and he was young. Like, what was he, 22 or 21? Like, your teeth complications are only going to get worse as you go through the decades. So it's really not good.
it's all on the wrist and wind up.
No. But yeah, anyway, Humongous is a great video. Very, very radical left feminist woman showed up to speak at a town council meeting about a new police station. And she was there to speak about all the bad things that police do. And a man who showed up to speak about the good things that the police do. his personal experience, about how he had a good police experience in his community and he's glad to see a police station coming up, spoke. She confronted him after the meeting in the hallway and recorded him.
Oh yeah, I know the story.
You know this guy.
And
yeah.
she said, "What's your name?"
He says, humongous.
Humongous.
And she's like, you assaulted me.
Yes.
You assaulted me. You harassed me. You assaulted
Yes,
me.
he was-
Harass, assault.
Yeah. Wow.
And she kept staying in his face. He's walking away, and she's in his face saying, he harassed me. He blah 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 blah. Ask questions. Just.
She was trying to get everyone else around on her side. She wanted to convince everyone that he had like raped her or something, right?
Or had assaulted her.
Had actually
in her own words, yeah.
done something,
And the assault was identifying himself as humongous, which is a sexual innuendo, I guess. But you
not
could be
even
like,
necessarily.
what's your name? Like, please don't talk to me. Or like, big hairy dick balls. Like, like whatever. Like, are you that fragile? But anyway, H3 Productions did a Patreon or a fundraising GoFundMe for him. He made a lot of money because she made a lot of money from crowdfunding or whatever. But she doubled down. You should watch her follow-up videos. She doubled down on it.
Yeah, she published the video, like the God Monster. The incredible thing is that she herself, she thought she would put it on the internet and everyone was going to like
be on her side.
Be on her side, and she just got completely mocked.
And she's doubled down about the patriarchy and how it was, anyway, it's really, really remarkable.
What a fucking nut job.
But yeah, you hear about the Lindsay Shepherd affair?
Remember that?
Lindsay Shepherd is a graduate student at Wilfrid Laurier University. And she was TAing a course about media and culture. And she showed a TVO interview with Jordan Peterson on a panel of people talking about gender pronouns. And she showed a 5-minute clip and had the class discuss it. This is like TV Ontario, like public access, like clip. I've watched it. It's a great clip to watch. I've seen the whole thing. It's an hour long. She showed 5 minutes of it. She was called into her supervisor's office along with the Gender and Equity Committee, whatever, some other professor. And I can't remember the specifics of the people that were there, but there was like, they grilled her saying she shouldn't have shown that clip. It was akin to showing a clip of Hitler and not prefacing it with how bad Hitler was. She got in trouble, and she had an hour-long meeting, which she recorded. She recorded the meeting, and she's crying. She's in tears. She's like, I don't think I did anything wrong. I think it was just discourse. I think we were talking about these issues, like, and there are these professors who are like, no, you should have said how awful Jordan Peterson is before you showed the clip. And you you violated this. Honestly, dude.
These are professors of what? Gender studies?
Possibly one of them might have been, but
certainly not the hard sciences. Jesus Christ.
But Jarrett, like, it's as bad as you think. Like, so, she was saying, look, I'm talking. We're discussing the issue. Like, I never came down on the side. Even then, but they accused her, or the issue was whether or not she violated the safe space, and she caused irreparable harm to the students by showing them this clip.
Irreparable harm.
Yes,
it's irreparable.
Yeah, and she was like, "Did any students complain?" And they're like, "We can't tell you because of privacy." And she's like, "Can you tell me the number of students that complained? Like, was it 5? Was it 10? Was it 1? Was it 0?" And they're like, "We can't tell you." And to this day, we don't think she doesn't think any students complained. And the university and the professors have since apologized. But you should listen to the recording. They were grilling her and making her feel awful and chastising her for what she did in her class, which was just discuss the issue of Jordan Peterson's stance on the use of gender of all the gender pronouns. And it's just remarkable that this can happen, and that
it's almost unbelievable to me, actually. What university was this?
Wilfrid Laurier in Ontario.
What?
Yeah, So Lindsay Shepherd has since been, and it doesn't end there. Lindsay Shepherd gets smeared on all these like blog TO articles or whatever the fuck. Like there's all these garbage articles that say Lindsay Shepherd's a right winger, and she's like, I was left, now I guess not. Like it's like, and she joined Twitter just because of this. She's got 100,000 followers, and like she organizes like free speech like debates now at campuses to like undo the effect of what led her to be known for the Lindsay Shepherd affair. And there's a Jordan Peterson clip with all these professors talking about like, what is harm? It's something that damages permanently form or function. Harm. The word harm has changed. Like the way that these universities throw around, harming students, is ridiculous. It's like, get a new word for it, right? And the whole time I read about this, the thing that keeps popping into my head as being so remarkable is that these are the people who are draft age. If shit goes down and there's a war, the people in Lindsay Shepherd's classroom are supposedly going to be drafted into the army to fight for our country. And we're too old. Jared and I, we're 40. We're too old to be drafted and to join the army. And we're going to be on the back lines, not fighting on the front lines because of our age. Our FPS skills are not up there. And theoretically, we're going to get a bunch of people who saw a debate on a video and were harmed by it. I think Russia's going to win, man. I think China's going to win. I think China and Russia...
It's funny you mention that because every time I hear stories like this, I can't help but feel that it's coming out of the Russia troll farm, right? This whole movement, the radical left, it's so insane, it's so stupid that I can't help but feel that it has to be a troll. You read that post online and your brain goes, I need to believe that's a troll. For my own peace of mind, right? To go to sleep all tonight, I need to believe that person doesn't actually exist, that they're not that stupid. I need to believe that whole movement is actually being pushed by Russian trolls in order to destabilize a generation and raising a generation with no coping skills. It's oh man.
I think this society is doing it to itself. I don't think you want to talk about harm. Yeah, having a generation with no coping skills is like, but here, I always want to also think maybe I'm the old man thinking this is just, maybe it's a few isolated incidents that get amplified in social media, and it doesn't really have a place in reality, but it does have a place in reality. This actually happened. This meeting, it's. Yeah, I want to think it's just on the internet, But apparently it's in reality. Apparently you can walk down the street and have it affect you. It really is remarkable how thin-skinned and how, protesters of Jordan Peterson who show up and are like, there's no such thing as whatever free. I can't remember what that one protester said when they interrupted Jordan Peterson's talk. But it's a bunch of people who, the being on the left doesn't give you a ticket to the right side of history, the correct side of history. Like, I think a lot of people involved in this think like, well, in 10 years you'll see I was on the right side of history, or the correct side of history. I don't think you are. I think you're going to be like, yeah, you were a moron, and you were protesting something that was totally reasonable and part of a process of public discourse. And you got in the way of it, and you were just like a footnote as being wrong in the books of history. So anyway, I think it's fascinating. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, just because I think we have entered this age of information warfare. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think World War III is being fought, has been fought for a while. Maybe it's just that it's so invisible we don't see it. But the whole like Russia troll farm thing, I don't think that's made up Fox News nonsense or maybe is that CNN? Which one of the fake news? I don't know. But I mean it's the right thing to do. Why wouldn't you, when you're vying for international powers of government? Why wouldn't you employ tens of thousands of people to sort of subvert the other cultures, weaken? It's cultural warfare.
Well, it's also like with Russia, the audience is the Russian people, right? Putin wants to show that the current system of government in Russia is just as ridiculous as the system of government in America. The system he has to demonstrate that there isn't a better system, that they're all equally ridiculous,
Yeah.
And then that's how you stop a revolt in Russia, is being like, well, would you rather have, Trump?
Trump? Well, that's
Right.
what China's doing right now.
Yeah.
They're using it to strengthen their communist slant, right? Is that, look at what democracy brings. A fucking blubbering idiot,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Literally can't speak his own native language. That's now the leader. I mean, in fact, dude, that's a pretty compelling argument. I have to admit it works, whether it was Russia or China or anyone at all involved in that, or just a matter of nature, right? It has eroded my confidence in democracy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's effective, right? I mean, I was already eroding prior to that, but wow, did that accelerate the erosion?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's and he's convincing me, right? Trump and Putin are convincing me that, like, you know what? Maybe Putin's not so bad. He's doing some good things for Russia. And, like, you can't criticize him, but you can criticize Trump, but morons will elect him. Like,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's remarkable, but.
Well, it's a great system, right? It's you cut funding to education over many years, and to the point where there is no informed electorate, right? Like, if you actually look at, like, the principles of democracy, what it needs to function well, they're no longer there. There's no longer journalistic integrity. There's no longer an informed electorate. So then it fundamentally doesn't function. The average person doesn't have, like, the logical skills to weigh the issues themselves, right? Talking points get thrown around. People inherit their political beliefs as though it was a religion. How many of you Americans are voting the same party your fathers did and your father's father did? I mean, I know it's not all of you, but it's a fucking lot, man. It's treated like a religion. Like, it's insane. It's not a good system. But I don't think communism is a good system either. I'm not saying that it's one or the other. In fact, I think it's the best system we've come up with yet as a species. It's worked really well, and that's evidence-based, right? It's not talking philosophy. I mean, it's evidence-based. We've been civilized for quite a long time. A lot of countries have tried a lot of different methods. They've evolved slowly over time. Some are still quite extreme from others. We look around the world right now, we can measure quality of life. We can measure opportunity, upward mobility. These are quantifiable fucking things that we can look at. There's data. There's actual data there. But we should be looking at that data and then going, okay, as a species, how do we use this data to build a better political system? But as soon as you ask that question, you're like a traitor. It's like treasonous to even say the words. Like, it's an uncomfortable conversation to have, saying, yeah, democracy doesn't work, and that's been evidenced by Trump, right? It was evidenced in 1930 in Germany, which, by the way, in 1930 Germany was a flourishing democratic society. If you walked up to any German citizen in 1930, when there was a funny man who had a very small following named Adolf Hitler, who was a blubbering idiot-looking guy, and flourishing democracy, if you told him in 10 years you're going to be the most powerful fascist state that has ever existed, and you almost take over the world, and you kill tens of millions of people, you would be literally locked up. No one would believe you. That path would be inconceivable.
Yeah.
10 years later, it was reality. And it all starts with slowly discrediting news media, slowly polarizing the population, right? It's like everything that's happening and been happening for the last several years in the US, that's the exact same path. It's right there. There's data, there's evidence, you can read it, it's there. But that takes opening a book, man. But anyways, it would be great if we could come up with a new system. And what's ironic is I think Plato's system, I think the Republic that he described before Jesus was born is a more logical and sensible system than anything we've actually tried to put into practice. I really wish we would try to put the Republic into practice, and not just borrow the word, because if you haven't read Plato's Republic, I think it sounds like a great idea. Would love maybe take an island like Australia and just see how it works out.
There's the Russian trolls are great for Putin because they're so deniable. You can be like, well, I'm not paying them. Putin has said, oh, there's maybe there's some Russians doing this stuff, but they're not working for me.
I'm not saying the country was flourishing, by the way, in Germany. I just mean, like, they had an established and understood democracy. And very few people in 1930 Germany would have believed if you told them that in less than 10 years they would be a fascist republic. It just would not. Anyway.
Did you hear about those instances of Russian trolling where the FBI like knocked on their door and were like the FBI approached Americans who were admins of large Facebook groups that were like pro-Trump and anti-Hillary, right? And the FBI said, you've been working with Russians. Those Facebook friends you think are Americans are Russians. And the FBI is like, yeah, we tracked them, yeah. So you've been messaging and you've been organizing and you've been protesting. You know that person that just never showed up to the protest but that has been telling you to do things and all that? Those are Russians. And the FBI has done this. And they went to this. So the one man had built a jail cell in the back of his truck with an effigy of Hillary Clinton and holding a sign saying lock her up. And he drove around this truck around in protest right before the election. He built this jail. He was paid to build it by an admin from a anti-Hillary Facebook group. He paid him $500 to build this thing. The FBI knocks on his door and is like, "Oh, you got paid $500 to build that effigy in that jail cell in the back of your truck?" Yeah, those were rubles. That was Russian money. That we tracked him, and he was floored. He was like, "Oh my God, really?" Like, it's like, yeah, you've been talking to Russians, and Russians paid you $500 to build that and drive it around, and they're laughing, you know. Like, the FBI probably doesn't say this, but they're laughing their asses off because you sent them photos of it and all this, and then they wired you the money, and it's funny, they show photos of it on the news, and then they go to this other woman who's like, "You've been working that protest you organized that was happening at this certain date, that also a counter-protest, the same counter-protest was happening at the same time and place. Russians organized both sides of it." And the woman still denies it. She's like, "No, Hillary's with the Russians. No, it's Hillary. And the reporter's like, "Oh, no, we spoke to the FBI. That was Russians." She's like, "No, it wasn't. No, my friends are all real on Facebook." The woman to this day still denies it. So it's hilarious that, like, you know, some people are realizing, okay, I was paid Russian money because the FBI told me, but then this woman is contacted by the FBI, still doesn't believe it, and it's just, you just picture the rolling on the floor laughing Russians that are just, you know, drinking champagne at the end of the election, you know, exchanging their stories. "Oh yeah, I got a guy to build an effigy of Hillary and drive it around town." It's like, "Oh yeah, well, I got a guy to," like all these Russians talking about how the American puppets are just on the end of their puppet strings, like. So the FBI that's pro Hillary? No, it's you know, here's the thing, Jarrett. Did you hear about the text messages that leaked from the FBI agents who were investigating Trump and had them removed from the investigation because one FBI agent wrote to another FBI agent in a text message, "Trump is a moron," and that showed he was biased, so he couldn't investigate Trump. But Trump is a moron, right? It's like it's hilarious that, like, that is, it's like, "Oh, you're biased," right? no, you see reality, right? Like, you.
I was making an observation.
Yeah, it's like, you know, isn't that remarkable that, like, oh, you know, it's so funny. This guy just said that the FBI is pro Hillary. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I know they are. They probably voted overwhelmingly Hillary, the FBI did, because there's a certain level of education you need, and you have to pass certain tests to get into the FBI. Maybe those tests should be before you vote too. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you have to be pretty intelligent to get in the FBI.
To get in the FBI, yeah.
So, yeah, the FBI is pro-Hillary, and the FBI does think Trump is a moron, and it's, you know, although Scott Adams convinced me otherwise, that Trump has some very valuable skills in certain societies, in this podcast with Sam Harris, but about persuasion. Okay, I want to talk about another thing. It's come up a few times.
Yeah, there's something in my mind that I've.
Oh, you want to go back?
No, I just thought. Oh yeah, I just want. No, sorry, I can't remember who asked that. Yeah, the stuff about not raising your own children, that's pretty questionable and would be a tough pass in modern society and maybe not necessary. Although I still wouldn't mind running the experiment because it's argued very well, right?
Plato's Republic. Yeah.
He's like all of the Republic, like even though like not raising your own kids part. Yeah, okay, that's pretty far. Again, like I said, a small trial on an island. We'll New Zealand then, if Australia is too big for you. But particularly about selecting leaders and identifying certain key personality traits and genetic traits in children, sort of developing quality leaders who are empathetic and intelligent and have the best interests of everyone in mind, not having con men, which is the vast majority of politicians, smooth talkers, bullshitters, right? Like right now, to be a great politician, you need to be a great bullshit artist. That is like the number one talent of a politician is bullshit artistry, right? That's not a good system.
Trump was great at getting elected. He's not at getting elected president. He's not great at being president, right? Those are two distinct skill sets.
They're completely different skill sets,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So, anyways, it's a good read, and I think there's a lot of great ideas. And my whole point was that it's funny that everyone's like, no, it's you're either a capitalist or you're a communist, right? You're either here or there, you're either Eastern or you're Western, and as though there exists only two possible ideas that humans could generate, right? Here we are, we're going to fucking Mars and driving our electric cars around, but we're not really sitting down and iterating on our political process, right? And like I said, there's so much data, right? You look to a country like Norway. Right, every time you hear complaints from Americans, oh, socialism, blah, 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 not even using the word correctly, they don't know what it means. But then you can go, of course, look to a country like Norway and go, okay, well, why don't, if you don't think so, well, why don't you go visit Norway? Hang out for a bit. Go walk around Oslo. Go meet some locals. They'll kindly invite you into their unlocked home. And I think that if you actually experience these other cultures, which exist, they're real and have these real laws, and stop coming up with stupid excuses, you realize that I guess there are tweaks to our system we could make that could improve our quality of life. But hey man, I'm just a naive artist guy. My objective would be like to raise the quality of life and the opportunity for the pursuit of happiness to the highest level possible for all human beings on earth. Like that's fundamentally like the goal I would have if I was leader, right? It's like I want people to be safe and happy and have opportunity, equal opportunity. Right, definitely not an equal outcome. That's very fucking different. But and there are so many countries that are smashing us in that, and that's a fact, right? Facts do fucking exist, by the way. But that's a fact. We're getting smashed in a lot of areas, and we can make big improvements. But as soon as you start talking about big changes, suddenly it just sounds like treasonous talk, right? Anyway,
I wanted to talk about flat Earth
oh God,
people. And why I love them so much.
Nice.
So, the Flat Earth Society, which is growing in membership and growing in believers, I think is the purest distilled version of a human need that some people have to believe in something that is not mainstream, that is known to be true to them, that differentiates them from the vast majority of the population. It's about that. It's not about the shape of the earth. It's about believing something and knowing something that other people don't know and being special in that way. And you see this in a lot of different beliefs, right? So there was another mutual acquaintance of ours who believes that EMFs are toxic and are bad for your health, and this particular person actually makes their monitor hued red so that the bluish when they're computing. They believe in it so much that they look at a red skewed monitor as they're using it so that the blue EMFs don't make them sad or unhealthy or whatever, Of course, the literature on electromagnetic radiation is extensive and well understood, and it comes down to Maxwell's equations classically, and it's all very well understood. And the visible spectrum is a tiny piece of the electromagnetic spectrum, and it's all, the science is there. You know, the radio waves, everything are, you know, we know what they do, and though we don't know what the long-term effect, practically speaking, of cell phones are, as a scientist, you don't say because we haven't been doing the experiment. Maybe it's bad in 20 years, but
Is it anything like Disney?
we believe, except way more extreme, yeah, like to the point where people
Do you
come
have
up
that
to them.
functionality on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all evidence and all scientific understanding says that the radiation just warms your skin up a little bit and is absorbed and doesn't have any other effect, right? It's the visible spectrum or the radio frequency or lower energy photons. It's not going to fuck you up. Gamma rays, sure, that's another story, but they're not coming from your monitor. But anyway, flat Earth is the purest form of this sort of like, I'm special because I know this thing or I believe this thing. And to summarize my opinion on flat earthers is I love them because they vaccinate their children, on the most part, right? You get people who want to believe they know something that not everyone knows, is that vaccines are bad, and they're gonna, you know, and it's like, wouldn't you rather have them be a flat earther?
Absolutely.
And go to their stupid flat earth conferences and talk about how flat the earth is, and then go home and vaccinate your kids, and eat healthy, and, you know, believe in racial equality, and, you know, live your life like a normal fucking person. But just, if you have to have that thing, make it flat earth, right?
Yeah.
Just, it's the most innocuous, stupid belief there is, right?
Yeah.
The stupid belief without evidence that some people need to have.
Yeah.
Go with flat earth if you need to feel special because of some bullshit reason. And that's why I love it. And Bill Nye is like, flat earthers, come on. I'm like, no, Bill, let them be flat earthers because they might be anti-vax. You know, it's like, that's like, what, you know, yeah, I'd rather, you know, you believe that than believe that your race is a superior race to all other races, or, you know, all the other problematic beliefs without evidence, right? Like,
yeah.
That's why I love him. And it's because honestly, it's the most obvious disprovable thing, flat Earth. Like, if it came down to it, and it was like NASA was run by 90% flat earthers, like, and they started launching rockets horizontally to go off the edge, the rockets would stop working, and, you know, and then they'd realize, right? Be pretty clear. But
it's just such an insane belief to hold. It's pretty wonky. I mean, Jesus, I've been high up in an airplane to see the curvature of the Earth. Anyway, it's like when you maintain a sort of conspiracy theory like that, there's all the stilts it's on, right? Like, like, there would have to be such a conspiracy for the Earth to be, like, there would be so many parties involved. Is what we get, like, so many parties involved all around the world. Every government, every scientific institution, like, everyone is colluding to maintain this illusion for what end? Like, what's the motive, Jeff?
Yeah.
Like, I understand the motive of overthrowing a government that's going to be more sympathetic to your own, right? See, when people talk about conspiracy theories, my first thought always goes to motive, right?
Yeah.
So when people have these insane conspiracy theories about pizza and child rape and, you know, Hillary Clinton and whatever, but then, you know,
is Hillary getting rich off of pizza child basement molesting? Like, no.
No, she's not. But when people say, hey, you know, I think the U.S. government was involved in flying planes into 9/11, it's like, okay, well, we did witness shortly after trillions of dollars in increased funding in weapons development and sales, year-long wars. A lot of people made a lot of money. So now I'm not saying that happened, but I'm saying, hey, even that's significantly more credible because there's identifiable motive. You can say, oh, you know what? Actually, you know, there are people, and actually the funniest to me is, like, the ones that lost were Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, their home country, and you know, what was their motive there? Their motive was, we hate freedom and are evil. Like, it sounds like a bad villain in a movie. We just hate freedom. Freedom sucks. Who wants freedom? So we hate America because they stand freedom. So we thought we'd bomb them.
Yeah.
That's not actually a good motive. That's a Marvel movie motive for children to believe. But anyways, so motive. The flat Earth motive is what blows me away. What is the motive for the cover-up?
What do you? Is there a motive? Is there?
Well, I mean, they.
Yeah.
I assume, right? Like, I just mean, if you think there's a conspiracy, then usually there's a reason, right?
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I haven't heard a motive. It's, which is why it's so pure. It's so pure. It's not complicated. It's just the Earth is flat, and everyone's wrong, and it's a big cover up.
Yeah, but get the cover up. Like, why are they covering it up? Why are people putting? Because a cover up means that they know.
Yeah.
But now they're spending money and energy and time to keep the truth from people. Why?
And the
Why? Who cares if we're a bunch of discs floating around through space?
Even like there's this idea of spherical symmetry, right? Like for something in nature to not be a sphere, there has to be a reason for it, right? Like the sun is spherical, right? Like planets are spherical. If they're not spherical, there has to be something special about a direction. Right?
Wait. Do they think the sun is also flat, a plane, like a, or is the sun a sphere to them?
I don't know.
And we're a plane rotating.
Is Mars, right? Someone's like, well, why no flat Mars society? And I think the Flat Earth Society thinks that Mars is a sphere. They just think the Earth is flat for some reason, which is another level of like, okay, you just want to believe this, right? Despite evidence. But like
even the airline pilot, like you're like, oh, let me take this flight. I'm gonna go here. They think like the airline pilots are in it and they're doing this. Like everybody's in it. Everybody's involved in the conspiracy.
Yeah. In fact, the geodesic path is different on a sphere than on a flat path. So every airline pilot in the world is taking longer than necessary routes,
burning unnecessary amounts of gas, throwing money away because obviously, every company wants to do that.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, it's just in nature. From there has to be a reason why something isn't a sphere, because there has to be something special about a particular set direction or set of directions, right? If something's a cube, well then why is the corner pointing? Why is that corner direction specialer than the flat direction, right? What is so? And there's a plane of angular momentum, which is why all the planets in our solar system are in the same plane. They're in the same flat plane, but that's just because there's a certain amount of angular momentum in the solar system on a whole. But yeah, there's I guess the Earth is a little bit. It's not perfectly spherical, so there's something special about certain directions and not. But like, if the Earth is flat, what makes it special from the other planets? What makes it special about the direction in which it is flat? Anyway, is just.
Test Plays Game says a lot of flat earthers believe that governments are covering it up because they are using hidden land towards the edge for secret experiments.
As opposed to like northern Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
that is uninhabited. Like
why is land more hidden on a plane than it is on a sphere?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? It just doesn't make sense.
No, of course. Yeah.
It's and like. Yeah, like we don't have to talk about all the things that are wrong with it, right? But because then seriously, we are the morons in this equation. We are more moronic if we spend too much time talking about what's wrong with the flat Earth theory. Like we're the fools, and they're laughing at us. Look at how long we had these guys talk about why the Earth isn't flat. It's a big troll society, maybe, who knows? But yeah, I think that it's a very innocuous thing to believe in without evidence, and if that satisfies your need, do it. Like I love flat earthers because they vaccinate their children, on the most part.
So we're gonna eat at Antler Man next time we're in Toronto.
Yeah.
Get some nice game meat.
Yeah, that's a remarkable thing, hey?
Yeah. I shared that on Facebook. I don't share much on Facebook, but I watched the entire video. It was like 18 minutes long, the one that the actual protesters shooting. I laughed out loud more than any comedy has made me laugh in a decade.
Really?
So maybe I'm nuts. Maybe I just got a strange sense of humor. I just find their behavior so fascinating.
The protesters.
The protesters.
So, background info, there's a restaurant in Toronto, among many restaurants,
Yes,
that-
there are many
that-
restaurants in Toronto.
that serves meat among the many restaurants in Toronto that serves meat, and like in the local area there's like restaurants. It's a high density restaurant area, so
Yes.
which is relevant to like why them, not the other people.
Yes.
And but this particular restaurant the name of the restaurant is Antler. They serve game meat. They serve responsibly hunted
Yes.
meat and responsibly free range farmed meat.
It's a high-end restaurant. The chef, the owner himself,
Yeah.
hunts a large percentage of the meat that they sell, and they're proud of sourcing their meat as ethically as is possible.
Yep.
But of course, they have high-end chefs. The owner's a chef, and they make amazing food. It's difficult to get a seat there, and it's a nice restaurant. But anyways,
And it all started with a concerned citizen who read the sign outside of the venison is the new kale, is what the sign read. And someone got angry because the sign said venison is the new kale and asked them to take the sign down, and he said no. And so he showed up with a bunch of friends and protested in front of the restaurant
for months,
for months and months, and like
chanting, singing, and harassing people coming in and out of his establishment, costing him business. Because honestly, especially like I would feel it. I have a lot of social anxiety. I wouldn't want to go through those people to get in their restaurant. And they try to talk down every customer. Like they stood outside his business, his livelihood. And as you went in to eat meal, like, are you sure you want to eat here? You know, there's lots of great options over there. You don't want to go in there. Like, even seeing the person in front of you get harassed makes you not want to go in there, right?
And
Anyway.
and like, out of all the human endeavors, like, restaurants are high risk endeavors.
Oh yeah,
As a business,
that's
right?
a tough business.
You see a lot of businesses going out, a lot of restaurants going out of business all the time, and he's trying to create something. His vision as a chef,
Yep.
he's trying to create an experience for people. He's trying to make it monetizable, make a business, make a living, feed his family. He built this. He didn't have to rent the place at his own risk. And you know, I have a lot of respect for restaurateurs for that reason, because you don't know what's going to happen. You turn the sign from closed to open. You have your napkins laid out, and day one, and you wait for that first customer. You wait for someone to walk in. Hopefully they walk in, and then you know you try to get repeat customers, give them a good experience. Here's a man building something, providing a service, and then you know, sure, if it is totally unethical what he's doing, protest it. But like, he's one in 10, 20,000 restaurants in Toronto that like serve meat, and he does it in a more responsible, sustainable way.
Yeah,
and
probably the most responsible, sustainable way possible for a meat serving establishment.
yeah. And so he it made headlines when he started carving. If you can Google search this image, he started carving a deer right in front of the protesters in the front window.
Yeah. So instead of doing the job he would normally do
In the back.
20 meters away behind the wall, he brought his tray out and he just did his job at the window so they could watch him do the job. And they got, they're pretty upset, but they're just how insulated they are and how delusional they are, like how out of touch with reality these protests are. The conversations amongst themselves, the way they speak, all their mannerisms. Man, I was just laughing at everything. They drew stuff they're chalking outlines like on the ground like children. And they're interviewing each other. Did you watch the video?
No, I didn't.
Let me interview you. She's the one that put on this protest. Like, they're so self-important. Like, there's so many problems with these.
They're on the
with these
correct
people.
side of history, that's for sure.
Yeah. And so at one point they come in. So they actually, So what are your demands? Like he's asking another protester. So what are your demands here? Now, what do you think his very reasonable demand of a restaurant called Antler is? Originally, when some people were asking in the early part of the video, what do you want? We want them to have good vegan options. Then they interview the owner. He's like, there are vegan options on the menu here. They've been here since the day I opened. Of course I offer vegan options. I want everyone
There's
to
a
be
lot
able...
of vegans in Toronto.
Yes, I want everyone to have an amazing meal at my restaurant that I put so much time into, of course. So there's always been vegan options. But then they get to the root of it. They ask the mega self-important guy, their demands is like, so what is it going to take for you to stop protesting outside this restaurant every day when every option on the menu is vegan?
Really?
when every option on the menu of a restaurant called Antler that is branded around game meat is vegan? What a reasonable request. That's absolutely, possible. Oh, yeah.
I thought they wanted him to put a sign in the
No,
window.
no, they wanted him to change his whole menu. And they're not leaving until he does. They're still there.
Really?
They're not going to leave this poor guy alone until he changes his entire menu to their liking.
Yeah. Well, it's a group of people protesting, and it might be some people that have a lot of time in their hands. But like,
Oh, you think so? That's how they spend all their Friday nights.
So the restaurant owner was on the Joe Rogan podcast recently. He's like getting a lot of press.
Oh, dude, the restaurant's booked for months now. His restaurant, like...
We can't eat there, I gotta say.
Well, dude, like Patton Oswalt, huge people are tweeting about it. Did you see that?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, Patton Oswalt's like, next time I'm in Toronto, I know where I'm eating. Like, linked Antler, like, king... Yeah, man,
Yeah.
and it's because of that video. Watch the video. Like, maybe
I hope
you have
it works
different
out for
sense of
him.
humor, but it's like, holy shit, it's funny, man. These people are they just live in a different planet. They're completely out of touch.
Well,
It's amazing.
the other thing is that like I'm a reluctant carnivore. Like I know I am
I'm
a
an
part
involuntary carnivore.
Like,
I'm an in-car.
I'm I know that I am part of a chain of suffering for animals, and I have no justification. Like I was happy because I was happy to see that Richard Dawkins also says this. He's like, yeah, I eat meat. I can't justify it. I think it's bad, but I do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's because I go to a restaurant and most of the menu is meat, and I go through some mental gymnastics to think it's okay, and I know that I'm part of animal suffering. I'm part of a chain that caused another being that is intelligent, relatively intelligent, like a pig, to suffer. And I can't wait until you can't order actual was once an organism meat. I can't wait until restaurants only serve like synthesized steak that's better than like regular steak.
I can see that. I am in the same. I am an in-car. I eat meat. I'm not proud of meat. I'm not I'm not a flag-waving meat eater or anything like that. It's mostly convenience and protein, and the fact that I am an omnivore and there are essential, nutrients in meat that benefit me.
It's complicated to go vegan and get all of the nutrition.
It is complicated.
The
vegans I know are literally giving themselves needles to make up for some shit they're missing we are omnivores. It's natural. Meat is delicious. Why is meat delicious, guys? Why is any food delicious? Well, it's probably because it's good for you, and that's how in nature you've figured it out on your own what you should be eating and not. Oh, that guy. Jeff took a shit right there. That looks a bit like, oh no, never eating shit again. Shit's not good. Look at that body. Let me know. Wow, this meat's amazing. Oh, look, God, my muscles are getting big. Like, and I'm stronger. And now I can compete with the other male and reproduce. Fucking meat.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the approach I take isn't that like we all need to go vegan and all meat needs to be synthesized. Although I think that's a fine future too. But I just think like, the problem for me is that so many of these animals live in terrible conditions and are treated unethically, and some of them die painfully, and that really bothers me. And I think that we should just attack that first. Like, why don't we attack the unethical behavior of the raisers of the meat or the killers of the meat? Why don't we develop methods of first, like a system in which these animals have an incredible quality of life? Secondly, a system in which we're slaughtering them in the most humane way possible that's totally painless. And so what we've done is we've given them a life that they otherwise would not have had. There was the choice between non-existence or existing in Eden for 3 years as a pig, and then one day you go to sleep and don't wake up after Eden. And we give animals Eden, and then we eat them. Right?
Yeah. The problem is that drives up the price.
Exactly.
And
that's fine, right? Because we'll have synthetic meat. It's going to be super fucking cheap. But I mean, I'm just saying we don't have to take real meat off the menu forever. And we do eat too much of it. It's actually, we overeat meat. Really, like, we're fine once or twice a week. In the wild, we weren't getting to chow on meat all the time. So your body will be just fine irregularly eating meat. And then suddenly, a steak, And the real burgers, yeah, it becomes something expensive. It's not something you eat all the time. It becomes, as it should be, a rare treat. And I'm cool with that, right?
Yeah.
I'm just painting a picture in which I'm eating meat, but there's zero guilt because I know that the animal lived a great life and died in his sleep, and his other choice was to have never existed at all, right? It's better to have loved than lost, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole, I fully agree with all that, and like, but you know, we like to think ourselves as humans as being like empathetic beings. We care, you know, we have feelings, and we're, you know, but like the fact that like one video of a pig having a real bad time getting slaughtered doesn't make more vegetarians really says a lot about humanity, you know. Like I saw a video recently of a pig not having a good time in a slaughterhouse. I'm not going to go into details.
Well, I can't even watch that.
But like,
well, it's because you're so detached.
The fact that I just ate pork right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it, like, the fact that humans aren't 98% vegetarian after the videos that are out there that PETA circulates really says that we're not that empathetic as creatures.
I think it's a detachment. I think if you if someone gave you a knife, said kill the pig and then eat it, you wouldn't kill it. You know, because that's about as attached as you could be, is actually committing it yourself. Well, do you think about, like, how many Americans watching the chat think about their tax dollars that just went and bombed a bunch of children in a hospital in Syria? That was your money. You paid for that bomb, and that the blood of that child's on your hands. That doesn't mean you're not an empathetic person.
Yeah, but you can't stop paying taxes in America, right? You can vote a certain way, you know.
No, but not losing sleep at night.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about it.
I understand the detachment. They're not like, oh my God.
It's out of sight, out of mind.
Like, you know, you're not getting out and getting politically active. You're just going to sit back and worry about your own shit, right? But it is true. There is detachment, but like, you know, my point is that I think human beings tend to think that we're really empathetic and we're really moral, and, you know, but I think if we were, there'd be a lot more vegetarians around, myself included. You know, like, I think I should be a vegetarian.
Maybe
right?
a lot of empathy primarily extends to your species, and then even to your family, right? Bioaltruism.
I guess human empathy is different from like cross-species empathy.
It is, yeah. And some people are so ultra sensitive that it extends to insects, like they'll cry if they step on an insect or something like that. And for me, I know that I'm sure on my drive here I accidentally killed probably a few dozen insects.
Yeah.
Right? So I can put that out of mind. But I know that I couldn't sit through a video of a pig being butchered. No way. No way could I ever butcher it myself. The quickest way to me being vegan is making me kill the food myself. that would be the last time I ever ate meat. And they're like, yeah, no, if you want to eat the burger, though, you have to shoot this cow in the head. It's like, I'm fucking out. I'm out at shooting the cow in the head. Or harming anything, or watching it suffer. Yeah, it's terrible. But we're raised in a machine, man. We're in the diamond mine. We just can't see it, can't touch it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Born in a diamond mine. Never mind. It's all around you.
What's
Arcade Fire, man.
Oh.
Arcade Fire.
Is it that I haven't been into their new album?
I have. It grew on me.
Oh, I hope it grows on me, because I haven't listened to it in ages.
Oh, really? No, it did super.
I was kind of like,
Even the songs that at first I disliked really grew on me. Now I think there's two songs in the very middle. A couple of them, like Peter Pan and the first Infinite Content, I don't think they're ever going to grow on me. Everything else has now had its moment. And the end of the album, especially now, from Good Goddamn into Put Your Money on Me into the end, I can't remember what the last song's called. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah?
Oh my God.
I got to give it a second chance.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And of course the album opens so strong. I think it wanes a bit in the middle. But even chemistry kind of grew on me. I've been listening to a lot of my walks, and I got some headphones now, and instead of earbuds, like actual. You know what I have? We always used to talk about this, but I have Bluetooth headphones.
So you went wireless?
They're wireless Bluetooth headphones. The battery lasts for like 12 hours. They're chargeable, and it has a microphone that is gorgeous, and it directly Bluetooths my phone in my pocket. I can take a call with the button up here.
What brand and model?
It's Bose.
Bose. Noise canceling too?
No, the high, but it's effectively noise canceling because it's
Yeah.
closed ear.
Yeah.
The noise canceling one was like $450.
But it's a microphone that doesn't go in front
No.
of you. It's just
No,
up
it's
here.
just the cups, and I don't even know where the microphone is. But I tested it, and I'm like, hey, can
Sounds
you hear me?
good.
Yeah, you sound amazing. Why? I'm like, well, I'm on my headphones. I'm like,
Okay, I
yeah,
I
I'm
need
walking
to-
down the street, and it's like call. I'm like, oh, sorry, you can like answer hello from up there, and then you can hang up, and then it fades your music back in. It's just like, oh man, Star Trek. So
I
good.
need to get myself a pair of those.
Yeah, I camped them for a long time. Got an okay deal where they were still $200. Like it's not cheap, but it's
yeah.
not the end of the world either, right?
Yeah,
I
gotta
bought it
get,
with my Christmas money.
nice. Yeah, I gotta get myself a. I still want those headphones that I can walk around without holding this fucking thing to my ear through this little fucking speaker.
Yeah, but they are closed over ear, so they don't hurt your ears. Dude, they're like magic. Try them on next time you're over. It's like, like they feel better on than off. You know what I mean? Like I didn't realize my ears were uncomfortable until I put these on. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty nice, man.
Crazy
Yeah, great for listening to Jordan Peterson.
podcasts. Yeah, he is a bit nuts in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
though, you
yeah,
know?
he
It's
is,
like,
yeah.
but it's interesting that I can like follow certain ideas from someone. I can be a fan of someone, but not agree with everything.
Isn't
that
it
they
funny
say.
how I'm a fan of ideas?
Yeah,
and I don't.
It's like yeah, exactly, right. You're not a fan of a political party
I'm
or
not a fan
an
of a
individual.
person.
You like
Yeah.
this set of ideas that happen
Yeah.
to be shared by these sets of people
Yeah.
who are advocates of.
I'm
these
not like,
ideas.
well, no, he's an evil man, so everything he says is
Exactly.
necessarily evil. Like, it is possible. I'm not going to start listing him because that's a weird, but I'm sure Hitler had some great ideas. Right?
You're getting a lot of trouble saying that.
Exactly. But why? Do you think that every idea the man ever had was pure evil because he was
thought
such
like
a piece of shit?
having pizza for dinner on
There you go.
October 4th, 1939 was a great idea.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he had pizza. It was
He's
delicious.
like, dude, it's May 5th. I'm having tacos.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're like, fucking, that's amazing.
That's a
Like,
great
that's
idea.
a great idea, dude.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway.
Tasty.
Are these guys? No, I'm not. I'm drinking water out of my but first Jesus cup, which is
Y'all
actually
need
empty.
Jesus.
We typically do drink beer on the stream. It's just not not today for me anyway. Jeff's had a couple.
That's right.
Jeff's had a couple. I'm punishing myself. I'm unhappy with my weight, so until I get to a certain number again, I don't deserve any.
What, Jared? When you reach a certain weight, you change your caloric intake.
Yeah, I
to
do.
reduce your weight.
Yeah, I've done it before. and
What?
yeah, it's
You-
crazy. And then my weight goes down. Yeah, I
It
do.
does.
It totally does.
You what?
Yeah, I can actually control my weight. I'm a superhuman that way.
How do you control your weight? How are?
I consider the energy value of the things I put in my body, and then I
Oh.
consider the amount of energy that my body spends. And what I try to do is I make sure that the energy coming in is less than the energy going out. And if that's the case, I find when I step on the scale, the number gets smaller over time.
How did you come up with that?
It was just intuition, but and then it was backed up by decades of science.
So wait. You want to lose weight, so you don't drink beer.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Because turns out there's a lot of energy in
It
beer.
can't be that simple, because otherwise more people would be less obese. I think. It can't be that simple. It can't be a simple thing of putting not.
Well,
putting
I also got some homeopathic pills. There are thin pills, so I eat those every day too.
Yeah. What is this patriarchal science? Oh man, did you see that Reddit thread about that guy in Alberta who changed his gender to save on insurance?
No, that's
Auto insurance?
genius.
So, because of Bill C-60, because
Yes,
it
I
passed
just
the
ate
bill,
two sausages.
the bill that Jordan Peterson opposed, you can change. So Jordan Peterson says this. I'm not sure if it's true, but Jordan Peterson says you can change genders multiple times, from any gender to any of the many genders, multiple times per day if you want. You can just self-identify as a gender, and people, and especially
It's
the government,
gender fluid.
have to treat you according to your self-identified gender. Otherwise, they're violating your human rights. That's what Jordan Peterson says. I'm not sure if it's true. I haven't read the law myself, but there's a Canadian man in Alberta who was buying insurance for his car as a young man, 21. Your insurance is expensive when you're young because of statistics. It's even more expensive when you're a man. You can save 35% if you're a woman. You pay 35% less in your insurance. So he went and he changed his gender. He went and it cost him $100 to change his gender. He's saving thousands over the next, however many years. Remember how expensive insurance was?
Yes.
For us when
Yes.
we were in the 90s?
It was twice as expensive for boys.
Twice
Yeah.
for men than for women.
Yeah.
But of course we couldn't change our genders back then. But
No.
and
Wow.
yeah, so you can I immediately thought of a business idea of being an insurance broker that changes your gender for you, does all the paperwork for you. Like full service insurance, gender change, cheapest car insurance. We'll make you into a woman. We'll do it all for you. We have our paperwork machine that involves like a note from
I wonder how much it costs in Ontario.
right, and it's like so I'm like
Well, what a way to end the nonsense of gender fluidity, right? What an incredible
So-
way to end it by just abusing the shit out of it with systems like this.
Well,
Everyone
it's-
starts doing it. Everyone goes, oh wow, I guess there should be no gender.
yeah,
Right?
or yeah, it's like you can't
Amazing.
You can't discriminate over insurance prices whether someone's
Wow.
tall or short, right? But maybe there's a statistical difference in car accidents whether you're tall or short, right? But you can with gender, which is interesting. But now, so the gender issue got to be that like mega equality and you can change your gender, whatever. In fact, the Canada Media Fund that funds the envelope program in 2017 allocates 12.5% of their money to projects who have women directors, producers, and writers. Exclusively women, all those three.
Oh yeah,
Um,
and diverse too. Diverse is the word, Jeff.
well, no, just women. This is just for women. So 12.5% in 2017. They've since doubled it to 25%. So 25% of the Canada Media Fund money, the envelope program now goes to women writers, directors, and producers.
So they're literally equality of outcoming the rules.
That's right, and I my personal opinion on it is much more lenient in this endeavor than like say plumbing, right? Because media should represent the people, right? Should represent just like government, just like Trudeau's like my cabinet's half women, right? Well, because government should represent the people of Canada, so I think that's a good idea, right? Even though you might not.
I guess if their job was to be on a poster.
Well,
But
no.
if I think they have actual jobs that take skill sets and
Yes.
knowledge, and maybe the best person for the task.
But
Should be chosen?
I'm just saying like compare that to plumbing. I'd rather have the person that knows how to flush my shit down and get it away
Yeah,
from
but
my house, right?
I'd rather
You
have
know-
the people that know how to run a country. Actually,
Well-
that's pretty important to me. I think more important than breasts.
Well, it's
It could have been the case his cabinet was entirely female, and I'd be totally happy with that.
Oh,
As
yeah,
long
yeah.
as I knew that the
Yeah.
process was we chose the best people for the task. But when he sets out beforehand to say, I'm going to have 50-50, I think he's an idiot. I think that's a terrible policy.
See, yeah, I'm
Again,
not,
unless they're actors for a poster, and then you're like, yeah, you want to represent 51 women, 49 men, or whatever's roughly the distribution.
yeah. See, I'm more willing to accept that, and I'm not alarmed about it because I think the process isn't like it's not so the merit for the job is not so easily measurable to begin with, right? And I think the job of government is to represent people in the society, and I think that makes me comfortable with it. Right, I'm fine having.
'Cause you don't really
having.
think it's a job. You're like, this is a real fucking job.
No. What
does it mean to represent the people? What is that day-to-day job? What do they come in and do? His cabinet. I mean, like their job.
Well, it
like,
depends on
their
their
task.
ministry, right?
We're gonna do today. We're gonna represent the people. Right.
Well,
That just seems very vague. Anyway.
the concerns of the people need to be addressed, and they're addressed by representative government. But like, so I'm like, maybe it could be the case that had he not imposed the gender 50% restriction on his choices, we might have ended up with mostly men, but less merit in God's eye of the composition, right? Or maybe this 50% women is less merit than the 80% men version had he not done it, right? You don't know, right? You can't measure it. So with telefilm, with media in Canada, I'm going to sit back and can't wait to see all these amazing shows and movies that would have never been made, right? Apparently, if the merit is better, then great, right? But
Well, if the quality of CBC's content over the past few years is any indication,
yeah, so
then we're in for some pretty
yeah, it's like
steaming shit coming our way, man.
well, plus I also don't think the current system is working. So any change I think is good.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty disillusioned with the current system of the of Canadian
Oh,
media.
what a fucking understatement.
Yeah. So
I mean,
but at the same time, like producers are very competitive. In fact, if my name wasn't Jeffrey, I would be a woman, right? If my name wasn't Jeff, I would put female. I would be changing my gender, and I'd be applying. Because
Jared is a bit unisexual.
Sure.
Karen is super unisexual. We've met,
Yeah.
well, not with his spelling, but when you say it.
who would have thought if you want a career advantage for your child, give them a gender neutral name, right? I can't change my name because I have a reputation and an IMDb and press and all that, But
So, Caitlyn Jenner, man. What do you mean you can't change?
I would for
You
sure.
can literally just change your name. Jafina.
Yeah, maybe.
Fucking
Jafina.
A, man.
You know what? But it's funny, yeah, it's because I've, producers have done sketchier things. It happens all the time. Like, it's the least sketchy thing to do would be to change your gender to get an advantage in some financing application or something, So
I hope people do it all the time because
Yeah.
it's shedding light on how ridiculous it is to begin with, man.
Yeah. Well, there's
I'm going to become a girl.
Yeah. Well, why not?
Fuck it.
Why not? Just in case it comes up, right?
Yeah.
Spend the $100. You get a driver's license that says "F,"
Yeah.
and that's the only difference. And then
Yeah.
you get all these,
And then doors open for me and shit, and meals get paid for.
No,
Oh,
you
no?
don't get that stuff. Well, you also don't get creeped out walking down the street harassed.
No, I do though. People are gonna walk by and be like, "Yo, you're hot." I'll be like, "Dude, yes." I once got catcalled. Only once in my whole life, and dude, I was high for 3 hours. It was it was one of the best feelings of my whole life. It really was. That's amazing. Could you imagine getting walked on the street all the time? People be like, "Hey, sexy." I'm like, "Yeah, buddy, you fucking know it." Like, "Oh."
Yeah, but it's different.
Sexy.
It's different when you're a woman and it's like a disgusting man.
Oh, yeah. It's very different. But I would enjoy it.
Well,
Yeah.
I've told Allison, my wife, to tell me when all this shit happens to her and her friends. I want to know all these stories because it goes under the radar.
It was by a group of girls. So anyway.
And here's a story that happened recently to one of Allison's friends. She was rushing for the GO train, trying to get to work in the morning, and she was buying a ticket. And the train was leaving in 3 minutes. She's like, "Here, I need a ticket. Let's go." And the guy was like, "Oh, I might not be able to get it to you in time. I'll tell you what, if you miss the train, will you have coffee with me? Because it's
Okay.
gonna be 50 minutes till the next train."
Okay.
And it's just it's those little things that add up that we don't experience as men. It's like a creepy fucking guy is gonna delay your train ticket possibly because he thinks he's entitled to coffee with you, and it's fuck off, get me my fucking ticket. I don't want to know you.
I don't think I don't think he was entitled to coffee. I think that was his kind of Elliot Rodgers way to ask her out for a date on coffee.
The 60-year-old man asking the 25-year-old woman.
Whoa, don't be ageist, bro. Wow.
Anyway, I just
Wow.
I've heard dozens of stories
And
like
then
that
this
since
guy
I've
said to me, he wants to have a coffee with me. And then he said I was pretty. Oh my God, the things I have to deal with here in Canada as an oppressed woman.
Well, if you have an interaction with a person as a customer, and you just want them to get you your fucking ticket as soon as possible.
Yeah.
It's annoying. that they're like,
Yeah, and that's
they're
all it
bringing
is.
this whole other
It's-
aspect into it.
It's annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
It's not harassment. It's
no,
annoying.
It's not harassment. It's
Yeah.
annoying,
Yeah.
and it's an annoyance that we don't have to put up with. So I'm
Well, it wouldn't be an annoyance to us, which is why I'm gonna put up with it. I think what blows my mind about the catcalling thing, which by the way is a super douchey thing to do. Don't ever do that. In case you didn't know that, which of course you do. Like I don't even have to say that out loud. I don't think there's any guy in the world that doesn't know that he shouldn't be doing that. But the reason it happens, right? I think that everybody fundamentally operates on this golden rule, right? Do unto others, right? Catcalling fucks that rule right up. And that's why all the guys that catcall, they're not necessarily terrible pieces of shit. No one, I'm not going to punch you in the face because I don't want to be punched in the face. But the thing is, I would actually love to be told that I'm sexy by a woman. And so the catcalling guys who aren't on the quick social uptake, I think that's why this issue is seems a bit more complicated, and it's a bit harder to process. They're trying to educate the men. It's like, I think what's just not understood is that the golden rule doesn't apply here. He's actually doing what he wants to be done to him. He is acting as he wants to be acted upon. And I'm telling you, as a guy who was once in his life catcalled, it made me feel amazing.
yeah.
And
well,
that's just the truth, man.
But no,
It's nice to be
it's-
told you're sexy when you're a man, because it never happens.
It's a completely different thing, though. Like, when a guy's catcalling a woman, it's
I don't know
about
if
his
it's
power.
completely different.
It's
I mean,
well, it's
there's
very
a man
different.
calling a woman sexy and a
Yeah.
woman calling a man sexy. So there's a pretty big similarity in
But-
that exchange, right?
But it's.
I'm just trying to get you. I just know there's been a lot of on Facebook, particularly people like, I just don't understand why men do that. It's like, well, that's why. I'm just explaining why. I'm explaining why there's still a lot of guys doing that. It's actually really simple.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that men do it to exert some sort of power over women that they know won't reciprocate. I think it's about.
You don't think they've ever said it to try to brighten the woman's day? You don't think a guy's ever said, wow, you're gorgeous, by the way. Have a nice day. I'm not trying to pick you up. You look stunning. That's an amazing dress. In 2018, that's like harassment, catcalling, unwanted. I didn't want it. You know what? He maybe was trying to make her day better. Maybe he was just trying to, maybe he saw she was sad and it's like, you know what? You're beautiful. Don't let that guy get down. Well, when did it become a bad thing to tell someone they're beautiful?
Yeah. See, I think if it was really about that, if it was like,
No, I mean, I think there's a spectrum. I just think the statement that it's all about power.
Of course,
That,
yeah,
that sounds like honestly, that sounds nuts. Sounds like you swallowed the rad
Well, there's
pill with that one.
there's like, here's another story. A woman's walking with her
It's all
headphones.
power.
With a woman's walking. Well, a lot of the time it is.
No,
you
yeah,
know, and-
sometimes it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
there's always some layer of you think this is in some levels of consciousness going to get you laid, or like, there's a lot of that too. It's like, so here's another story. Woman's walking down the street with her headphones on, listening to music. Suddenly, someone jumps into her personal space, is like, hey, blah, blah, blah. It's like what? It's like jumping like off the sidewalk, like what? It's like, oh, like blah, 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 like your shirt, blah, blah, blah. And it's like what? It's like your shirt, blah, blah, blah. So, hey, yeah. And then it's like, dude, like, what do you want? It's like whatever, like, you're not as hot as you think you are. Like, Jesus, like, get out of my face. Like, it's like walking away. But it's like people just jumping into your own personal space and creeping you out, like, doesn't happen. And like scaring you and being like, I just want to walk and listen to my music, but I'm constantly getting jumped at these guys, and it's like, who
It's
are,
not constant.
well, sorry, it's not constant.
I mean,
but like, you can see how that would be annoying, and like, it's like, why did you think you deserve some of my time? It's like someone ringing your doorbell. It's that level of annoyance. It's like someone ringing your doorbell. You stopped what you were doing. You went and talked to them at your door. You're not interested at fucking all, right? Except it doesn't just happen in your home. It happens when you're out on the street, and it's like, and you didn't get anything positive from that experience, right? It's like, I fully agree. If someone was like, hey, you're really hot, like, oh my god, like, wow, I'd be like, oh, thanks, and I'd walk away with something positive or whatever, if that was what catcalling was. But the fact that women don't like catcalling doesn't mean there's something wrong with the women. It means there's something wrong with catcalling, I think, right? Like, it's like
no, there's nothing. I never suggest there's something wrong with women. I'm suggesting that men are exhibiting a behavior in which they're imagining themselves as also being the recipient of, and they're saying, hey, I would like to be called beautiful, therefore I will call this person beautiful, right? I'm just saying the golden rule in which almost every, I think, species sort of lives by, right? I'm not gonna fuck with that guy because I don't want him to fuck with me. It just doesn't apply. Like, that's why it's confusing to a lot of the guys. And I don't think catcalling, I don't know, that shirt story seems kind of crazy, like jumping in front of you and shirt and headphones shit. I think most catcalling, I always kind of imagine the construction worker, he's up there and there's a beautiful lady walking out, it's like, hey baby, woo, woo, let me whistle at you, hey baby, sexy, nice butt. And then she keeps on walking, asshole, that kind of thing.
But that's you're imagining that, right? Like, it's like I see, we don't hear these stories, and I've been asking for specific instances of these stories from my friends, because women don't talk about this, right? They don't talk about like all these, and like, another one is like, anyway, there's too many stories, but they're all very subtle. It's always very subtle, and it's always like the recipient of the unwanted attention walks away never having wanted that attention at all, right? And I don't think that it's up to the recipient of the attention to learn to like it, right? I don't think that that's the problem. It's like, you should like it when someone thinks you're hot. It's like, well, you know what? Like, a lot of women out there are like, yeah, 90% of the guys think I'm hot. I know it.
I'm not suggesting.
I don't want to be told it. I don't want to be, I don't want to be creeped out. And of course, you're always wondering on these interactions. You're always wondering, is there going to be violence? Because I'm weak, right? You're always wondering as a woman, like, is something going to happen? Is this guy a psycho, right? Because he's already creeping me out, like coming up to me and saying weird shit, and I don't. This is weird already to begin with. Should I be in? You're always on that layer of, am I in physical danger when there's a strange person in your space interacting with you, surprising you, right? So anyway, this is a couple guys talking about this. We should have people with more experience, like maybe Derek can talk about it.
But I think, coming into your space and invading your space, like that's not even catcalling. I thought like catcalling is the passing by. It's the you're in the car and you're doing it out your window, or they're walking by and you're on the second story, and there is no threat of physical danger. Yeah. But anyways, again, I'm also, like you said, that you almost sound like you suggested I was suggesting women should adjust their behavior and get to like it. I said nothing like that at all.
Yeah.
Again, I'm only the only thing I ever said was that it's not a mystery to me why it's still happening, and fundamentally why a lot of guys don't get it. Yeah. They don't get it because they're actually in their own minds thinking they're doing something that is going to be received well. That's all. Unlike, say, rape, right? Which, by the way, I think rape education campaigns is the most insulting thing to men ever. We just got to teach men not to rape, Jeff. They're just too dumb. They didn't know. They didn't know we didn't want to be punched in the back of the head and dragged into an alley. So we'll raise awareness and education about rape. No, every rapist knows he shouldn't be raping. But catcalling, I do understand that the awareness raising, the education, because a lot of guys just didn't realize that what they would like to receive is not what
and the incels, I think that's why I think education might be effective against incels, because they just don't fucking know, right? They're not, the goal isn't to be violent, as far as I know. Like, I've try education there.
A guy just joins our chat, pure rapage. I feel like my timing in the stream is perfect.
Like, there's a friend of mine who's a photographer, and she has like her photography website or Facebook. She's very active in social media, and she gets messages. Like, she showed me a message one day. She's like, because I was talking about this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, like what's with all this creepy stuff that happens, messages and shit online. She's like, yeah, here's a message I got like yesterday, and it's like, I'm gonna fuck you, I'm gonna do this to you, I'm gonna fuck you. It's to my photography website. Like, I'm just a photographer. Like,
But is she taking pictures of herself?
Like,
is it just like, here's a picture of the sunrise?
She's
someone's like,
it's she's a wedding photographer. She's a professional wedding photographer, mostly weddings, does all kinds of engagement photos, whatever.
Yeah.
I think there is a picture of her on her website, but not like it should matter, but it's just a professional photography website with all of her work on it.
No, I just bring it because I've seen people, like, they have their Instagram feed and it's like
Yeah, yeah,
relentless
yeah, it's like,
attention to them,
here's me in bikini,
here's me in a
yeah.
bikini, here's me in a
Yeah,
bikini, and then the
but-
cop's like, you're so hot, baby. It's like, I'm getting sexually harassed. Why do they keep talking about my body that I can't stop showing off? It's
But like, and like, you know, it's like you and I don't understand this because of our personalities. But like, I asked her, I'm like, do you even like? Does anybody in this room understand why the fuck someone would send that message? Why like? And it has to do. I don't get it. Like I don't understand that part of humanity of like some power over somebody by sending them a message through the internet about how you're gonna fuck them and how you're gonna whatever, just having some power over them. I made you read this that I wrote to you, and I'm satisfied, power, whatever, you know, this inappropriate message I sent you. Like, someone gets off on that, just sending the message. They don't think anything's gonna happen. They don't think they're gonna actually like, oh,
It's-
hey,
it's
you
a
want to go out for coffee, you know?
Yeah. I don't know the percentages, but there's a lot of people, so it happens a lot. But
Yeah.
but yeah, man, it's the stories from everyone, social media accounts. You might have like death threats, right? Every
Yeah.
time, like some girl recently wore a beautiful dress to her prom, and then there was a bunch of SJW morons coming in, cultural appropriation and whatever. You know that whole thing, right?
No.
And then China, like, it became international news. She wore Chinese-looking dress to her prom, and then tweeted pictures of it. And then some SJW on Twitter got mad at her for culturally appropriating a Chinese dress. And then it got so big, she now has like 100,000 Twitter followers because of the stupid dress. But then it became international news, and then China, the people from China are commenting saying, wow, that's amazing. Like, what a sign of respect for our culture to, like, we wear so many Western clothes here. It's so nice to see that you're now wearing some of ours. It means so much to us. To which the SJWs then responded, you are wrong. You are so under the boot of like the Western colonial patriarchy, blah, blah, that you don't even realize how you're being oppressed.
Yeah.
And it's like we know better than you about how offended you should be. Anyways, you didn't hear about,
No, I
this
didn't
was
hear
like
about
last
this.
week. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
I
I
missed
don't know how I
it.
got on that.
I missed it.
My culture is not your prom dress. Yeah, said only an idiot ever.
Yeah.
But what's extra funny too is then Chinese people started coming saying that's actually not even the dress. Like, you know, it came from this and this. The dress has already been so like recultured several times because it actually came from like a northeastern province, Han, that was like since like taken over, and then China reappropriated that and like made it slimmer and more sexy. Now it's more used for like weddings, and it's got the whole history
of
to the
course,
gown.
There's a whole history to it that the SJWs who are complaining about it have no fucking clue.
No, because it's just like they're just racist, right? They see like they have a racist lens on everything they look at in life. So every scene they look at, they just break down by color immediately. And in this case, it was white with a Chinese dress, and it's like ding, 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 right? It's time to get mad. I did miss something I was wanting to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say something too about. I can't remember. Oh, nice sunset. It's gonna be good.
Cat calling is something like a pass by comment. Yeah, that's why it's cat calling. Like you're calling it as they go by, right? Hey, baby, nice ass. Woo! Going up to a girl, telling her she is very pretty and you wanted to meet them is completely different. Most women love the latter. Yep, and I was just explaining the cat calling. The former is something that would make a guy feel great, right? It would be like something he'd remember for the rest of his whole life in a positive light. I literally was walking down the street today, dude, and this girl said to me, holy shit, nice bulge, nice ass. I'd love to ride you all night. And dude, I smiled for the next 5 hours, right? That's not what happened to me, but I'm just saying that, right? That I was just explaining why that stuff happens. And why the guys that doing that aren't necessarily like these evil, power-hungry, patriarchal guys. They're just, you know, maybe not socially so intelligent, or intelligent at all. But as for the latter, the going up to a girl, telling her she is very pretty and you want to meet them, most women love the latter. That might be true, but it's something that's going to stop very quickly. I can tell you right now, I wouldn't do that to a girl. I will never again in my life. I used to tell my friends when I would meet them, if I hadn't seen them in a while, I would say something like, "Oh, Candace, you look amazing! Holy shit! Like, I love your dress." And then that was just, I'm her friend, and I would just say that because I thought she looked beautiful, and you know, but I learned not through her, but from reading on the internet of other women complaining about the exact same situation, saying, I never asked for your opinion on my fucking looks. Who are you to judge me? I didn't fucking blah, blah. And I was like, wow, have I been being a dick to my female friends all these years trying to give them positive comments, right? Especially when they've lost weight or I know they've been going to the gym and they've been working at it, and I'm trying to provide positive reinforcement. I'm not trying to sleep with them. I'm not trying to judge them. I'm just trying to make them smile and feel a little bit better for that moment in their life. I'm afraid to do that now. I'm not mentioning shit to any girl about her appearance ever for the rest of my life. I don't even know it's a good thing I'm not single. I don't even know how I would date. I'm not into hookups. Tinder's not for me, but I wouldn't even know where to begin. I would be so frightened of starting the conversation that I would probably become an incel, because unless a girl's gonna come up to me and have sex with me, I think I would just be like, I'd be done. I'd just be right out of the race. Because at this point, I think, and I'm not alone in it, it just seems in the world of microaggressions, right? In the world of consequence matters, not intent, right? It's just too frightening, right? Telling a girl she's beautiful and now you're a sexual harasser? Holy fuck. Or assault? Maybe is the word assault used there? Like, catcalling is like talked about in the same vein as people that like drag women into alleys and physically rape them, right? People talk about these things using the same words, right? The same vocabulary. There's no distinctions anymore. The categories have just all blurred. Sexual assault. What did he do? Did he abduct her in a parkade? Oh, no. He said she was sexy. Oh, lock him up. Lock that guy up. Anyway. We can change the topic because you probably all hate me now. So all the girls hate me. I'm an evil man out there trying to tell girls they're beautiful, which I don't do. It's not like I've ever done it. I don't think I've catcalled anyone in my life, although I've wanted to. Absolutely. God, even since this whole man, I saw a girl and she looked sad and she was just so strikingly beautiful. And inside my brain, I was like, man, she looks so sad right now. I wonder if I just let her know that you might be the most beautiful girl I've seen in the last month of my life. And I've seen a million. Maybe that'd brighten her day. Of course, I didn't say shit. Can't say shit, because that'd be the creepiest Elliot Rogers shit thing to do. But you know what? Can't do it, man. Poor, sad, smokingly hot girl. Just sitting there sad. Can't help her out, man. Don't talk to girls. It's bad. They don't want you to talk to them. Just wait for them to talk to you. And then act real scared. Later, Pwn Daddy. I used to think the owner was PC, but apparently he's some console noob. Oh, I thought at first you said politically correct. I'm not even a console noob, dude. No, I play mobile games, man. Consoles, that's way too pro for me. Yeah, that's way I can't handle those console games. I mean, it's tough, man. 2 analogs like that. Yeah, it depends on the girl. It really does. And again, and I've talked before, it all comes down to coping mechanisms, right? And actually, Reddit linked to really seems freakily unrelated, but it seemed so relevant. But some studies showed that late night cell phone usage, especially they call it vampiric cell phone usage, so the teens that go to bed and they bring their cell phones with them to bed and maybe still check it under the covers or in the middle of the night, fail to develop coping mechanisms. It triggers something in the brain where you have difficulty coping with your emotions. And I thought, wow, Tumblr in action. Like, how many of those Tumblrites are reading? Is that why they have no skin at all? And words crush them worse than bullets?
Or is that just our old man eyes thinking so? Like, maybe,
I don't know. But it really does depend on the person. I mean, Stacy had she got harassed once. I mean, she's a beautiful girl, so obviously she's had her share of catcalling or whatever else. Doesn't faze her though, just it's her personality. But she literally had a guy pull his dick out at her.
When?
When she was 12.
What?
Yeah. She still laughs about it.
And was this guy related to her?
No. He was in a car. He was in a creepy car, and he's like, "Come over here." She was with her sister. She's like, "Girls, come over here. Come over. I got something for her." And they're like, "What?" And he was beating it in his car, looking at them.
Wow.
And then they ran off home. and they still laugh about it. Like, it was a funny moment in their life, and they look back on it with fond memory.
Oh,
It's pretty weird, right? But it just shows how, you know, the difference in personality and upbringing and coping mechanism, right? These days, if that were to happen to a teenager, she might need years of therapy because she saw a penis. You know what I mean?
She watched a Jordan Peterson clip in a classroom.
Yeah, she watched a Jordan Peterson clip without first being ad hominem that he's the most evil man, and every word that comes out of his mouth is wrong.
So, Jarrett, here's a slightly different but related topic. Do you remember being in high school?
I do, although not as much as I should probably.
You remember being like a young man, right?
Yep.
And do you remember like being in class and like there's girls in your class?
Yes.
And you remember like seeing like
do you remember when the midriffs, that phase came in? Holy shit, man.
Dude, like
holy shit,
like
man.
what does a midriff do to a 17-year-old male?
It becomes moves to the forefront of your mind and becomes I mean, there's like eye gravity, but so you call it, like, you know what eye gravity is. It's like mind gravity. It's I mean, as a 17-year-old male, you're so hormonally driven, right? You know, it don't sound perverted, but you're so hormonally driven. You just like the acquisition of sex is just so important. And having never seen midriffs, because this was like a new thing. Because prior to that, girls never wore anything. Like, because when we were in school, girls were dressed far more conservatively than they are now. But then this midriff thing came in, and all of a sudden these girls are showing off their belly buttons, and you're seeing them, and you're seeing part of their naked body. And distracting is an understatement, I would say, and arousing, and I'm not a pervert. I'm never been a pervert, I don't think. I'm just a normal guy, but I remember it being glorious, just absolutely fucking glorious. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and like you're at the hormonal point where like there was an SNL sketch about this a few weeks ago. Like you would just get a boner in class.
I've had a few boners in class,
like,
absolutely. Yeah.
And you're like,
yeah,
you're like trying to push your dick down, and it's like you hope you don't get called to the to the chalkboard because you wear your sweatpants today.
Yeah, because you don't actually, by the way, control your boners. I think even most girls are smart enough to know that, right? It's not like you're like on, you know what I mean?
Off.
Yeah, it's doesn't really work like that.
Could be grandma,
and once your mind starts going, like once you see the midriff, then you start imagining. Next thing you know, you're dating her. Next thing you know, you're like, you're in the backseat of your car. Next thing, Jared, what? I asked you. Does the mitochondrial cell? I'm like, I don't know. I was having sex with her in the backseat of my car.
Yeah. And so here's an image that made the Tumblrina Facebook circulation. It's a picture of a message posted on a school wall. When you interrupt a girl's school day to force her to change clothes or send her home because her shorts are too short or her bra straps are visible, you are telling her that making sure boys have a distraction-free learning environment is more important than her education. Instead of shaming girls for their bodies, teach boys that girls are not sexual objects.
Here's a couple of
Now,
first of all, wow. Girls are sexual objects. So are men. So are cars to some people.
Yeah.
People marry their exhaust pipe.
So are dildos.
Yes. We are sexual beings by nature. Secondly, instead of shaming girls for their clothing, shame boys for their instincts they can't control. Right?
No. It doesn't say that. It says teach boys that girls. It's like teach boys.
Yeah.
It's like, Jared, you know what? All that midriff, all those boners, you were just not taught properly.
I wasn't taught.
You weren't taught properly.
So if you taught me
if someone
that my
said,
boner I shouldn't have gone down that fence. If you taught me. Yeah. But what it is of course doing is it's shaming men. It's shaming men for their instincts, for being men. It's just It's the
Well-
it's just an extension of the shame and silence,
Yeah,
shame
well,
and silence, man. But I'm not ashamed and I'm not silent, man.
It's what is a level of acceptable behavior, right? There's degrees of dress of men and women.
By the way,
and
that
there's-
school had a
there's a
dress
dre-
code, didn't it?
I don't know
Yeah.
the details,
Anyway,
but it's like
that was broken.
But it's like, to some degree, you shouldn't, the dress code shouldn't be burqas, right? In most people's opinions in North America. I'm just going to say, a fact that you can't argue with.
I thought the midriff thing was the best thing that ever happened at school, man.
But yeah.
I wish I went to
but
school
like,
now.
But like
Fuck.
there's also, some degree of, what are you going to do? Are you going to black robe whip yourself when you have sexual thoughts? Like to introduce pain whenever you're aroused so that
I'm
is
sure that's
that-
been
is-
suggested in the SJW
well,
circles,
people,
man. Yeah.
People did that in the Catholic Church,
That's right,
As
yeah.
portrayed in the movie Black Robe, right? So,
Teach the boys.
teach the boys. That's the solution. Instead of sending her home or changing her clothes, teach the boys.
Instead of teaching
like
her to dress
there's-
appropriately,
there's-
shame the boys.
there's a balance, or just deal with the results. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some guys.
I'm pretty sure in that case, by the way, there's a school dress code that she broke, and that's why they sent her home. So not only is she, but she's breaking the rules,
yeah.
which is enough.
See,
But,
you know what? Here's honestly, Ghostwire Jackoffmore says pure rapage. Find a way to deal with it. Have a masturbation room for men, like young boys in the middle of the day. Like you go to a room, there's some porn playing on a screen in your cubicle, and you can jerk off in the middle of the day. Maybe if this is what it's coming to, if it's like, that's a better solution than teaching boys that it's not a sexual object.
Yeah, because it can't be untaught because it's genetics.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why I use the word shame. I think any time you're telling someone to not behave a certain way in which they have no control over, all you're doing is shaming them.
Shame is powerful. Shame is a powerful motivator. It's why we don't do a lot of things, or it's why we do a lot of things, right? So, sure, but yeah, man, anyway. I have been watching that Pornhub, and in fact, Jared, I gotta tell you about this.
I'm gonna forget quickly. Earlier you said I can't believe guys write. Anyway, I just wanted to say you were going somewhere, or you already. I can't remember. See, I lost it.
Can't believe guys. Write messages to people on Facebook.
Yeah, and saying, I thought what you were about to say was, I can't believe people write comments on Pornhub. Who are these people commenting on the video after, and then conversations starting? Who are these people? Never written on Pornhub?
No.
Hey, man, that was a great one. Rubbed it out good to that one. Dude, you should check out this one. Dude, there's a comment section. Then there's share on Facebook button.
Who shares Pornhub on Facebook? Well,
There's,
you know what?
There's tweet, share on Facebook,
Dude,
Instagram.
maybe we're old. Maybe we're old. Maybe it's like, yeah, there's gonna be jerk off cubicles in high schools, and there's gonna be Pornhub sharing, and there's gonna be like people.
Great.
But honestly, man, I don't know about your Pornhub.
Ugh.
But I need to change my fucking Facebook age, or some shit.
Oh.
I don't know how it knows that I want to bang 40+ MILFs in my area. I'm watching some good porn, and there's like this ad that's like, I'm like, oh no, that's like gross. I'm like, no, like give me another 10 years to grow into liking that, please. Like, oh.
You're using incognito
I gotta
mode,
change
right?
some incognito, dude. It supersedes some cookie or something in my computer thinks I'm a fucking.
Well, we can ask. Are there any 18-year-old guys in the chat? Do you get all the Jill porn
dude,
suggestions?
as soon as I hit 40, because Facebook knows my age, right? of year. As soon as I hit 40, it was like boom, like grandmas, like oh, it's like 40+. Ah, I'm like no, I like my.
Man.
Like,
Oh man,
Like my
I know I'm
brother-sister
gonna.
porn. What happened to all the brothers?
I know I'm gonna love that shit. I know I'm gonna love that shit soon enough. But give me some time. But yeah, man. There's so much incest on Pornhub. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
god.
it's all weird ass incest. Yeah, Mystic, that's what it is
But
for me
it's-
too.
but it's like-
just
it's like-
unbelievable, man.
It's funny because I watch the actors and they're doing their thing, and it's like, I know you're not brother sister, and it's like, and it's great porn, and they're like oh, they're
Yeah.
getting into it. It's great porn, and then it's just, and then it's like they stop and they're like, are you sure? Because you're my brother. And then it's like, just fucking okay. I'm erasing that line from my memory. Just like no. Okay, all right. So let's get back into the porn now. Okay, you're total hired actors, strangers. That, you know.
Hilarious.
Man.
Well, wait until you're 50 plus, says Ken.
But how does it know? I'm in incognito mode.
It could be everybody. It could be everybody.
Maybe it's the new thing. Maybe all
first
these
it was incest and now it's jilfs, man.
maybe all these high schoolers are like, I like 45, 48, you know, for my
It could be too. I mean, if incognito works and it's nothing, it's just that it shows how much seniors in the older generations are getting on the internet. Because there's a lot of like grandma does school, like I was like grandpa. There's a lot of grandpa doing two young girls grandpa. Like I imagine when I'm 70, I'm gonna have some fantasies about pounding some 30-year-old women, right? It's like there's a 40-year age gap there. It'd be pretty nice. There's a lot of those videos on it. Maybe those videos are popping up not because you're getting old, but because so many more grandpas are watching porn on the internet now because they finally figured their computers out.
yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure Pornhub has so much traffic. I'm sure they have most incredibly detailed analytics and. I really don't know about incognito mode, but I thought it was the MVP, but
I don't know, man. Yeah. But yeah, I just thought it was really very a sign of the times to be like, you know, dude, we'll save it for another stream, but I want to talk about the Aziz Ansari date at some point.
oh
That's a 2-hour conversation.
yeah.
And in fact, Saturday Night Live made a sketch about how you can't talk about it, about how it was so taboo and so like, you know, someone's like, I think she could have just left. And it's like, shame.
Yeah, you're victim
It's
shaming.
like, yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I could talk about the term victim shaming, the concept of victim shaming, right? It's just so black and white. I guess it's
victim blaming, yeah.
It's as polarized as anything else. Yeah, victim blaming. Well, it's like
Yeah, it's like-
chances are you, in many cases, when you're the victim of something, there are a lot of things you could have done preventatively. In many cases, no, there's not. But you don't immediately go victim blaming, victim shaming.
Yeah.
When you're like, well, in the future maybe we'll do this and that. You know, maybe in the future I'm not going to walk through Compton with an I Hate Naggers T-shirt on.
Yeah.
I know I got beat up, put in the hospital. You know what? Next time I'm not going to wear that T-shirt, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't justify physical assault. Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
right?
it's
It was a clothing choice, but it was a poor clothing choice. I'll take 1% of the blame. You take 99.
Yeah. The whole thing of shaming, victim blaming is
Yes.
like you know. And in fact, one commenter who wrote an article critiquing the Babe.net story, saying that the woman has no agency, was saying like, well, would you walk through Times Square with a bunch of $20 bills strapped to you, like, and expect not to be a victim? Like,
Yeah.
you know, would you put bars of gold on your front porch and then be like, I'm a victim of theft of my bars of gold? Like, it's like, well, you know what? But of course, in a sexual assault context, you have to define what is appropriate behavior, right? What ought people have freedom to do? Should people have freedom to walk around with $20 bills strapped to their bodies? Do we want a society where we need to change everything else to make that happen in Times Square? I want to wear a $20 bill suit in Times Square, and that's how we should structure our society, right? So, I don't know. Should we get into it, or is
No.
no?
It's 7:10. The sun's. It's going to get really cold really fast.
I'm
Sun's
not
going
gonna
down.
next stream.
Wow, we did great, man. It's been. We're coming up on 5 hours.
Yeah.
So that's it's great. We ate 2 sausage dogs,
That's right.
which were tasty. Thank you. I think my Saturdays are bummed for the next little while, but well, we'll see. Because weekends are the best.
Yeah.
For the barbecue outdoors, it's got to be a Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, next weekend I'm in Winnipeg for my grandmother's funeral. sadly.
Oh.
I am officially grandparentless.
Yeah.
Sad times. It's that generation. Now it's our parents' generation,
Well,
and then we're up next, dude.
The memories and recipes live on.
Yeah, memories and recipes. So, and the weekend after that, either Saturday or Sunday, I would be available. I think one of the days. It's tough to say. It depends on how far away Terran's tournaments are, because we have to stay overnight if they're really far, instead of making the drive that day. And there's got baseball now too, but we'll see. We will. With the summer here, we'll do more. I promise. Do you promise?
Yeah.
We'll do this again. We'll
Oh yeah.
We'll
the
talk about
summer's
Aziz
here.
Ansari.
Yeah. Builders. Yep. Hey, Pibson.
Pibson's here.
Yeah, man. Oh, someone's asking about the Pwnage movie soundtrack. Dave DeDurk has a bunch of the soundtrack on his YouTube, I think. But the end song, didn't I post that? Did I post that somewhere? I can definitely post it on SoundCloud if...
Bit donations aren't enabled? Really?
Oh.
I have to go... Are you serious? Oh, man. I didn't know that. Why wouldn't that be default enabled? That is so dumb. I even built this. Check this out. I even made that. Huh? Did you see that?
What's a bit donation? Is that the...
I even made an alert for it. I didn't know that had to be turned on. That's insane that it's not just default on. Bits are something now, you buy them from Twitch. They're basically a penny each. But you can buy them in big packages for cheaper kind of thing. You're like, I'll buy 25,000 bits, here's $150. And then you just tip streamers with them. You just give them bits.
Nice.
And then there's rankings in the chat. Where's our chat? Oh yeah, we don't have it enabled. So up top here, you would see the top bit, the top bits donated, and it accumulates over time. It's like a leaderboard. And it sends another message on the screen. It puts bits next to their name in the chat for how many total bits they've donated.
Oh, that's too
And
bad.
I had no idea it wasn't on. And in fact, I even a couple times thought to myself tonight, it's funny there's no bits.
No one's giving us bits because they can't.
Well, I wonder where that is in the options, because that's just so dumb.
So Chatterbait used to have tipping with bits, and now...
And now what?
And now Twitch has Chatterbait's functionality. Hey man, if it works, steal it. Steal that technology, that idea.
Where would it even... Like under revenue? It's crazy. Yeah, we should do a Chatterbait. Hey, do you guys know what live.me is? Have any of you ever watched that or anything like that? Or wondered what the hell? This page will be retired soon. Live.me. Someone reached out to me to stream on live.me instead of Twitch. And I had never heard of it before, and I went there, and it was mostly like girls talking to themselves on camera and a bunch of people watching. It was kind of like a Chatterbait, but without the porn. It seemed really dumb. But then they're trying to build their gaming to compete with Twitch. I'm pretty sure it was just live.me, which is funny because I thought that redirected to Twitch or something. So then like what happens if you go to live.me? It is called live.me, but maybe it's liveme.com now because Twitch bought live.me here or something. Or now what the hell? See, I don't even know what it is anymore. They call themselves live.me, but that's not their website when you go there. Like, yeah, it's liveme.com, but they call it but they call it live.me. And you go here and you watch a bunch of idiots point the look at this, like there's 9,000 people watching this girl's cleavage. There's another 9,000 girls, shorts, game. And it's just a bunch of narcissists pointing a camera at themselves. And recharge. And I think they use exclusively like a bits kind of system. So you buy things from them and then like let's watch her stream here. Who's this? 9,000 people watching her boobs here. But not actually boobs. She's got a shirt on like it's again chatterbait but without I don't have updated flash. People just spamming hearts. I actually spent a good half an hour browsing these. To describe them as vacuous would be an understatement. It's just shocking to me.
I did see it.
What comes out of their mouths. There's the complete lack of anything to say, and then there's all these people watching, like sending hearts, and I wish I could see that. I wish I could be in the room. I want to know more about this culture because it just blows my mind. It blows my mind. But anyways, yeah, they reached out and offered to pay me to stream there instead of Twitch. And so that's what got sent me down the exploration. And I thought about fucking with them, and doing like kind of an in-character mock thing, because it's just so ridiculous to me. And there's guys in there too. It's not just girls showing off their cleavage. There's super cool guys. There was this one super cool guy, and he was just sitting on the couch, and I couldn't actually understand mostly what he was saying because he was very urban in all of his dialect. But it's like, yeah, it's fucking this man. Like it was like the guy from Gucci Gang, basically, in appearance and everything, and the way he spoke. And there's like 2,000 people there, and they're like chatting, and I couldn't even understand most of the chat. It's like, yeah, baby, this is sexy man, yeah, fucking bugs, and he's just on a couch doing that. He's just Gucci Ganging on the fucking couch. 2,000 people watching. It's just, what a world, man. What a fucking world. That's what people really wanted. All this time trying to figure it out, that's what people wanted, you know. Oh, Jeff's there. I actually, I think Jeff's just, I'll call the stream. I'm going to call it.
I can stream for another half hour if you want it.
Oh, really?
So I'm live streaming with Jared right now. Yeah.
Well, I've only got 24 minutes before I need to get a chest. So that's pretty priority. You know, you guys want to watch me get a chest? Maybe I can hold the phone such that... No. 24 minutes. No, wait. Was it 20 minutes? Yeah, 20 minutes. Clash Royale. It's the only game worth playing, man. So good. So good. Even as a clan, man, I'm co-leader of a clan, dude. There's a lot of people from the chat here in the clan. There's a lot of Pwnage fans in the clan. The clan's called Pwnage. It's a great clan too. Really a fair amount of good players. Some shitters, but mostly good players. We do pretty good in the clan wars. Everybody's happy, and it's good times, man. You're not gonna find a game that good to take a shit with. That's for sure, man. Yeah, Clash Royale. Oh, Cloud9 has a team. Fnatic, like a Team Liquid, TSM. I mean, like all the major esports organizations have teams in Clash now. It's a 1v1 strategy game. It's like Hearthstone meets StarCraft in a weird way. Hearthstone meets tower defense. I don't know how to describe it, but it's cool. It's pretty deep too. Takes a long time to get good.
At Fortnite?
Clash Royale.
Oh yeah.
At Clash Royale, you can still probably beat Terran at, huh?
He's done. He quit.
Mm.
Yeah, he never could really get that good at his age. It's a little
It's
too
the
deep.
strats.
Yeah, it's the strats. So he can have his Fortnite victories, and I'll keep Clash. Pretty sure I'd still win in StarCraft 2. Pretty sure.
StarCraft 2, that's like came out before he was born.
StarCraft 2, yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy.
To think about all the
Pipson used add permitted term shitter. My boy is playing Fortnite like a fiend. It's his it's his main, it's his only, I guess not only, I found him playing Minecraft the other day again. He hasn't played that in a while, and occasionally he'll go back to like Destiny 2, Terraria, but that's like few and far between. I'd say 90% of his gaming is Fortnite. All of his friends from school, like it's just taken over the school.
they
Like,
all
it's
do
crazy.
the dances. And,
Oh, they all do the dances. They all just love the game, man. Yeah. Even Uncle Billy, big into Fortnite. I tried, man. It's the building. The building
the
killed
building,
me.
because it's like
Yep.
it's like building. Sure, if it's complementary to the fighting, but like the fact that it's a difficult thing to say is, is building what percent of the combat, right? Is building 50% of the combat? It's a different thing. It's a difficult thing to measure, because if you pair up two equally skilled players, one doesn't build, the other one builds, you restrict one of them.
Yeah.
What is the percentage of victory you're going to expect, right? It's like it's going to be 99% the builder, right?
Obviously, yeah.
So
yeah.
you wouldn't that mean that, like, but of course if you have one person who doesn't shoot against the person that shoots, there's going to be 100% victory, right? But it's like, it's almost as though like building is half of the combat, right? And it's like build,
It's honestly more than half.
and then
Yeah,
shoot.
Build, higher. You're trying to
Yeah,
get like
higher,
high
higher,
ground
higher.
and then shoot down. Yeah, it's crazy. It's when you look up and you see a guy running through the air because he's building floors underneath him as he runs that you think maybe you built too fast.
He
in
has
this
a
game.
flying mount, essentially.
Yeah, maybe you built too fast. Climbing up mountains, like Taryn puts these things out, and I try to do it, or I tried to, in a couple days to try to play with him, and I just stopped building. And then everyone I was playing with was like, "Oh, you got to build." I'm like, "No, I know,
you
I
do
got to
gotta
build.
build,
I'm
yeah.
not building.
Yeah.
All right, if either don't play with me. I'm just not building. You build the shit. I'm gonna shoot guys. That's what I do.
Yeah.
But even in that, if I could combine with Taryn, he would be winning half his solo games. Because even when I watch him, as skilled as he is and fast building, he still lacks. There's like a strategy element where he's not considering cover properly, right? He's not considering his backside properly. He's too engaged in the combat like this. I still see him do things where, even though I don't play Fortnite, I know he shouldn't be doing that, right? I know that he could be visible from over there and he could get shot. And I'm often predicting, especially right near the end, and I want him to win, but he's just too ballsy, man. He's just too ballsy, right?
Yeah.
He's relying on his building and his gunplay. But you can be a bush. That was that was the most fun I ever had. And I was playing squads with T and Billy, and they were both dead, and I had the bush, and the squad that killed him, and I just bushed, and that fucking squad is running by me, and it reminded me of UO when you would hide on UO, and
Yeah.
the PKs would be running by you. Now, if they ran over top of you, they'd know you're there, and they're running by me. I'm seeing them like loot dead, and they're there. And then two guys like run off in the squad, and then one guy's like right, and he's looking around, and he's aiming, and he's right next to me, and I just like, boom, headshot, and just take my shit back, and then run.
And they're like, the cheapest motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
Ah, but it's like it's the only way I can win.
It's
I'm
the
old.
only way I can get a kill. Like,
Yeah.
but just like it was so funny to me that this guy just happened to just stop like right next to me, looking around, oblivious. Like the bush works, man. The bush really works. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Tennis game coming out next month. Gonna play this month, May 22nd. First tennis game in like a generation.
Tennis, like
Like an actual video game tennis. There hasn't been a video game tennis game since like the Xbox 360.
and you're looking forward to it just because of tennis, even though
Yeah.
it's completely different.
Yeah, I'm
And-
gonna play it with Paul too. He has a Switch. We're gonna get it on the Switch.
Yeah, and is it like motion, like
No.
Oh.
It's in fact simulation. The team that did it made the Top Spin series, and it is about creating the most realistic tennis experience possible.
Hmm.
To the point where you're on a world tour, you have to rest your character to prevent injury. You got to work out your travel schedule.
Oh, really?
It's for tennis buffs.
It's like you got to book the flights.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
do all the bullshit you don't want to do, and then.
Now, the actual tennis itself, it should be a lot like real tennis. Not like, diving after every shot, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to play Virtua Tennis to play anything with Taryn. We dug up the Xbox 360 when I told him I had a tennis game. 50% of the returns, the guy's like diving onto the ground. It's like, how often in a tennis match do you see a guy dive?
Actually dive.
Like, come
yeah.
on,
It's
man.
like you'll be scraping up your skin.
Yeah, happens like once every 4 matches, right? A guy's
Yeah.
gonna dive like that. Am I going to the Laver Cup this year? That's so funny you ask. We're trying. We were on the mailing list for tickets. The tickets were way more expensive than we thought they were going to be. It's so close to us. It's in Chicago. I think we got priced out at the ticket phase, but we really want to go, man. But we'll see if we can work something out. Oh my God, man. That would be mental. That would be so mental. Of course, I should have expected the ticket prices. Like Rafa, Roger, right? I mean, playing on the same team. Yeah. Not going to be cheap. I never really did get into Dark Souls 2 or 3. I never really give them a fair shake. I can't explain why. I think just at the time I was so into Destiny 2. Into Destiny. I was having trouble. I was too addicted to that to... I need about $4,000 for tickets, Tony. The hotel's nothing compared to the ticket prices. I forgot you live in Chicago. That's right. Hang out with Myron. Should be hanging out with Myron. But yeah, man. No, it's getting dark. We should call. Plus, my back's kind of hurting.
Yeah,
It's been a long time for me to sit in this chair.
Yeah.
Shifting,
Did you
but-
have a pillow?
I do have this pillow, but these days
The
because
one
of
behind
my
you. Oh.
weight.
That's all right.
No, I feel it. Like even just the extra few pounds like hurts my back. It's just man.
You gotta. Well, you're doing the right thing. You're like reducing your calorie intake.
Yeah, I'm doing what I can. Walk.
It gets the shit done.
I'm happy with my muscle mass. I'm just not happy with what it's surrounded by right now. That's all.
All right, guys, we're calling the stream.
We're calling. It's getting dark. It's a good time. It's getting chilly. I don't want to get bitten.
Hope you guys had a good time.
Thanks for hanging out with us. I keep looking there, but it's really over there. Work out the buttocks. Oh, it totally does, man. It totally does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And just in general, dropping any weight helps back pain so much. Oh my God, man. Really, that's just those extra few pounds not being carried around, right?
I am the
Constant
Pwnage,
backpack. Oh.
bitches.
Jumbo 50 months in a row.
What?
Wow.
Bitches.
Less than greater
Holy
than
crap!
Garrett.
Is that when we started streaming?
It must be one of the oldest, right?
50 months. You must be an OG, like.
Damn.
For the
Oh,
GLA.
Shogun 15.
Awesome.
Thanks, man. Maybe we shouldn't call it in anymore coming in.
We love these subs.
Good night, you absolute beauties. I didn't ask for your opinion on my beauty. God, man. Harassed.
It's an affront
It's
to me.
basically assault.
Like, you should be, yeah. We're not sexual objects.
Yeah, I'm not a sexual object. Although I would like it if you thought of me as one. Especially at my age, man. Just tell me I'm sexy. Looking forward to the next stream in 5 months. Oh, you bastard. Less than a month, that's the dream. Right? Less than a month?
Less than a month stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's
Yeah.
that?
And Jared's going to be fit?
I'll be noticeably fitter than
Yeah.
this in 1 month. That's a long time. I will be, yeah.
Man. This setup was good. I'm glad we...
I like this setup. This is a good place to sit too, actually.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
nice. Well, we'll be under the shade of the tree maybe next time. It takes
Yeah.
about a week for those leaves to grow.
Oh, it happened so quickly.
And it's like
Yeah, they're budding.
classic Ontario.
Yeah.
Growth rate of foliage.
Did you guys lose a lot of fences in the wind?
That
looks like new fence right there, yeah.
Yeah, there's some repairs happening. So.
Crazy winds, man.
Brutal.
Untenable. All right, guys, I got to figure out.
What you guess?
We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you later.